Well, hello. This is really weird. This is the first time I've hit the live button successfully, I think. I'm looking at chat on my phone currently, because I'm still practicing how this all works. But can you guys hear me? And everything? Like, are we actually live? Is it happening? Is it actually happening right now? Are we here? Oh, this is crazy. I can't believe how excited I am right now. This is wild. Okay, right. I am going to start the stream with a disclaimer. Oh my days. Right. Things are going to go wrong. 100%, because I don't know what I'm doing. I've literally just played with OBS, like, stream settings for the first time. I have just got hold of this laptop in the last couple of hours. I have just set up this mic. I am totally not sure what I'm doing. If something sounds wrong or looks wrong, you're gonna have to tell me, and I will try and work with it. But otherwise, I don't really know what I'm doing. So that'll be fun. This is insane. I have a live chat stream. Wow. So this will be a much more regular feature now, hopefully. There is some screen tearing going on. Hold on. Let me go to my settings. VSync on. Thank you, please. I put everything to ultra because I've got a fancier graphics card now. Thank you, Ender, for joining the minions. And I see there's some people already on my days who have joined. Maya, thank you so much. Oh, wow. This is insane. I've got to play the game and look at chat. This is going to go so horribly wrong. I am doing really good. Thank you, Melanistic Hunter. I'm a bit perplexed about what's happening right now. And I feel like I'm going to get the giggles or something. Oh my days, Ender. Thank you so much. That's insane. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I've only just set up the memberships. Like, just before I did the stream, I was like, okay, I'll just do, like, the like, really basic ones. But we'll get there. I'll set up some fancier stuff and, like, fancier perks and that as I actually work out what I'm doing. But oh my gosh, thank you so much. This is amazing. Wow. Okay. Right. I don't really know what I'm doing for this stream. I've just been desperate to get back on Call of the Wild and get on a ski ridge because there's all the cool things. Like, I really want to get a couple of those new rares for the wolves. The acromelanistics particularly are so gorgeous. But I also do like, I think they're is it charcoal melanistic? That have like the extra grey. That just looks to me like a really old melanistic wolf, so I think that's really cool. So yeah, I would like to get either of the new rare wolves. Oh, and as well, if my controller movements look a bit janky today, it's because this is a brand new controller. I haven't been playing for the last, like, 2 months at this point, and when I was last playing, I was playing on a controller with stick drift, and now I'm not, so it's all a little bit different. So, yeah, we'll just go with it today, and see, you know, what happens, and it's probably not going to be, you know, as perfect as I would hope for a first stream, but we will work with it. And, yeah, I thought I would take a pot shot at that moose as he ran by, but I don't think I got him, so oh well. But, yeah, I don't really know what I'm going to do. Probably go and check out my mule deer, because that's something I've been wanting to do. Seeing everybody posting their amazing great ones. Just hunt things, that is enough, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they do, like, look more like what you would expect from a black wolf. Speaking of wolves, hearing them howling on this map is so cool. This is really weird for me as well, because I am not used to playing the game where I can hear things, and it's kind of disorientating, because I am so used to, like, playing at night in my room that used to be next to my parents' room, and that meant I would just have the volume on super low, and I just wouldn't hear things. So, yeah, this is unusual for me. Let's say that. You've got an acromella hunting grounds? That's awesome. Great One's one of those. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. See, I really wanted to just go full on with Mule Deer, but then my other laptop was just like, you know what? You're going to run in slow motion now every time you actually try and do anything, which made life pretty hard. Oh, take care, Ender. Thank you so much. You're amazing. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Have an amazing day. Right, what time do mule deer even drink? I'm so out of the loop, and brain is panicking because I have to sound good because stream. 15 to 18, so yeah, that's okay. That's about what I remember. You got another Diamond Mountain Hare, Shadow Hunter? That's not fair. I would very much like a Diamond Mountain Hare, but, you know, it's one of those things. They always elude me. One day, we'll get one. And then I will be so happy. I'll probably meme it quite a bit if I do get one. Be like, I found the rarest trophy, brackets, to me, in the Hunter Call of the Wild. And it would just be, like, a mountain hare's shadow, all blurred out. I think that would probably be what I would do for it. Something like that. Okay, back to the mule deer grind. Gosh, this is so different. Like, graphically, it's so different as well. These are much higher graphics than what I'm used to. It's bizarre. Tin Man Stacks, thank you so much for becoming a minion. Thank you. I really, really, really appreciate it. That is so, so kind of you. Thank you. Oh, wow. Yeah, why are they rocking Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep on Rancho? I'm assuming that it's a work in progress thing, and that they'll probably change it, but it definitely does look very strange right now. Oh my gosh, this controller feels so strange. Hi K-Flow, hi Gunhub. Mr. Milk, my gecko, Toriel, she is doing very, very well. She's still settling in, so she's not as active as she normally would be, but she's doing pretty well still, so I'm pretty happy about that. Oh my gosh, this controller, the sensitivity is so different because it's like not having the stick drift to contend with. Ugh, it's bizarre. Oh, so I just heard that round here somewhere, I have seen it fly over precisely once when I have been mule deer grinding. There is a level 3 grouse, which is pretty cool, but I have seen it precisely once. Like I said, it flew over there as I was in the middle of shooting just mule deer, didn't have anything to shoot it with, and I was like, oh, okay then, and every time I've tried to look for it since, it has not shown up. So it exists somewhere, and if we see it, I will try and shoot it, but that would be cool to see. Thank you, Tim Man, that is so, so kind of you. So, so very kind of you. You're all so amazing. But yeah, I think we will get the desert bighorn sheep, and maybe we'll get some, like, different variations. I would not be opposed to that. Give us maybe, like, different looking rares and stuff. That would be cool. Hello, everyone in chat. I know I'm, like, if I'm missing messages and stuff, I am so sorry. I am trying my very, very best, and obviously, hopefully, the more we do this, the more practiced I will become. Because I'm gonna suck to start with. It's going to be very, very interesting. It'd be great, absolutely great, and hilarious if a great one spawned, wouldn't it? Oh, wow. Oh, my graphics... wait, that would have been a... Whoops. First animal on the first stream that I successfully kill here on the mule deer grind would have been a diamond level 4. So, yeah, interesting. Wow, Danny. Danny, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. That's insane. Thank you, Danny. Where's the gecko camp? Forkhorn. You're evil, Danny, saying Forkhorn. But I appreciate you so much. Thank you so, so much. But yeah, that would have been a level 4 diamond mule, apparently. I probably, to be honest, wouldn't have taxed it, because I've got so many at this point. But, I mean, good start to being back on the grind. A nice big male to get us started at the first lake. So, yeah, at least it wasn't a really, really big one. But that was, yeah, I didn't expect that. That caught me off guard a little bit. Flint is slamming his desk right now. Oh, don't say it's a bad omen. Gosh, I hope not. Hopefully it's a good omen. Just a big male chilling. You know, even if I messed it up, hopefully it's just a sign that there's going to be all the big males. All the big males. Hello, everyone. It's so cool seeing all the names. Oh my gosh, surprising. Thank you so much. This is insane. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's just amazing. You're all so kind. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. I need, like, a little spiel, like most streamers have. They're like, thank you for all the gifted stubs, make sure you do this and that, and I'm just sat here like, thanks! Like, I don't know what else to say other than thank you so much. Oh, that's amazing. You should be grinding on Mississippi. I am not grinding on Mississippi. I did it a little bit for Whitetail at one point, and I just hated it. It's not that Mississippi is a map that I hate, because when it came out, I absolutely loved it. But it's one of those maps, to me, that it gets old once you've hunted it so many times. And I was on it so much, trying to get the rare alligators. And then I've managed to get every single piebald variation, Mela and albino. And it's like, dang, you know, I wish that, I don't know, that there was more to the map, if there was more waterfowl and stuff. To me, a Mississippi map should have more than one species of waterfowl, so, oh, man, getting double shots today is going to be hard with this controller, because I am all over the place, as you can see. It's weird when you're so used to fighting stick drift that not fighting stick drift makes it weird. So, I don't know, we'll shoot things and see. We'll see how it goes. Well, rip. Oh no, I did catch him, there we go. I'm so out of practice. Yeah, he'll die, he'll die, he'll die. That's all we need. That's all we need. Yes, also there's no mule deer on Mississippi. What kind of controller? It's just an Xbox controller. Did someone do... Danny! Oh my days! Oh my days. Thank you so much. Wow. Oh my gosh, there's so many of you. Thank you. Thank you all so, so much for being here. And like I said, I really do apologise for the level of rusty that is going to be today. Rusty as, you know, never streamed before. So I'm not really sure you can say that's rusty, it's just, you know, new. And then rusty at Call of the Wild, because it's been a little while since I was able to do this. Dog, please, could you assist so that I can read as well? Oh, wow. Yeah, Xbox, it's fine. Like, I normally do, like, I play on with an Xbox controller all the time. Like, because I started playing on Xbox when I first got into gaming, it's just what I'm used to. So, I just stuck with an Xbox controller for the last 6 years. But it's because it's a new controller. Like, that's quite simply it. Normally I can do the double shots a little bit easier. Thank you, doggo. Excuse me. Please, can you... there's a thing, like, with the praise thing, that if it's actually in the middle, it doesn't activate. You kind of have to be off to the side to get it to activate to praise the dog, and it's so frustrating. Yeah, caught him in the spine. But that's fine. Dead is all we need. Do. Go back here, reset time. No, please, on the tent. On the tent, please, thank you. Xbox controls best anyways. I mean, I've never used anything else. So, I mean, for me, it's just second nature at this point. I did try using my boyfriend's PlayStation controller when I went to see him, just to play some of the games that he was playing, but they've got, like, the buttons in different places, and I found it so weird to try and get my hand into those positions to press, like, what would normally be, like, A or B, stuff like that. It was just really weird. So, I'm pretty happy to stick with an Xbox controller. This one, once it wears in, I'm sure it'll be fine. It's just a little bit sticky, because it's new. Mistress, welcome to the minions. Thank you so much. You are so amazing. Thank you. Just thank you. It's just going to be a stream of me saying thank you. But, you know, we will work with it. Right, where do I actually need to go? Because half of these spots don't actually have shooters at anymore. I know these do. Because I leave my tents up, like, where I set them up originally anyway, so I can go back and check if things get a bit weird. And I've found that that's helpful, especially if I get, like, a few that seem to go missing. So, I honestly, it's just easier to just leave those tents there, and then I can pop back, check. And if there's nothing there, then grand. But if there is something there, then take it out and hope it goes back to where I want it to be. Speedrun to 100 members? I mean, at this rate, it's insane. I think, I must have shot some mule deer before I actually, like, stopped playing when everything, kind of went a little bit sideways with my setup. So, it'd be funny if there's a great one just sat here. I mean, that's the only reason I can think that would have been Diamond Level 4 was there. So, who knows what could be out here. Be very interesting to see. I was, thinking about this setup as well while I haven't been able to play, because there was a few things that felt like they were going a little bit weird, and some of these smaller males might end up getting shot just for, just to experiment. Because, to be honest, that is something I will do. Controller, please. Like, little finite movements, there we go. Yeah, something I will do on these grinds, if they start acting weird, is just shoot a few of the smaller ones and see what happens. New drinking game, take a drink every time Mel says thank you. Thank you, or I'm sorry. Hi, Jake. Hi, everyone. You want me to say bottle of water? Would you like me to say bottle of water in the posh way, like I would normally say it? Or do you want me to say bottle of water? You know, go through all the different ways of possibly saying it. Oh, I feel so awkward. I feel so nervous. Please, controller, please. It's almost like... Oh, hello, bear. It's almost like the sticks are a bit... I don't know. I might have to play with them a little bit and see if they loosen up a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it... Experiment, kinky. It's... I don't think it's the aim sensitivity. It's the actual sticks themselves feel a little bit, like, jerky. When I'm trying to move them, they're not quite smooth. Have to put some WD-40 on them. I can tell streams will be chaotic in the future. I mean, maybe. It might not just be Call of the Wild, you know, there might be other things. Drag the boyfriend in here as well. And be like, speak to the peoples. You know. Play some DBD and other games. Other games I've been wanting to play but are more stream games than recording games. We will see. We will see. Sometimes they, yeah. Oh, got ya. See, sometimes I can make shots. Sometimes. If there's chaos you're interested. There'll be all kinds of chaos, I promise. I'm just being very awkward because it's the first time I've ever done this and it feels really weird. Oh yeah, definitely. All the collabs. Yes, a Phasmophobia stream. A Phas stream would be great. Prehistoric Hunt. I'm trying to think what other streams. Maybe some Way of the Hunter at some point. If we get some more updates. All kinds of things. All kinds of things. Does it sound good? Like, I was playing with it a little bit before stream. And, like, talking in Discord. Like, chat. Like, typing in Discord at the same time. And trying to see how it actually sounded. And to me, it sounded pretty good. But obviously I haven't recorded with it properly yet. Yeah, I bet it feels really weird to see me streaming. The part of the reason why I haven't done it, you know, aside from internet... I'm pretty happy with that one. A brain on the run, 170 meters. I totally meant to do that. That was intentional, I promise. Angler streams, yeah, as well. That could very well be a thing, because I want to go for 100% on that, because the boyfriend has got me addicted to going for 100% on games. So, yeah, that would be something that I would very much consider doing, because the Angler, again, I feel is more of a streamy game than a recordy game, if that makes sense. But yeah, as I was saying, one of the reasons that I didn't do streams for so long is because I am such a ball of nervous energy. So, yeah. Oh my gosh, Graves, thank you so much. That is brilliant. That just... Wow. Wow. You're all so amazing. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. You're all amazing, I swear. I am so lucky to have you all in my community. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to give the mod status to people from, like, Discord and stuff in here as well. I didn't know how to do it before stream, and I just kind of went, heck, let's do it, see what happens. I, like, sincerely doubted that there would be too many problems, like, especially with just starting to stream. So, you know, I was like, okay, we'll take the risk. If something really bad happens, I'm sure someone can tell me how to fix it. But, yeah, we'll see. But I will give people mod status when I work out how to do that. Graves, thank you so much. Oh my days. The kindness is just insane. Absolutely insane. Gosh, this must be horrible for you guys to watch. I do apologise. Like, with the, excuse me? Sir. This controller is upsetting me. Please. Sticks, move when I tell you to. I might fiddle with the sensitivity in a second, but I want to see if I can actually shoot this deer, and then I'll do it as a run over. Challenge. Play Call of the Wild on a controller that doesn't want to comply. I think it went out of render. Oh well. Right, let's have a look at the sensitivity. Because it's all changed. Gamepad. Let's put it down a little bit. See how that feels. Oh, that's better. That's better. Right. I like that more. That's fine. We can deal with that. I can come back after. It's only $1. That was a spot that was starting to go weird. I say that was better, and then I'm struggling to select the outpost. It's easy, just click the name, it should let you make the mod. Oh, okay, I'll do that. Where am I from? I'm originally from southern England down in the Wiltshire area, and then I moved to Wales for a bit, and now I'm back in the Gloucestershire, Wiltshire area. So my accent changes a little bit sometimes. Sometimes it'll go very Welsh. Sometimes now it'll go a little bit Scottish because of spending time with my Scottish partner. And yeah, other times it'll just be a mix of wherever I've lived. Thank you so much, Jabez. I really, really appreciate that. I'm definitely looking forward to the potential of being able to stream. Like, things like early access, new releases. That's going to be really fun. Oh, hello, 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 hello. That's a very large male. That's what we like to see. Hello. Thick. Now be rare, because that would be fun. Can't even see. I think it's a blonde. How's the laptop treating me? I love it already. It's very much a grand addition. I literally, as soon as it got here, just wanted to get Call of the Wild installed, got OBS installed, and was like, right, let's just get on and try it and see if this will actually work, because it's been such a long time, like, planning to actually get this, so yeah. I am really, really pleased. And I'm definitely gonna put it through its paces a little bit, because it's a lot better than my old laptop. So we'll see what it's capable of with some certain games, things like Monster Hunter and stuff, whether I can actually have it on good graphics. Good afternoon, E-Man. I hear geese. Geese. I really want an albino Canada goose. They look really nice. Look at that, a couple of big males. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. So that would be, if I hadn't messed up the first one, you know, then it would have been 2 diamonds this run so far. So I think we're off to a very good start for being back. Now, I'll try not to mess this one up. Actually use the correct gun. Hiya, spaceship. Hiya. Right. So, we'll get him second because he's drinking. This is going to be an interesting angle. Right, put your head back down. I couldn't get... Just, come on, Mel. Being bad. All of the bad. Oh my days. I'm so out of practice. I apologise. This isn't how bad I normally am, I promise. Maybe it is. Bleh. I might have to turn the sensitivity down even more. Forgot my hands on the new weapon pack. Yeah, I did buy it. There was a couple of guns in there that I really liked the look of. But now I can't actually think which ones they were. Because I've just had so much going on. And I forget what everything's called. But, you know. Huh, interesting. Yeah, my other laptop decided in, like, Call of the Wild in the end. It was just, like, if I was running... Okay, so, like, this... Imagine this is my old laptop. This is what it was like to run. Like, it was not fun to try and play at that point. And because I had then the controller with stick drift, the controller issues abound, I was just, at that point I was just like, let's not do this. So that's a nice size diamond, 333.50. I did get a max score boy on this grind, so I do have quite a few with this rack, so I won't be taxing him, but that's 2 that say above diamond score males from one run, so Right, let's try it again with the sensitivity and see if notching it down right down makes it better. What am I doing? Gamepad. Look. Aim. You know, that might be. Yeah, we'll try it for the next spot and see how it goes. Like I said, this stream is all about experimenting while I get everything set back up. Must be a shrimp because you're having a krill issue. Wow. 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 Every time that I hear shrimp, I just think of a story that happened when I was in secondary school. So basically it was geography. I'm stuck in my tent. Hello. Basically it was geography. We got given worksheets about the Arctic. And it was going through, like, different species of animals you'd find in the Arctic. And it was like, oh, polar bears are a mammal. And these are a, you know, whatever. Penguins are a bird, or whatever. Just that kind of thing, right? I'm clicking on all the wrong things, because I don't know what I'm doing. That's better. And, it got down to, like, the last thing that you could fill out, because it was like a multiple choice thing, and it was krill is A, and then you had to select the answer to fill it out, and the only option left was fish. And I caused the whole class to shut down because of it, because I, like, the person who was sat next to me, I started furiously whispering to them, like, krill is not a fish. Krill is not a fish. What is this answer? And then, it started progressing further and further through the class until everybody, including the teacher, was like, what is going on? What are you making such a fuss about? I was like, krill is not a fish. And someone goes, yeah, it is, because it lives in the sea. It's a fish. And I was like, dolphins aren't fish. Whales aren't fish. Just because it lives in the sea doesn't mean it's a fish. These are a crustacean. And I'll never forget the teacher. She was so frustrated in the end with everyone arguing about it. She goes on the interactive whiteboard, Googles, is krill a crustacean, and it pops up saying, yes, it is. And I just felt so, like, justified that, I had caused everybody to learn that day that they're a crustacean, not a fish. I just physically couldn't handle it. That they were being called a fish. Yeah, school textbooks, very out of date. Definitely, when it comes to biology things. Oh, that was an interesting day. And so, yeah, every single time that any shrimp, krill, anything like that gets brought up, just makes me think of that particular incident. Just, it was the most random thing for me to get so passionate about, but, you know, it was wrong. Okay, we're gonna try and get both of these. Oh, I had a lag spike. I still managed to get him, there we go. And I know that's a level 2, and I know he's small, but I like having 2 at this lake to shoot. I think there was a tree in the way there. He'll die. Yeah, like, I just can't stand it. If that is... I wasn't mad, but the more people argued with me that they were a fish, I was like, bro, no, they're a crustacean, I promise you. Just the most random thing to actually pop up. No, you don't have to say that for the mountains, you really, really don't. More torture. Mel out here educating. Edumacation. Very smart, innit? I am having a little bit of lag. A couple of lag spikes here and there. Interesting. I might try and turn something down. Where is dog? Dog, where you be? See, this lake, for some reason, dog does not like to come over. All hail Mel. I'm glad that you find it an honour to be here for the first stream. Like I keep saying, it's going to be a bit of a mess. Hopefully we'll get more professional as time goes on. But, oh no, Miss Fourcorn, are we fishing for krill? No. Absolutely not. Banned. Oh, man. Fourcorns. I hear an elk's. I really want some rare elk off this map, man. They are so nice. I don't know if any of you have seen the piebald female Manitoban elk, but they look like Dalmatians. They're so pretty. Like, they're really, really spotty. They're not like a blotchy piebald, they're spotty. And I really, really like it. Big fan. That's when autism took over. I was like, this is wrong, I don't like it. Yeah, that's me. Me and my autism. Do you know, that should have been the diagnosis. Like, that should have been the moment when someone went, hey, do you realise that you're autistic? You just had like a whole 10-minute episode about this. Do you think this might be the situation? Oh, I should have told them that when I had my assessment. That they would have decided even quicker that was the correct diagnosis. Banned? Nah, okay, Flo, you'll never banned. Is the new weapon pack worth it? I reckon so. It seems pretty good. I mean, it's probably not necessary. Like, some weapon packs in this game are nice, but not necessary. I try to get, well, I get them all, because I love this game, so I just buy everything. But, I don't know, you can probably, how if I could speak, probably get by without it, but I think it's pretty good from everything I've seen. I've still got to test it out myself. Like, I unfortunately missed out on all of the testing and stuff, but it does look pretty good. Wish the males would like the females? Yeah, I do too. The males are nice though, but it'd be nice if they had a variation like the females. I'm a big fan of when, like, they give animals that have piebald multiple variations. That's always good. Are you guys seeing the lag, by the way? Like, are you seeing those lag spikes, or is it on my end? I'm very curious. New pack is definitely more of a fun pack than what it is a useful pack. Okay, I'm glad you agree. Because, you know, like I said, I don't probably have the best opinions on it yet, until I've actually had time to test things out. But it seems solid. Like, I could shoot you. Yes. Barr. Angry mule deer. You see the lag, alright. I'm gonna try something then when I get into this. Right, I'll shoot these mule deer actually, and then try something. And yes, I know there's a level 3 over there. I'll get him next time. Sometimes there's a mule deer in that herd to shoot, sometimes there isn't, and it makes it harder to approach this zone. I swear this controller does not want to help me. Ugh, please. I'm just being really bad. Like, don't look. Yeah, okay, we'll ignore that. Hang on, if I open this and then I don't know if you can hear, but I'm wiggling the control sticks around a bit. Just to make them, see if it loosens them up a little bit. Summer Karma. Gosh, that took me a second to read your name. Hello, excited to see me on my first stream. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Oh, yeah, there was lag there. Right, so, let's go over here. If I go to video settings, let's try notching it down to high. Where is blur? Blur off. No, wrong one. That one. Off. Yes, we don't want blur. I don't know if anyone else is like me, but motion blur is just a no for me in any game. Mackenzie Simpson, thank you so much for joining the minions. We are getting all of the minions, all of them today. This is amazing. You are all so very kind. Thank you so very much. We're acquiring all the minions for my army. W YouTuber, thank you very much. I'm really not making myself look like a W YouTuber right now. Being so terrible. With all the shooting. But yeah, this is all, like, it's all brand new kit. I've only literally, to do this stream, I booted up Call of the Wild, and this is the first time I've used this controller. So the more the sticks get wiggled around, they'll probably be good. More motion blur. If you're on my minions, does that make me Gru? I may as well be. I can't do the voice. Yeah, motion blur makes me feel sick, if I'm honest. Just like, no, I can't see. Cannot see. This lake is weird, right? This is one of the weirdest zones I have. Right, so you'll notice there's a doe and this tiny guy, right? Sometimes there's a good 15 plus in this herd. Sometimes there is just 2. Why? I'll never know. Like, you can see the hunting pressure from the last time I was here. Because I didn't even get in the tripod. It's very strange. I don't know why sometimes there's loads of them and sometimes there's none of them. Like, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. Weird things happening on grinds. Again, it's just one of those things at this point that I just work around. At some point, I may kill those 2 and see what happens. Like, whether if I kill them, it makes the rest show up, which would be nice. You know? Right, let's go for a round 2. In these screens, I'm going to wiggle these sticks around. Try and loosen them up. We are Groot. I do need to hunt beavers as well, looking at this screen. I need the beeves. Need the beaver trophies. Because the rares are so nice. They're so nice, but beavers just hate me in this game. Alright, they're doing the thing. They're not wanting to show up, so we go back in here. We go to the bed, and we rest again. Oh, the music is so pretty. Weird hearing it, but it's pretty. Rest again. And then we'll try again, and they should spawn in. A Lou beaver? Yeah, the leucistics are gorgeous. Leucistic and piebald, I think, are my top 2 for beavers. Yep, see, now they're here. This is so weird. But I don't know. Oh, there is a 3. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we get here this time. Yeah, I really like the Lous, and I really like the piebalds. The piebalds, for me, are the way I like piebalds, where they have like a really high contrast between the white coloration and like the darker fur patches. Oh my gosh, K-Flow. It would have been a real meme if EW did make them like the great one for a ski. A fabled beaver. Just like, even if you tried to make that a serious video or whatever, trying to be like, oh yeah, the fabled 10 fabled beaver. It just, yeah. It was hard enough with Red Dead being like with the legendary beavers. There we go. I need to put a tent around that other side again. It got knocked over, my last tent, and I kind of forgot to put it back. Pet level 2 red deer and parquet. 50 BMG? Yeah. Botched on Mela Beaver. Oof. You wonder if they thought about it. There has to have been part of them that thought about it. at least one person was like, what if we make a beavers? You know, what if we do? What would happen to the community? The red beaver. What could you do with a great one beaver? You could make them like prehistoric, like giant beavers, or I mean, we've already got like albino and stuff as normal rares, so you'd have to go probably quite crazy with the fur variations, I'd say, which some people aren't a fan of. I quite like it when they do crazy things with furs, I'll be honest. I think it's fun. So, I'd be down, like, if they went for more of a fantasy route, if they did something like Great One Beavers. Some species I feel like they have to go more fantasy with. I don't know if you might, like, understand what I mean, but certain species, I feel it's easier to base off of real life than, like, other species. Can you please select the tent? Please. Please. Thank you. Pink like the fox. Unpopular opinion, I love that fox. I do want to go back to grinding red fox at some point. That's probably going to be after mule deer, if I ever get past mule deer. Like, before new stuff comes out again, because I am behind. But I desperately want more Great One Fox. The 3 I've got in my lodge, I love them. I'd like at least one more, because at the minute I've got a pair and a single. And yeah, I could put the pheasants with them, but I don't know, just 2 Great One Fox to me is cooler than the fox and the pheasant mount. And I already have 2 fox and pheasant mounts in my lodge. I've got the melanistic fox, melanistic pheasant, albino fox, albino pheasant. So I don't like to do too many of the same multi-mount in the lodge, if you know what I mean. It's not a period fox. It's the wrong colour. It's not dark red enough. It's cherry blossom colour, and I love cherry blossoms. I absolutely love cherry blossoms. And it's a fabled cherry blossom. Like, it's gorgeous. Okay, we have a few bucks that can die in this zone this time. That's nice. Yeah, I really, really like it. Most of the furs are realistic, yeah. Yeah, skull tar. Oh, the scream I scrumped when I saw my first fabled skull tar, because that was the dream for me. I was just on the verge of tears. It was so unreal for me seeing that thing show up. That was a really cool great one. Out of all of the great ones that I've had show up, that one was a special one. That, actually, tar for me in general were. Because the first great one tar that I got was the first of the ones that any official creators had gotten. So that was like oh, I did a thing. And it was the Fabled Gold, which, if you don't know the story behind the Fabled Gold, for me, I did talk about it in the video, I think. But when they were doing the reveal of the Great One Tar, trees got in my way there, we were all in the official Discord talking about, oh, what furs and stuff do you think they'll have done for the Great One Tar? And I said, wouldn't it be cool if they did a Fabled Golden? Like, because they are that sort of brownish colour. Imagine one that looks like it's, like, caught the sun rays in its fur. And then they did the live stream. And it was, they revealed the Fabled Gold as the first one. And I was like, there's no way that I predicted that. Also, this rack is really nice. I like all the stickers on it. That's a nice rack. Really like this one. Very nice. But yeah, that was the first one that they revealed. And then I was in call with Kyler and Flinter one evening after the Tar released and Sundar released and everything. We were all grinding away. And then I came over the brow of the little hill thing that was in that zone. And it was there. And I just remember making some ridiculous noise, and then Flint and Kyla being like, what is it? I was like, it's a great one, tar. And I genuinely nearly threw up, because I just started panicking, because suddenly there was a lot of pressure to not mess that tar up, and it was, I just didn't expect it. Like, there's been 2 great ones that have come out that I really didn't think I would get. Every time I say, okay, maybe I won't get this one, because I like to keep myself grounded in there's a chance that I might not get it. And so if I do get one, it's a huge celebration regardless, right? Because at the end of the day, whether things affect great ones or not, it does still come down to RNG. So I'm always of that mindset of if it shows up. Not when, if. And the 2 that really got to me, thinking, yeah, really definitely might not happen with this one, was Tar and Fox. And Tar and Fox are the ones that I caught, like, first out of all of the content creators. Which is just like, how does that happen? How? Like, the 2 I'm like, yeah, probably not gonna get those, because they seem like they're gonna be really tricky. Yeah, no, you're gonna get them first out of the official CCs, not last or anything. You're gonna get them, yeah, and you're gonna get them first. Okay, that's panic-inducing, because now if I mess it up, it's gonna look slightly worse. So yeah, that was very interesting. Hi, Liam. It's going good. I am relaxing a little bit, I think, now. I'm getting less fidgety, which is good. It's just different. It's just different streaming, as opposed to recording. Because everyone's watching. Rather than, like, okay, I can just put in, like, all the really good bits and not the boring bits. So, yeah, it's interesting. But I'm enjoying it. This is fun. And it means that there will be more content than before as well. So not only are we... Yes, hello bear. Not only are we back with content, there's going to be more content than before. Because it is easier just to go, do you know what, I'll hit the live button today if I haven't got a video to go out. So, Claydrew, thank you so much. Thank you. You are amazing. Thank you so much for joining the minions. Will I be streaming on Twitch or just sticking to YouTube? Do you know what? Probably just stick to YouTube, at least in the beginning. Because, like, I do YouTube videos and stuff. For the, you know, that's my thing, is I've always done the videos. I'm not the biggest fan of Twitch. I don't know, though. Maybe eventually. We'll see. But I gotta get comfortable with this first. Work out things and find my footing, and then maybe I'll branch out and see how it feels. Because it's all very, very new and very interesting. Oh, there's a buck. Hi. Hello, sir. You're a very good size, dear. Now, please, can you just take... Yeah, there we go. That lined up nicely. It's almost like... Do you know what I've just realised with this controller? That buck made me realise it. Where it's new from the manufacturer, it's like it's still in a, like, grid. With, I don't know if this gonna make sense to anyone else but me. It's like the sticks are still in some kind of grid, probably from, like, what they were printed in. Because when that buck moved one more step forward, it was easier to get it to line up. Does that make any sense? Oh, yeah, if moose could get subspecies, that would be great. But I'd like to see them have different varieties and stuff as well. That's what I really want out of subspecies. Like, it's cool just giving them different names, but give them different racks, different furs, different something. Make more things for me to hunt, to go after. I'm always in favour of that. It's the end of zone time, so I better turn back the clock a little bit. Currently grinding down mule deer zones for the exteriors. Good luck. If you're doing it on a ski, shouldn't be too bad, I wouldn't say. I don't know about the other maps. The other maps would probably be a bit more daunting to me, if I'm honest, but a ski seems pretty nice. Because there's not many places they go. The fact they don't drink on the river is honestly marvellous. Right, we're going to try and kill 2 bucks here. We're going to try. And we'll see how that goes. Because there's that level 3, he's got to die. And if I shoot him, I'm thinking maybe that one doesn't spook, and then I'll kill him. That sounded so mean. Like, I'm sorry. Poor little buck. But hopefully he won't hear the gunshot. Please. There we go. That actually hit him. Oh, okay, the small buck did spook from that, so we'll just throw a shot at him. No, that was way off. That was way off. That got him. There we go. That got him. You're doing it on a ski. Good call. Good call. I like, it's cool doing grinds on different maps, but the thing for me that I found as I've done more grinds is I would rather just do it on the quote-unquote easiest or best map for that species and just get on with it, because to be honest, the grinding process is not that enjoyable. I don't think anybody finds the actual process enjoyable. It's the rewards that are enjoyable. And, you know, if you're being more efficient with it, then hopefully you get through the grinding part a bit quicker, and then you can do other things. And for me, you know, once I get through the grinding part, then we get the bit that I love, which is getting to film and photograph the Great One, which is makes everything worth it. Yeah, Alaskan moose are way bigger. Way, way bigger. Like, I have seen some gigantic Alaskan moose posted, like, that have been hunted. They are insane. Absolutely insane. Start a petition for them to remaster grizzly bear. I'd sign it. They're hideous, man. They are hideous. I hate the grizzly bear. They are one of my least liked species in this game. I would never ever go out of my way to hunt the grizzly bear as they are right now. Like, I've got a diamond, and, you know, I've got 2 of the 3 rares, but I don't care about getting the brown. Is it brown? Just brown that's a rare? To me, that's just a really weird rare. It's kind of like dark grey wolves. I'm not a fan of it anyway. So, yeah, it's not one that I'm particularly interested in. If they looked better, then I would probably go for it. But because they look so bad, it's their face. Their eyes are all wrong. Like, there's just something wrong with the eyes for me. Like, caribou, now they look amazing. I love the caribou. Like, they did everything really well with their models. Their antlers still need work, as do, like, the reindeer and stuff, because they use the same tree racks. But, what do you mean waiting for it? No, come here. But yeah, they do need a rework. Yeah, they are so cool in real life, but the model is so ugly, yeah. That and, for me, European hair. I didn't even know until a couple of years ago that melanistic European hair were in the game. And I found out, and I'm just like, oh, I really want one. And then I remember how awful they look, and the fact that they don't look anything like a European hair. And then I'm just like, can't do it. I can't force myself to hunt them. I love European hair in real life. Like, they're something I see a lot where I live. And they're not right in game at all. Like, they should have, like, a golden brown fur really big eyes, really long, tall ears, long legs. They're an unusual but downright gorgeous species. And I would really, really like to see with what the artists can do, because we've seen some amazing reworks from the artists now. I would like to see what they can do if they get their hands on the European hare. How about mountain hare? I mean, I got a couple of those. I haven't got a diamond one though, because they don't exist. I hate them so much. I hate them so much. The amount of max weight tracks that I have followed for mountain hare, it's ridiculous at this point. Actually, downright ridiculous. Like, it's gotta be 50 plus max weight tracks. And you'd think, you know, maybe I get a level 2 that makes diamond, or a level 3 that actually even a level 3 troll, just for the amount that I have, like, followed. But no. They never are. They're always, like, 5.3 or 5.4. I think the biggest I've had was 5 point something, but it was really close. Sure, they exist. Ask Flinter. Yeah. Flinter exists to hurt me when it comes to mountain hares. And it makes me sad. I'm only joking. But every time he gets one, it is a little bit of a meme fest. It's the same as when he got my dream rare goldeneye, and he sends me a picture of it. He's like, how rare is this? You've just killed the thing I want in Call of the Wild. Yeah, the coyotes do need some love and affection. They improved when they got, like, the extra fluffy coats with Rancho, I want to say that was. Like, they went from looking as bad as they did, but they still don't look great. They could be chunkier. More like a miniaturized wolf. Could do without the rabbits entirely. I don't know. I like them. I do like them. Which, that's the problem. Where'd the bigger one go? Did he? Oh, he's there. I do like the hares and the rabbits. That's the problem. I like them. They just, mountain hares don't like me. Well, I say they don't like me, but then I have got 4 rares. Oh, I don't know. Mountain hare just evil creatures. Evil. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, Blue. That's the specific one. Like, that's the dream for me, for waterfowl rares. I mean, there's a couple of the wood ducks that are pretty nice. I gotta say, there's some nice wood ducks. I really, really like the Etheristic Golden for the male wood ducks. But that hybrid Merganser Goldeneye is just so good. Like, it's so different. I forgot to check these spots. We should go over here. Yeah, they're just bizarre. Kind of look like a weird fox. The coyotes, yeah. There's just something wrong about them. Some species don't need a remodel as bad. Some desperately do. Could make a list. I did do that at one point. I made like a tier list of the species I thought that needed a remaster the most. But a couple of them have been done. Like Bighorn. And I mean, look at the upgrade that Bighorn got. It's insane. They need to add more hybrid rares? Yes. Add hybrid mammals as well. I know Flint has mentioned it several times about adding is it? I always say it wrong. Benchleg? Or however you pronounce it. That would be so cool as a hybrid. Add, like, polar bear and grizzly bear hybrids if they added a map with polar bears. I know I talked about that a little bit with some people in Discord when people thought that polar bears might be coming with this map at one point. All of Rohongra, yeah, they all need a remaster. Don't really I think the Gemsbok are about the only thing that aren't too bad. Like, they don't look too bad in comparison to some of the other stuff. Lions, just, yeah, lions are terrible. They need so much work. Especially you compare them to the tiger models. Like, basically, they should just take the tiger models, edit them, and that can be the lioness models, and then, you know, bulk them up to make them into the male lions. Like, I want to see male lions that have big, fluffy manes. Not, I don't know, there's something about the manes on the current lions that's almost too perfectly round compared to, like, a real lion's mane. And I totally believe they can do it and make them look incredible. And then imagine if they get a rework like that, and then, like, looking at things like the albinos. And they should add leucistic as a variation, 100%. Like, because that's the thing, white lions are leucistic, not albino in real life. I don't care about them having an albino variation in game, I'm all for that. Like, it's a game at the end of the day. I don't mind a little bit of creative license for such things. But a leucistic variation, I think that could look really, really cool. Like, have it still have a darker colour mane with the white fur, so that it's just a little bit different. Yeah, I'd go for that. I think that could look really cool. Give me all the rares. I just like them having... The more rare variations for things there are, I'm always on board. I see you. Seen you in there. Well, I didn't get the back of the neck. Yeah, it'll go down. 240 top estimate piebald fallow. That's pretty nice. 2 pies on the map, nice. Whitetail need work, yes. Hybrid, yes. Black grouse plus capercaillie hybrid, yes. Capercaillie are still one of my favourite birds, and I still wish that they had more rares. Because in Classic, they have albino for the, they call them wood grouse in Classic, but they're the same bird. And it's like, we've got leucistic, which has 2 variations, and then pale. But an albino, just that clean white, would be so nice, I think, on them. They have to remodel Blacktail at some point, 100%. They really, really do. Oh, that second shot was a vital. Sweet. He didn't go very far. Clutch. We'll take that. Yoink. Where was I going? Over here now. Probably should check this lake for bouncers, because I did have a pretty thick one go here at one point. Oh, yes, sable antelope. Yes, sable antelope. We need them on an African map, 100%. With the thing, that's the thing, right? They could do so many African maps, and they would all be different and have different species. Just, there's so much variety in Africa. I mean, you've got, obviously, the big 5. You've got the tiny 10. Like, you can go from one extreme to the other in Africa, and in terms of African game. And there's all kinds of different, like, colour variations for the different animals. Like, impala, you've got, obviously, black, white, common. You've got the saddleback impala. I've seen some recently that are, like, black and white. Springbok, there's, like, black and white, like, piebald-looking springbok now as well. There's so many cool African game. Like, we need wildebeest that are, like, King's wildebeest. Proper King's wildebeest. Like, just... I don't want to say take crowned out. Maybe leave crowned in as a specific variation. But then add kings. And make sure that it can spawn on males. And it would be great. I think a Diamond King's wildebeest would be one of the coolest things. Like, that would be one heck of a super rare. Because something that the kings have in real life that you don't see on the crowns, quote unquote, in Call of the Wild, is a gold patch on the flank as well. So they've got the gold mane and tail, the gold face, and then like a gold patch along the sides of their stomach. And it looks incredible. It is so incredibly beautiful. And I would love to see that in-game. And I mean, it's a male and female thing. It's not like it's just females. And, why are Springbok gender restricted for some of the colour variations? Like, there's a thing called the Springbok Slam in real life for a reason. And that's to get a representation male of a white, a copper, a black, and a common Springbok. We've got copper Springbok, we've got black Springbok, but they can only be females, and the coppers are called black browns, and so are the black Springbok. It just doesn't make sense. I feel like Vrohonga was still very early days of Call of the Wild, and things have changed a lot now in comparison to what we had then. So I definitely feel like if they re-looked at all of that we'd see some pretty insane changes, honestly. Managed to sneak a vital shot in there. We're getting better again with the shots. Getting back into it. Back into the flow. Erythristic needs to be added as a fur to more animals. Yeah, 100%. That's why I was so excited about it, right? And this was something that I've talked about to quite a few people now. There were technically erythristic animals in the game before ASCII Ridge. Because basically strawberry tigers are, or as they're called in game, golden tigers are like erythristic as a variation. But the actual naming of that as a variation in game is important. Because it's adding a category of rare, right? So it's not the same as just adding a one-off and calling it gold or calling it strawberry. If they specifically call something erythristic, then that adds scope for more of that rare across species. Acromelanistic. I would not be surprised now that we have acromela wolves if we see more acromela animals in the future. That's why it's so important, at least to me, to see that as a category. Like melanistic, like albino. It's its own thing at that point. Yeah, I think we were looking at this the other day. I think raccoons were, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to think, with everything that's going on in my brain right now. It was either... It was I can't speak now. Erythristic or something very close to it. So yeah, but it's the whole premise of it being its own thing. And it didn't surprise me then when people started discovering erythristic gold wood ducks and stuff. Because like I said, by adding it and seeing it with the pintails, it was like, okay, they've added this as a specific thing now. So any species in real life that can be erythristic could very well see it in game. And maybe even things that aren't quite so possible. So that's why it was so important to see it as an actual name to me. Because I think that means we've got a whole lot more to look forward to, especially with future maps. I mean, let's be honest, they've been cooking with these maps. They've done a really good job for the last few new maps, in my opinion. And I would very much like to see, you know, more of what they're doing. Keep going at this pace. It's insane. There's some pintails. There's always at this lake a group of pintails. And even when I've been hidden, I've watched them come in, they land, and then they immediately take off. And I never know why. Hope you don't get a 10k kill grind for this one. I hope not. No, I've not had a 10k kill grind. I've had an 8k one, which was once. And that was horrific. That was horrific, but I don't think I'd even go to 10k for this grind. I've got too many other things I've got to do. I've got to hunt for the 3 diamonds I'm missing off a ski, and then I've still got to hunt for a diamond mountain hare, and there's all the rares and stuff I've got to still look for, so part of me is hoping with this grind that I can get a leucistic mule deer, so that would be cool. Want to see mountain lions and puma get the characteristics of snow leopards and tigers? Yes. I think the snow leopards should be the gold standard for big cats in this game now, if I'm honest. Or, like, elusive species in general. Add things like snow leopards. Go for it. But if you're not sure about how it'll be received, make them really elusive like you did with the snow leopards. And then you've got a species that they're kind of in a league of their own at that point. Because a lot of people, you know, it's a trophy to just kill a snow leopard. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, melanistic African leopards, I assume you mean. That would be just magnificent. Just magnificent. If they, like, had it so that you could still see the rosettes, like the spots and stuff, that would be amazing. I would be a big fan of that. Melanistic jaguars as well, if they ever added jaguars. Jaguars would be really cool. I'm trying to think, like, in terms of species, now, there's a few that I'd still really like them to add. Pear David's deer, number 1. Sable would be another huge request of mine. African leopards, yes. Hyenas, yes. And yeah, again, game that's just harder to pursue. Yeah, jaguars. See, there's nothing at this lake this time. Oh, no, I lied. We do. They are here. Is this herd here? Yeah, okay. Right, so we're going to try and be crafty. This might not work, but we'll try. Yes, I know that was not the best shot, but he'll still die. Please. Oh, smoked. Got ya. That worked. Yeah, it's getting so close to winter. I'm so glad about that as well. I'm not a summer person at all. Like, it's not that hot here today, and I'm still too warm. I belong in this kind of climate, like, on a ski ridge. I can't deal with heat at all. I hate it. So, I'm always happier when it's autumn, winter, and then we get cool the wild stuff as well, so I don't complain. Oh yeah, true, K-Flow. Sometimes that works for me, sometimes I've had it not. It's really weird. Oh, can you imagine Jaguars on Rancho? That'd be so cool. That'd bring back some spark to Rancho. Do you know, I don't know, maybe this is a controversial opinion, maybe it's not. I really, really disliked when they went back and, like, changed a lot of maps. Like, they redid Rancho and redistributed everything. Same on, like, Layton. All those redistributions, for me, changed, like, how maps felt so much. Rancho used to be a map that I was on a lot. I really liked Rancho, which is how I ended up with so many rare pheasants back in the day. I was always hunting that map when it came out. I loved it. And then they redistributed everything, and it just doesn't feel the same. And I was like, why? I know there was obviously issues with the the bottom road and the density of animals. But I just wish they had maybe not done it to so many maps and so many species, completely moving them around. Yeah, SRP was one of them. That changed it for me completely again. Do you know what? I'm going to kill these two deer. They're really annoying me. We'll see what happens. And yeah, I know, well, don't kill a doe or whatever. I really don't care. I've killed plenty of does on different crimes. It doesn't do too much to me unless it's like a solo that's annoying. But yeah, I want these two dead. They're annoying me. And I'm hoping if I kill them, either they move and that changes something, or I don't know, maybe it'll make the herd that's supposed to be here actually spawn properly. Because there is meant to be a whole herd with at least 2 or 3 big bucks in. But at the minute, we just get these two, and they're really annoying, so. Off into the abyss with you. Oh yeah, that was a thing with the missions. Yeah, so when I went to do my 100% for Call of the Wild, I went to Medved. Obviously, because I had to go through all of the story missions on every map up till I think it was SRP. And yeah, Medved's missions were a couple of them nigh on impossible. There was one where you had to kill reindeer, like, almost in the very middle of the map, and they don't go there anymore. So what I had to do was scare some reindeer over there, and then shoot them while they were fleeing in that direction, and basically just hope I could catch one, and hope that would work, and it did. But otherwise, they just don't spawn there naturally, so it's a real pain. They could really do with re-looking at that. How long will I be live for? I don't know. We're just rolling with it. I mean, for me, it's only 6:46. Probably a couple of hours yet. We'll see how I feel. I'm probably just going to keep going until I feel like I'm tired. And then I'll probably play more and record or something. But at the minute, I'm feeling good still. Still a little bit on edge. But it's all about practice, right? It's the first time ever. It is really nerve-wracking. Really, really nerve-wracking. Yeah, some of the missions are really weird now. Really weird. I don't know. Because if they change it, I guess that could screw with people that are on those missions. I don't know. That one would be tricky, I think, to resolve properly. Unless they made it specifically so that... Okay, so say for the reindeer, they need to be in that middle part of Medved. Make it like so that one herd will always spawn in that section. Do you know what I mean? So it's not like a whole redistribution kind of thing. Just one set of animals. The latent coyotes were a pain, getting them up on, is it Mount Leviathan, I think? You know, if they could just make one pack guaranteed spawn there. But then maybe people would, I don't know, use that badly in some way. I don't know. That's a tricky one that they would have to look at, I think. But I was so relieved when they actually fixed the 100% achievement for Call of the Wild. Because that was heartbreaking for me after spending so long going through and doing all those missions on Quattro, and like they should have been my final missions. And then I was like, right, the achievement should pop now, and it just didn't. And then I'm just stuck there at 159 of 160 achievements. it was just, it really bothered me. It really, really bothered me. So I was glad I was able to, like, provide my save files that they could look at that and actually fix that achievement, because I know that there will be other people out there that wanted to get that 100%, because that's the thing. Like, there's communities dedicated to getting 100% of games. Like I said, my boyfriend is a 100% achievement hunter. He does it on PlayStation. But if anybody else had been stuck on that, that would have been so frustrating for them. So I was happy that, like, I could try and help, not just for an issue I was having, but if anybody else was having it as well. Because that sucked for a bit. And then seeing it when it, you know, it popped up with the update, that was a great moment. Are these guys just not walking in like they normally are? Okay, we'll try the tripod, see if that works. Sports talk. Might turn off your game music sound. It's low, okay. Interesting. So these just aren't here this time, I guess. This is what I'm saying. Weird things happen. Weird. Weird. You have to listen to it too. We'll see if these ones are here, because they haven't been here so far today. Hi William, thank you. Hopefully it'll be like a pretty regular thing most days, I'm hoping. We've just got to see how it goes, because, you know, first time. Hello Wolf. If there's nothing here, I'll kill that. Hi Graham. Thank you very much. That's good. 2 diamonds in 2 days when you've just started. That's definitely good. Glad to hear it. Hopefully you'll get even more diamonds and stuff. Okay, Wolf, you're getting the dead, because there's no muleys. Wherever they are. They're so pretty now. Dang, they just look so, like, the fur detail on them. It's so pretty. They look so much better than they used to. We're gonna go and check here. We're gonna just check a couple of spots where things sometimes go to. When are we getting a co-stream with Flinter? Hopefully soon. I know he's busy at the moment. Him and Kyla are the busy because family stuffs. But yeah, hopefully when, you know, when he gets a chance, we can do some collabs. Yeah, see, there's some bugs that have spawned down here, so this might be throwing things off. So we'll get both of these. Was that a 3 or a 2, the other one? It's a big 2. Rare. Oh, come on. I was doing so much better, and then it's just, oh, okay, you can live, I guess. I was doing so much better, and then it's like it goes back to being sticky. They're so pretty, bang. Yeah. That's what you do in Call of the Wild, dude. It's Pokemon, but with guns. And it's not Power World. I do love what they did to the wolves, though. The wolves basically got the same treatment that I would like to see the grizzly bears get. So, if they could just do that, that'd be grand. Take care, Clark. Hey, Pedro. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to get into streams. It's nerve-wracking. I won't lie to you, I am sat here very, very nervous as this is going on. But, you know, I suppose the more you do it... I mean, I've talked about it before with, like, making videos. You start off really, really nervous, and then it gets a little bit easier every time. So I'm assuming that'll probably be the same process of streams. Which means I must sit through any awkward moments to start off with until I get over it. And at least with Call of the Wild, it's getting to share stuff that I love doing, so that makes it easier. See, at one point I had a couple of deer show up at this lake. Never again. There is a zone down there, which we'll go and check. We're just doing a couple of checks because of certain things not showing up. Yeah, just moved. Not last Tuesday before. So... Hey NASCAR, I am good, thank you. Nervous, but good. And thank you, K-Flow, I'm trying. I don't want to bore people, that's my thing. Just don't want to be too boring. And I know grinding is not everyone's cup of tea, but I figured it's kind of a easy-ish thing to maybe do the first stream with. Because it's kind of a more routine thing than throwing myself into multiplayer and trying to focus on chat and stuff. So, I figured we'd just do this for the first stream. There will be more grinding streams, but... Yeah, GunHub. Flinter's the master at it, though. Like, he's so natural. But I'm... Yeah, I'm not responsible if a great one shows up. That's not my fault if I get excited because a great one shows up. Especially if it's a corkscrew rack boy, then it's definitely not my fault. Like, I cannot be blamed. But yeah, I'm always just too harsh on myself when it comes to any kind of content creation. Whether it's, you know, videos and now streams. I guarantee later I'll be sat there going, why did I say that? Why? Why would I say that? But... Again, hopefully practice will make perfect and we'll get better at it. I do like this microphone though. This setup is going to be nice for recording things as well. I don't have to sit awkwardly. Like, it's not it's not like a gaming chair, but it's better than how I had to sit before to record, so we're looking up in the world. And it's a much nicer microphone, so can't complain. But yeah, so it'll probably be mule deer grind today. And when I stop streaming, and so we'll give it maybe an hour or two more streaming. We'll see what people think. If a load more people join, then we'll keep going. But otherwise, you know, maybe an hour or two more. Maybe tomorrow, if I stream, if I feel that I can do it, yeah, maybe we'll try doing something else that's not grinding focused. Just like, maybe some multiplayer or random hunting on my maps. We'll see. Okay, interesting. We have a lot of small bucks here again. Like, see how many deer are here compared to there were last time? This is the thing with mule deer, and this is why I was talking about wanting to see what would happen if I did a couple of things. Because now, that guy's here, not that one, the one behind him. And then there's all these small guys that have appeared, and does. But they're not here every time. Like last time we had one single buck here. So it's really interesting. And I think that's the thing when people, like, say, oh, all my deer have disappeared, and they're doing a grind. It sometimes straight up looks like all your deer have disappeared. Like, when you come to a lake that normally looks like this, and then there's nothing except one deer, like, that's quite a stark difference. And if you're not used to grinding and knowing that sometimes that happens for some reason, it will throw you, like, through a loop of what is broken, because it seems like something is broken at that point. So, that's why I'm always sort of, I don't know, fiddling with my grind setups and just like, hey, what would happen if I do this? Excuse me? I didn't want the camera out. That was not what I wanted. Game. That doe is right in front of him. And now, yeah, I didn't get that. That was a rip. Had a big lag. That was unfortunate. Sometimes that is a thing with this particular spot. I found that if there is a lot of animals, it does lag here. And so I wonder sometimes if they don't spawn in, maybe it's because of the game trying not to lag or something. I don't know. I don't know. Like, look at how many zone tracks are here when there's the normal amount. There's a lot that show up in this particular spot. So, maybe a mountain hare stream. Just on Rev, see how many mountain hares I can kill. Grime he'll do more, do something else and start recording. Yeah, probably. Probably do something. I guarantee I'll be playing more, like, but I doubt people are gonna want me to stream all night. So, but yeah, I'll be playing more. If anything, just to break this controller in a little bit more, because it does just need it a little bit. Dang, that's crazy. That's quite the price increase for the waterfowl stamps. Stream doesn't end until I get a diamond mountain hare. Yeah, so it never ends? That's what you're saying? Gosh. The scream that would happen if a level 3 mountain hare ran out in front of me these days would just be nuts. They're rarer than... like, I can't remember who I was talking to the other day. The things I have found whilst looking for a diamond mountain hare that by far are way rarer. You know, I've had a super rare whitetail, had a great one whitetail, all the other crazy rares and stuff that I found so far just from looking for a hare. Like, specifically hare, not looking for anything else. And then there's just, oh, a diamond melanistic whitetail. Oh, a great one whitetail. Oh, a this. Oh, that. What controller is it? It's an Xbox controller. I don't think it's an official one, though. But, yeah, it's just because it's brand new, I think. Like, I literally unboxed it, and then I've just waited for the laptop to get here before I touched it, so. It's not been really used at all. It's just been waiting for today. What is happening with these deer? What are they doing? They're like down in here. That's going to be annoying. Okay then. We'll work with it. It was Gun Hub. Woke up at 2 AM? 3 AM? I just had this urge. Ayo, that's a big idea. This urge to go on Call of the Wild. There was just like a voice in the back of my head that was saying, you should go on Call of the Wild right now. Onto a Rev on 2 multiplayer. Did. First server I get into. It's pretty. I think the first one I got into was pretty quiet, but it had been hunted, so I think I left that one. Because I remember when I clicked it, it showed me going into a different server. And then I go into that server, and I was like, oh sweet, another really quiet server, but this one hasn't been hunted. And start running around, again, looking for a hare. It wasn't whitetail drink time or anything, it was whitetail rest time, I think. And I must have spooked this group of whitetail out of a rest zone, and I just see a big rack great one whitetail go running, and I was like, what on earth? Like, you don't expect that in a multiplayer session. And I'd been there a while, I'd seen loads of animals, and they were all common, female, small, males, whatever, you know, nothing of any interest. There was just nothing. And then there's a herd of whitetail with a great one and a level 3 in it, and I just stopped. in my tracks. It was just a moment of, okay, what? What's happening? I just simply couldn't believe what I was looking at. It was like fate to wake up, go into a random multiplayer session in the middle of the night, and there it was. And what's funny, I think that the original host, because the original host wasn't even in the server at that point, I think the original host had been grinding Whitetail and then opened their map up, either just because they'd given up on the grind, or, you know, whatever, they just didn't seem to mind anymore. And there's a lot of shooter bugs at this late now. Interesting. And, yeah, because a lot of the rest of the bugs that I was seeing were like level 2s and level 1s. And I made that point in the video, saying, like, look, here's the rest of the server. It's not like every Whitetail is a great one, like, or a diamond even. There's nothing. They're all level 1s and 2s. And then people were like, oh, it looks like a herd managed server. It looks like someone's herd managed their map, and then they maybe opened it by mistake and left, or whatever. Because there was a good 5 or 6 other people in that server, just no one where that great one was. So whether somebody shot a Whitetail, and because the map was the way it was, it spawned a great one, who knows? But I was just in the right place at the right time, and that ended up being my first kill with the 243 pistol in the live game. Because that's all I had on me for shooting anything Whitetail sized, because I was after mountain hares. So, yeah, I had to make a bit of a quick shot all of a sudden with a brand new weapon. Hello, Ace, welcome in. Hello, hello. Graves, do you not have a Diamond Mountain Hare either? I forget. I know most people that take the mickey out of me for not having one do have one, but I can't remember if you do or not. Get the dog to track this one. I know I hit him, but it wasn't great. Yeah. But a dead deer is all that matters in this case. You know, considering things could have gone way worse for a first stream so far. I probably shouldn't have said that. I probably shouldn't have said that before I finish, but, you know, it's worked so far. So you're very much still same boat as me then, with the hares. They're mean, but they're so pretty, and they've got really nice rares. Well done, doggo. You found him. I don't know if you guys noticed my dog's called Kelpie. It's after the Scottish Kelpies. It was really funny. When I went to see my boyfriend for the first time in Scotland, I've always wanted to see the statue of the Kelpies in Scotland. Well, there's been something that I've always wanted to see, because it's 2 great big horse heads. It looks amazing. And as I was in the taxi being taken to his place, we drove past the Kelpies. And I had no idea that we were going to go past them. And so I got really, really excited to get such a nice view of the Kelpies as we went past. That was a really nice surprise. Only trophy mountain hare you have is a molting. The molting ones are nice. They're one of those weird rares though. Like, okay, I've got to try and explain how I feel about them. They look nice, but I wish that they were called piebald and not molting, right? And it's the same thing with the ptarmigan, where the white variation is quote unquote rare. Shouldn't be rare, in my opinion, because all it is a stage at which they would go through. I mean, like molting hare, it's molting. It's going from summer coat to winter coat. So it shouldn't. It's one of those things where, yeah, it's cool, and they're very, very rare, so getting one is cool, but it just doesn't feel like an ordinary, like a proper rare. Do you guys get what I mean by that? It's a really weird one. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I feel like those should just be variations. Like, I get it. Maybe it's more uncommon because of the time of year. Yeah, it's an annual phase kind of thing. Like, it's kind of the same with the eclipse ducks, I guess. But I find the eclipse ducks a little bit cooler because at least they do look really different. I don't know. It's a hard line to draw, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of, I would just make those an uncommon if it was me. Like, oh, it's unusual for it to be this time of year and it looks like this. It's a bit early or a bit late, but yeah, it's just weird. And I think I shot this guy in the head because he turned right as I shot. But he's running this way, so it's not going to be bad. Not going to be too bad. At least it's a big 4. This one wouldn't be a diamond, because I checked the estimate after messing that one up right at the start of stream. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's kind of the same thing. I get that dark brown raccoon dogs are rare, but I wish they looked more rare. Like, more contrasty. Like, more... They're not melanistic, so not melanistic, but like, just darker overall? If that makes sense, just so they stand out more. Same with the orange. I wish that orange was brighter orange, almost like erythristic. Because I guess that's kind of the situation there, but it's quite subtle. I would like it to be more dramatic. Colourface squirrels are considered a rare IRL and that's an annual phase. Yeah, I suppose it doesn't last very long, is the thing. Probably. And so it's, like, unusual to get one at that specific time. Yeah, brown grizzlies and dark grey wolves, yeah, would really like those chains. If it's going to be dark grey, make it like slate grey all over. Give it maybe slightly different coloured eyes. Just really stand outishly different. Because you can shoot one at the minute and not know that it's dark grey. And I don't think that makes much sense to me, personally. Praise the doggos. I suppose I should check these lakes. I really hate these lakes. But I suppose we should. Working and listening. No problem, K-Flow. I feel like things are chilling out now. Chilling out. But yeah, there's definitely more rares that they could put in. For, like, species that have existed in the past. Like they did with the wolves recently. I mean, so if we've had erythristic and now we've got acromelanistic, they're definitely covering more of the spectrum of, like, rare variations that can exist. But I would like to see things like piebalds added to animals that don't have piebalds, like black bear, because that exists. Yeah, there's plenty that could be changed. There's plenty that could be one way or another altered. Whether it's either changing what the specific fur looks like or just redoing it completely. And adding different rares. Oh, hello, that looks decent. See, there's more deer here this time. It's like they've started coming back. So, I don't know, maybe shooting those two did do something. Because these weren't here last time either. Interesting. You weren't here last time either. And I missed. That's awful. I've probably just screwed this up. I should have thought logically. Oh, hi. Well, we got the important one. Yeah, the black bear colour phases. I wish... Okay, hear me out. I get that there's a fabled spirit as a great one variation. But I kind of wish that there was a spirit that isn't a fabled, but just a rare. Because, like, the fabled spirit has the brown head and stuff, right? So they could make it different enough where it's not the same as the great one variation, but just a really cool rare. I get that maybe they wouldn't want to do that, though, because people might get confused between the fabled spirit and, like, not a common spirit, but a normal rare spirit. But that would be cool. Yeah, and two variants per piebald minimum would be nice. That would be really nice. It just makes it feel like that there's a bit more uniqueness, that they're not just copy-paste of everyone else's. Because that is the thing, right? It's always like, oh, if it's like piebald whitetail, they all look the same. Yeah, that's the thing, Blue. That's like what I was trying to say. Thank you for wording it way better than I did. Yeah, it's called Fabled Spirit, but it's not like a spirit bear. So I would still like a spirit version of the black bear. And I doubt they'd want to rename the Great One variation to, you know, something along the lines of what it should be based off of real life, but I would definitely, regardless, like an actual spirit bear. I think that would be really, really, really cool. Maybe that will be like a variation that they do for another bear great one if they do one. Trying to see if there's actually anything at this lake other than that smaller buck that I'm leaving. You can see why I hate these two small lakes, because there's just so much brush. I really don't like all the brush. Right, let's go to this one. It's trying to pinpoint the tents is really hard. Applied whitetail since you shot the super rare. Yeah, that's the thing. I've started to do that with rares. Once you've got so many, it's like, what do you do with them? Because every piebald whitetail looks the same apart from the rack. And if you've got a diamond one, why would you tax, I don't know, a bronze or a silver? There is already a glacier bear. That is true. That is very true. It's the two glaciers. Fabled Phantom, because it's one step above the spirit. I like that. I actually really like that. I think that's cool. I like all the different fabled names that they come up with. I liked the pheasant theme the most, with all the gemstones. Ruby and... oh, just... they're so pretty. And gemstones for pheasants with those iridescent colours, I think worked so well. I would still like to get the couple that I'm missing for the pheasants. Pearl is definitely one I would really like to get. It's such a nice plumage type. And it's blue. Obviously I got the really blue one, the sapphire, but Pearl is also blue. And anything blue automatically is my favourite. I was really lucky, honestly, with pheasants, that it didn't take me so many to get a sapphire after what Fallow did to me. 15 to get 1 silver. Hi, JB! Yeah, this is hopefully going to be a regular thing. I am working through the nerves with this first stream, and then hopefully I can do it more and more and more. That's the plan. Especially, you know, I'd like to do more, like most days I'd like to do a stream. Maybe have a couple of days a week where I don't. but most days I would like to do a stream for a couple of hours. And then, especially like when new content comes out. By the way, here's the pintail that I was talking about earlier that always seem to come in, land, and then spook, no matter what I do. Yeah, when new content comes out, we'll be able to do streams, that's going to be really, really cool for Christmas. That's something I'm really excited about, is at Christmas time, when the new map comes out around then, because they have confirmed 2 maps this year. So we know there will be another map. I don't know what it's going to be, but we'll be able to do live streams for it. So that's going to be great, which if I'd been able to do that for a ski, would have been amazing. So, oh, you thought you had a hybrid hazel, and it wasn't. It was just the light. Oh, that's so unfortunate, because hybrid hazels are elite tier birds. Hi, Thundergunner. Yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully the first of many. This one is going to be rough around the edges, and it has been, I'm sure, for everybody that's been in here. But I hope that it's been at least decent enough for a first, so that, you know, we can do this more regularly. Hi, AI hater. I appreciate that name. Yeah, Dripple Drizzle. Weird name. Very, very weird name for a fur. They could have just gone with piebald. Hi, No Bad Days. Nothing well, I don't know when you left. I'm trying to think. I did have a pretty nice sized diamond not too long ago, and we had a lot more bucks this year. This year. Oh my god, not this year. This run. Yeah, each of my runs takes a year. God. We're doing well, folks. Hey, Chopper, thank you very, very much. It's an experience being live for the first time. It really is. It really, really is. I don't know, I feel like I'm settling into it a little bit now, but I'm still really nervous, and I expect that'll probably take a while to wear off. Yeah, K-Mac making history. Oh, and yeah, hopefully by the next stream, which could very well be tomorrow, I will definitely have a play around with the controller regardless, even if it's just, you know, doing more grinding or whatever, and hopefully that'll help sort that out so it'll be a bit smoother for next stream. But we will see, because it already feels like it's being more responsive, so I'm sure it was just an issue of it being brand new out of the box. Needed to get working a little bit. Up in the tripod. Hello. Die. We were here. You were all here. All here. Can't wait to see a 10 fable. Yeah, do you know what? That almost makes me not want to grind off stream. Because none of you have ever seen a live Great One reaction. Have you? Like, it's only, you know, like Flinter or Kyler or Acid Monster, like that I'm in a private call with sometimes when we're grinding, that have heard it happen. So it would be nice to actually catch that live, I think. I think that would be really cool if we can manage that. So that's definitely something we'll try for. So, fingers crossed. Your controller doesn't act right on your PC? I wonder why. I wonder why that is. I mean, technology, innit? Sometimes you just don't know with things like that. Right, let's see if shooting these two at this lake did anything. Like, at all. We'll run backwards a little bit as well. Because sometimes I found this lake behaves better. You're dying to see it happen? Ah, see, look. I see deer. Right, chat, look. I wasn't lying to you. This is the rest of that herd. That they didn't spawn in every other run. See? It's so weird. It's bizarre. But now we've got rid of those other two, they're here. Weird. that's going on your bucket list. Witnessing a Great One reaction from me. Oh god, I hope it's not really cringe. I know... okay, fun story. If you haven't heard me say it before, maybe on like a Flinter stream or something, when we've done like our collabs. When I got my second ever Great One Whitetail, it was a big rack on Rancho, because my first ever Great One Whitetail I got on Leighton back when it was just Leighton that had whitetail on it, and it was surreal because I never thought I'd get one. I shot a few hundred, I think it was 700 whitetail, something like that, 5 diamonds, and then there was a Great One. So when Rancho came out and it was Grinder's Paradise for whitetail, I decided I would do another grind. Because I wanted to get the big rack at that point. My first one was what they call the cluster rack, so I really wanted to get the iconic, at that point, Great One, which was the big rack Great One Whitetail. So, did a grind for it, and that was still when I was like end of secondary school, going into like sixth form college here. And I didn't do well at school. Like, I had a bad time. I had a bad time with other people. Like, my grades and everything, and the actual learning, absolutely fine. But other people made my life hell. And I had a really bad day. A really bad day. I came home, I ordered pizza, and started grinding whitetail. And I don't know if Acid Monster is still here, because I saw him in the chat earlier, but he was there for this. And he reminds me of it quite a lot. I was actively crying and eating pizza. And I said down the mic, I said, the only thing that would make me feel better is a Great One. And then I ran down the slope of this bank, because this particular zone, it was like at the bottom of a bank. So you kind of had to go over the top, and then the deer would sort of run along the edge of the water. And I stood at the top as they ran along. And then all, apparently, that he heard for the next 20 seconds was, oh my god, big rat, Great One, big rat, Great One, big rat, Great One, over and over and over, because I just combusted, like, spontaneously combusted, brain stopped working, because it can't have been 15 seconds between me saying that was the only thing that would make my day better, and it spawning, like, and being there in front of me. Absolutely wild how that was. That was one of those moments. Like, if I had been recording, it would have been amazing for a video. Just because of how it happened. Almost like that moment where Flinter's Great One ran past him. That kind of deal. I see wolves. I think I might try and kill one. I've got one. You know, may as well pop one or two wherever I can. See if one of the cool new rares pops up. Cool Wild has always been there for me when I was down. My super rare whitetail, the melanistic one that I got in multiplayer on Revon Thule. Literally shot that when I should have been in hospital. I ended up in hospital later that day. Like, you can hear in the video, I'm not only shaking like that because I just shot the most insane super rare I'd ever shot, but I was also really sick. Like, really, really sick. Heart rate of 160 beats per minute level unwell. And that has happened consistently, where I have said, oh man, I'm having a bad day, go play Call of the Wild, see if I can get something good, and then I have. So, you know, me and Flinter have joked about it multiple times now, saying, oh, I'm sick, better get on Call of the Wild. And, normally produces. Wild how that happens. Just wild. Like Call of the Wild. That was cringe, I'm sorry. Right, let's go again. I don't know how I'm feeling about this grind. Oh, I was running off adrenaline. Yeah, it was bad. I was actually having withdrawals. Oh yeah, the tar. All the tar. The tar were amazing. But yeah, I was having medicine withdrawals because my psychologist took me off of some medication too quick. And basically, I'd been on this medication for years, and because I'd been on it for years, you're supposed to like come off of it really, really slowly. Like, you cut down on the amount month by month level. She halved it and then said, okay, no more after 1 month. And yeah, it put my body into full-on withdrawals. It was really scary. I was not feeling very good by the time I got to that hospital. They thought I had sepsis because my body was acting so bad. And then they were like, have you started taking any new medication? Because, you know, we know you've got a number of health conditions. Or have you, like, stopped taking a medication or anything? Oh yeah, about 3 days ago I was told to stop taking this medication. Right, you're taking it again now? And I've now got a permanently messed up heart because of that, which is fun. That was, like, you're just like, wow, really? Add to the list of problems. Now I've got a heart that doesn't like to work properly. Yeah, and people complain about American doctors. Well, I was telling someone else this story the other day, Gun Hub. When I last went into hospital, like, a month ago, I had sepsis. I actually did have sepsis in my hip joint. Now, when we went to the first hospital, I was starting to struggle to walk a bit. I've got problems with my legs. We're not entirely sure what causes it. I think it might be tendons that don't... They're either too loose or too tight. Basically, my knees pop out and then I fall over. But my one leg started really, really hurting, like, more than it even normally does. And I was like, dang, I don't feel great. Had a bit of a warm shower, thinking, okay, maybe I'm just getting the flu sort of thing. Went and laid down in bed, and I had that same shaking from my core feeling that I had when I had the withdrawals from the medication. And so I said to Dad, I was like, I need you to take me down to the hospital because I'm having the same thing again, and I'm not sure if it's, you know, this was a year after, but I was like, maybe it's the same thing and it's like reoccurring. I don't know, I'm not a doctor. So we go to the hospital and he looks me over and he's like, yeah, I see you're struggling with that leg. But I don't think it's an infection in your joint because you wouldn't be able to walk. And I was like, okay. And then I swear to you this is the truth. My dad went outside the room because I was having an ECG. And obviously they have to, like, lift up your top and stuff. So a lovely lady came in and she did my ECG. And the doctor was outside the room talking to my dad. When the lady finished doing the ECG, they came back in, my dad and the doctor. And Dad sits down, like, it was like wondering, was it normal and everything? And they were like, yeah, your heart rate is really fast. It's 160 again. But this was the thing I couldn't believe. The doctor he was like, yeah, your heart's fast, but we know you've got anxiety and autism and you don't like being around doctors, blah, 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 blah. And your dad's told us that sometimes you just get like this anyway. And I sort of froze and was like, what? And I looked at my dad, because I was like, no way would he have just said that to the doctor outside the room when I'm very clearly not okay. And this doctor goes, well, you can go to this other hospital if you want, and they can look you over properly. But there's nothing we can do for you here, otherwise you can go home. And I said, I'm not a hospital person or a doctor person. I would much rather be at home if I can. And I looked at Dad and said, no, you've got to take me to that other hospital because something's wrong. Something's wrong. I can just feel it. By the time we got to the second hospital, I was unable to walk properly. They put me in a wheelchair, ran some assessments, and I couldn't close my leg. Like, I had to sit with my leg open, if that makes sense. So I couldn't sit with my legs, like, together. because the pain in my hip was like forcing me to have to open the joint out. And this doctor led me on the bed, and this frightened me so bad. And she went over my left leg, lifted it up, and was able to move it around, and she said, okay, I want you to lie your leg flat on the bed and then lift it up, and all this, that, and the other. So I did that, and then she said, right, now we're going to do it with the painful leg. And the first thing she asked me to do, she said, right, lie that leg flat on the bed and then lift it up. And I went to do it, and my leg wouldn't move. It just didn't move, not even an inch. And I just burst out crying, because I could not move my leg. Like, all of a sudden, just lost the ability to move that leg. And I was like, oh my god, what is happening? Because that's scary, to suddenly lose the control of one of your limbs, like, within the space of an hour, maybe? So, they rushed me down to A&E, and by the time they got me into A&E, like, even them just rubbing the, like, alcohol wipes on my skin to put a cannula into my arm, that felt like I was on fire. It was that painful. And yeah, then they realised, yeah, I had sepsis, and I got given all of the medication really quickly, and we still don't know really how it happened. I just randomly got a very serious infection in my hip joint, so that was fun. But if I'd ignored it, I could have lost the leg. Because sepsis eats away at the joint, apparently incredibly quickly. Like, its minutes matter when it's in the joint like that, apparently. And if I had listened to that first doctor, who basically told me it was my anxiety, I could have been way worse off. And it only dawned on me after when I saw a woman talking about American healthcare and stuff, and saying, what did your doctor tell you was just anxiety that ended up being really serious? And I was like, oh, yeah, that kind of happened to me, huh? Definitely an interesting one. You had an initial spawn crate one on Mississippi. Big rack whitetail. That's insane. That would be such a cool thing to get. To just open a brand new map and there'd be a great one. I'd lose my mind. Yeah, I was really lucky, Hunter. So thank you. I'm glad I trusted my instincts on that one. I was in a lot of pain. I mean, they were on about doing surgery as soon as I got to the other hospital, because they thought there must be fluid in the joint already, and that's why it was so painful. But I had an MRI scan, I had X-rays, I had all kinds of tests done, and there wasn't like an actual fluid pocket or anything in there that they could drain, so I didn't have to have the surgery, but they prepped me immediately just in case. So they were quite worried. Praise dog, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Sea Kayak. Yeah, it was quite frightening, but it was just one of those things that, in the moment, I wasn't thinking about it. I was just too concerned about what was actually happening. Yeah, came back. Yeah, I was worried a couple of times during, because I was in hospital for 3 days. And I was like, I've not been kept in hospital. Even when I had the withdrawals, I was only there for 1 night, and they thought I was a heart attack risk. So when they were like, you're not going home, like, no, you're staying here. Despite my protests of, can't you just give me something so I can go home, please? They're like, no, we need to keep an eye on you, because if it does something, you need immediate care. So they only basically let me come home when I was able to stand again properly. So the actual doctors there at the second hospital realised it was serious, but yeah, that first doctor just wrote it off as being anxiety. So trust your instincts, folks. If If your body's telling you something ain't right, something might not be right. But I thankfully still have the second leg. Yeah, the thing is, it was just so weird. Because they were, like, looking over my entire body. They were running blood work. I had, I think it was 8 lots of blood, 7 or 8 lots of bloods in one day. They just kept coming and taking more blood. And they were running out of spots in the end to take blood from. Like, I had it in the backs of my hands, out of, like, the inside of my elbows. They took it, or tried to get it from the artery in my wrist. That was horrific. I was like, no. Please no. But I just sat there and let them do it. But, yeah, they ran every test they possibly could, like, looking for the source of the infection, where it had possibly come from. No idea. We still don't know to this day. It must have just randomly, one tiny little piece of bacteria is apparently all it takes. And if it settles in a joint, then dang. Yeah, I'm able to tell the tale while doing the first Call of the Wild stream. Yeah. Been a couple of times that I've gotten lucky in the last sort of year with hospitals, because I very, 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 very easily could have had a heart attack with the first hospital admission. I mean, they said as much. And then, yeah, second time it could have been leg or life. It fascinates me that it happened so quick. It was run by vampires, pretty much. Because they kept coming back saying, we've taken these bloods to make sure that we have a correct blood match for you if you go into surgery. Like, so if you bleed out, we can match your bloods. And I was like, oh yeah, that's very important. I was given a lot of medication, I will be honest with you, so I wasn't fully with it for those 3 days, and even when I came home, was a little bit out of it for a couple of days because of the amount of medication they put me on. And they gave me quite a bit to come home with for pain relief, because it hurt. And, yeah, they said, yeah, we need to make sure... Oh, where's that? Right, interesting. I bet you that's that doe that is that doe is a respawn from the doe that we shot over in this zone here. Remember, there was one doe and one buck, and I said I was going to shoot them to see if the rest of the herd would show up. I bet you that's her respawn, because I've never had a doe here before. But yeah, anyway, they kept coming in saying, yeah, we trying to get you a blood match so that if you need to go in for surgery, we're ready. The first time it was my blood coagulated too quickly because it wasn't out of a good enough vein, apparently. So because the blood came out really, really slowly, it had already, like, clogged up in the tube, which is horrible, like, ew. And I was like, oh, okay, do it again. So they took more. And then she came back again within, an hour. And she was like, I've got to take your bloods again for the same thing. And I was like, why? The doctor put the wrong labels on it. And now they can't be sure what your type is. So we've got to run it again. So that was fun. But, it was just like, how much blood do you want? Because it was like 6 or 7 tubes at a time. It was pretty wild. Oh, thank you, Graves. Silly little infection isn't nearly enough to stop the Queen of Fables, the first witch of the Fallow Circle, and the leader of the No Hairs Club. I love that. That's so brilliant. Thank you, Graves. Oh, you're amazing. Thank you so, so much. Yo, what did you walk into, Spaceship? A story. Story time with Mel. You're 1 centimetre of wooden board going through your head from a saw. Just got off with a broken nose. Gosh. That's scary, that is. Oof. Like, when you have something like that happen, I feel like it doesn't hit you until afterwards. Or at least for me. Like, in the moment, you're just kind of, I guess, so run up on adrenaline and that sort of survival instinct that it doesn't hit you fully. And then afterwards, you settle down and talk about it or whatever, and you're like, huh, that was pretty messed up. Like, dang, that could have been really bad. It's interesting. It's like the body has like a almost self-preservation thing, I guess, about let's just keep you focused for the minute, like while you survive this, and then you can deal with it after. Like, that can be a problem for you way after this situation has passed. Shock is a funny thing. Adrenaline, I guess, in general. Amazing what it can make a human body capable of. Or anything, really. Like, you think, in terms of hunting, it's adrenaline that can allow an animal to take a, quite a beefy shot from something and then carry on running for a long distance. The more pumped up on adrenaline they are, the longer they go, and it's the same thing. I need to catch my breath. I didn't feel any pain and didn't black out. Crazy things that were able to pull through. It's really something. Yeah, that's exactly it. Went neck deep into quicksand. Actually had a bad experience with quicksand. I think that might be one of the only times I've heard of someone having a bad experience. Like, legitimately. Because, a lot of times it's not like a myth, but people talk about quicksand in like movies and stuff, right? It's not the most common thing to maybe experience in real life. So, dang, it sounds terrifying. Like, I think I would panic, and you're not supposed to panic, are you? Like, because the more you panic, the quicker you sink. So, again, you've got to try and stay level-headed. I'm working and listening to the shocking stories with Mel. I've got loads of terrifying stories. Like, you just deal with them eventually. It's... like, some people, I feel like, just experience so many different things, and I've unfortunately experienced quite a few of those moments where it's like, oh, okay then, we'll just deal with that later. Hunting stories with Mel. I've got very few hunting stories, unfortunately, and even those are dramatic, like, not great. Close escapes. Two close escapes with my life. One close escape with two other people's lives. Not me. Like, it wasn't me that nearly harmed these people. It was the person I was with. If you'd like those stories, well, I suppose I can go with those. So, one, the two rabbits that I have actually harvested, which are the only animals I have actually harvested, is two European rabbits. I found out afterwards, the person I went with had, let's say, to keep it friendly for the stream, he had other intentions. I was 16, 17, and he was like 40 plus, 50 plus. That kind of age. Didn't twig. Right? I thought he was just really friendly. Because the thing is, hunting in the UK is kind of a hard thing to get into unless your like family does it, or you have a close friend who does it. You need someone around you to mentor you and stuff. So I was talking to a few people about that, and they said, okay, try asking in this group of hunters on Facebook. And I'm sure that there will be one of them that's local to you that will take you out and mentor you and stuff. And I was like, grand. That'll be good for me. if I can meet someone and we can just do that, that sounds great. So, went out, we did the hunt, I managed to get 2 rabbits, which, that, like I said, it was my first experience of actually hunting something. And I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it. We spent some time on the range, and I was pretty good with my groupings and everything. I was pretty happy with how everything went, and then he said, okay, right, let's go and see if we can just get a couple of the rabbits from around the farm. And I was like, that's absolutely grand. You know, it's not too intense. Mainly be sitting in the same spot, and I'll have plenty of time to think about what I'm doing and everything. Hiya! We are just hunting and talking. Well, I'm talking at people. I'm trying not to bore them. But yeah, we are doing the first stream of hopefully many. I hope you are doing very good as well. So yeah, that happened. I shot my first rabbit. And what was I thought it was weird at the time. When I shot the first one, I was like, oh my gosh, I did it. I shot it because I shot it, it dropped cleanly on the spot. It didn't move after it fell. And I was so relieved that I did it, and I did it well. Because that's, I'm not in it to hurt an animal, I'm in it to harvest something for food, or, or pest control, or, or both. So, basically what I wanted to happen is exactly what happened. And so I sat up, he had been sat behind me, and he wasn't there. The guy that I had been taken there by. And I was like, where'd he go? So, put the gun on safe and everything. And I walked around the farmyard. Couldn't find this guy for the life of me. Found him by his car, and I was like, okay, not sure what he was doing there. Skip forward a few hours, and he's driving me back home. And again, I didn't really think anything of it. I was so focused on, firearms handling and rerunning all the safety information in my head, because I'm that kind of person, if you haven't already worked that out. And I was trying to make sure I did everything perfect. And then he said, this is almost like a first date, isn't it? Now, bear in mind, like I said, the age difference, and that this was someone, that I didn't know extremely well. I was like, okay, can't really do anything about that, because I'm in his car, we are now going back to my place. So I kind of just played it off as maybe just like a joke that didn't land sort of thing. I get it. Sometimes people make an awkward joke and it doesn't come out the way they mean or whatever. So I just sort of waved it off. Mentioned it to my parents when I came home. Just so you know, this did happen. And then I started getting harassed over the next few days by this guy. Drunk, calling me, trying to get me to go and stay with him in his caravan that he was going to take me on holiday, and I was like, nope, block, 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 block. So that kind of put the shivers into me about going hunting with anybody. And that's the thing, there's no one in my family that does it. So if I wanted to go, it was going to have to be with someone from outside the family. It's not like even close relations or even distant relations that hunt. I am the first of my family that is at all interested in it. I was actually brought up anti-hunting. My parents were anti-hunting. I have converted the whole family into being understanding, accepting, and welcoming of hunting. So I was like, okay, try again with someone a lot more local. Found a deer stalker, and he said, yeah, not a problem. I'll take you out. Can try the rifle, and then we'll get you out in a high seat, and we'll see if we can get you a deer. I was like, oh, heck yeah, a deer? Me being a deer-obsessed nerd, that is the dream for me, would be to take a deer for myself, and those were 2 terrible shots, but they'll kill the deer, so anyway. And I was like, great. So we went out, and he handed me the rifle. We were in a field, and I dry fired it because that's what he told me to do. And I will say, and I have said it every time I've told this story, when I dry fired that rifle, it felt fine. It felt okay. Like, for my limited experience of handling rifles at that point, it didn't feel weird. Fast forward, we're going to the spot where he said we're going to go and sit. And I noticed he kept, like, leaning over, like, with his hand against, like, the back of my chest, which I didn't like. But again, it was like, maybe this is just how this guy is. Like, I've met a lot of, unfortunately, eccentric people. We got to the spot, everything seemed fine. And he goes, right, this is the seat we're going to sit in. This seat, oh my god, it was a high seat that was made of wood going up a tree, and it was rotten. Rotten to the core. It was swaying in the breeze, and it was windy. I am scared of heights. And he said, go on, up you go. I was like, you're gonna do this. Girl, we're gonna do this. We're gonna be brave and pretend that this thing doesn't look like death attached to a tree. So I summoned my courage, climbed up this thing, and the whole time we were sat in it, it is creaking, it is swaying left to right like it's gonna fall. And I was like hoping a deer didn't come past, because I didn't wanna be trying to take a shot from that thing. Eventually he decides, right, we'll move. We move to a different spot, and it's a big, like, okay, imagine a Call of the Wild tripod, but instead of being round at the top, it's like a big square, or rectangle, made of metal. So you can sit in it with your legs dangling out, and you could probably fit, I don't know, 3-4 people in it, but on, like, big tripod metal legs, and it's, like, tall. Like, really tall. Maybe like, 3 times the size of a Call of the Wild tripod. Big thing. And I was like, okay, that's way more secure. I'm much happier in that, right? So I climb up, sit down. Again, I still don't like heights, but once I sat down, I was okay. And lo and behold, on this little path out in front of us, out walks a muntjac buck. And that's perfect for what we were looking for. A muntjac buck is absolutely perfect. So he hands me the rifle. And this is where things go really sideways. So, he hands me the rifle, and the first thing he starts doing is, like, trying to make me hurry up. It's like, you need to be quicker, or it's going to disappear. It's going to go away. You need to be quick. And, like, you shouldn't do that. It's not worth rushing a shot. And if you're guiding someone, especially on, like, their first hunt with let's call it, like, a centerfire rifle, you should not be trying to make them hurry in any way. Like, it should be take your time, as much time as you need. If it passes, then we'll wait for another one, or we'll try again, right? So I was completely flustered by that. And I was like, oh, I wish you'd stop, because I'm trying to remember everything about the safety and everything. I line up on this buck, and I had a pretty good lineup, but this muntjac was probably between 150, 200 metres away. It was a little distance away. Not too far, but a decent enough distance. And muntjac are very small. Like, if you've seen the red muntjac in Call of the Wild, they're about that size. They're not that far off. A Reeves muntjac, which is what we have in the UK, isn't that far off in size. So just by moving my thumb to click the safety off, it was just enough to just move the crosshairs a little bit. So you go to readjust, right? Well, I flick the safety off, and boom goes the gun. And it hit me full force in the shoulder, because I wasn't braced properly, because I wasn't squeezing the dang trigger. And this gun goes off in my hands. And This guy has no idea. He looks at me and goes, "Look like a good shot." And I turn to him and go, "If that deer's hit, that thing is not hit good. Because I didn't pull the trigger. Or I didn't squeeze the trigger. I didn't touch the trigger. Like, if like, the most I had done was breathed on it. Maybe brushed past it as I moved my hand to the safety. And it just... bang! And what was also different, which I didn't realise at the time, is in the UK, everybody uses suppressors. That it's the thing, right? It is... everybody uses suppressors. I don't know a single person that doesn't use a suppressor. So every rifle I had shot had a suppressor on it. Yeah, this thing didn't. So when it went off, without a suppressor on, without me squeezing the trigger, it just... it was the most insane thing. It was like I had been hit by the gunshot. Like, my entire body went into shock. So we go down from the high seat, and I'm shaking. Because I know that if that deer is hit, it's not good. And I was not happy. And I was saying to him, I didn't squeeze the trigger. And he looked, and there was like some camouflage netting that he put around the edge of the tripod. And he said, "Oh, maybe one of these bits got caught on the trigger." And I was just looking at him as he took the gun away. And we get down from the seat, and he goes, "Right, I don't see any blood, so I'm going to get the dogs out." Now, there's specific dogs that are used for tracking. You know, things like Bavarian mountain hounds, bloodhounds, your hound dogs. What this man pulled out was 2 lurchers. Like, you know, racing dogs. Dogs that are normally used in the UK for things like illegal deer coursing or hare coursing. And I was like, and he said they'll track it if it's been hit. They just ran around not looking for scent. They were just running all over the place. I found the tiniest, I mean it was the tiniest, smaller than my pinky fingernail, piece of flesh on a grass stem, and said, "It's hit. It's clearly not hit good, because this is all that I found, but it's hit." And so we start walking in the direction of what I found, and then there was like a dinner plate size pool of blood, and like you could see where this deer had obviously stumbled through the leaves, and I was shaking, I felt sick, and then his dogs just tore off into the vegetation, and I'll say it politely, I heard a noise that made me instantly drop to my knees, and I just bawled. Absolutely bawled. He dealt with it in not the way you're typically normally supposed to, but he dealt with the poor deer and dispatched it. Oh, and by the way, yeah, I know there's a piebald here. That doe has been here forever. She's a pet at the minute. Eventually, if I get what I'm looking for from this grind, I'll put her in one of the multi-mounts. Change of conversation, but I will shoot this with the correct rifle because it's got a decent estimate. Anyway, he took the animal back to the truck, this muntjac that was now dispatched. And like I said, I was bawling. Absolutely bawling, because it was... if you've ever heard a noise of a deer in distress, it's a horrific noise. And I knew, like, I felt like it was my fault. And just the shock of everything that had just happened in those... it can't have been more than 10 minutes. Just, I was a mess. And he shouted from wherever he was, "Go back to the truck, I'll meet you there." Met him back at the truck. I never actually saw the deer. It was covered up. This guy turns to me and says, "Do you want a trophy picture with it?" I looked at him, and at that point I was quite unhappy with how this had gone, and the fact that he had the I don't know, to ask if I wanted a trophy picture with this poor animal that had been shot. I'm assuming it was in the leg. I never got to see. And then dogs had had hold of it, and then he had used a knife. And I was in such shock from all of this. I just couldn't believe he asked me that. Like, the poor animal. It was all I could think about. And the fact that that gun went off like that, I was running in my head, like, through over and over and over and over again. What did I do? Did I do something that made that gun go off? And it really, really messed me up. And I came home, and fun fact, I actually phoned TK, because I was talking to TK quite a lot at the time, and he'd been doing a lot of like hunting and stuff. And I told him about what happened. I was just crying down the phone to him. I was like, I don't know if I ever want to do this again, because this has really freaked me out. Not just the guy's behaviour towards me, but the fact he had those dogs there that they weren't tracking dogs. Tracking dogs don't do what those dogs did. And I was just really messed up by it. And TK consoled me. He was like, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You know, if you feel like it, eventually you can try again and see, go with someone else again and see if you feel better about it. But the next day, I was due to go to my friend who is a deer farmer, or was a deer farmer at the time. And I used to help out sometimes around the farm, because he's a friend and he farms deer, so what do you expect? Of course I used to go and do things, like, on the farm, like, bottle feeding calves, and, like, red deer calves and stuff. It was great being on that farm. And I didn't know if I was going to go. And eventually I was like, okay, I'll go, because I'm sure I'll see some baby deer and that'll make me feel better about everything. So I went, and I told him about what had happened, because he could see I was not myself. And he goes, oh, it's not this guy that you went with, is it? And, of course, names the exact guy. And I was like, yeah, it was. And he sort of shook his head and he said, I wish you'd told me that you were going with him. I said, why? And he said he is known for interfering with guns and, like, making the triggers illegally light. Like, anything. Your sleeve touches it and it will go off. And I was like, are you serious? He said, yeah, I've had personal trouble with him. Because not only that, but he will go onto people's land that he doesn't have permission to be on to shoot deer. And I just looked at him and I was like, there's no way this is true. And he was like, yeah, that specific dude, I know all about him. Because we've had so many issues in the past that I won't talk to him. And I was like, oh my god. Like, how unlucky could I be to go from the rabbit experience and that whole situation to then that guy, like, and he said, oh yeah, it's bad, and he said, and he shouldn't have pressured you like that, and he told me a story about someone he knew got pressured like that, and sort of similar situation, but the gun was alright. The deer ended up wounded, but he was actually able to dispatch it and stuff. But he said, you shouldn't be pressured like that. But he said, whatever, regardless, you didn't do anything wrong. Guarantee you it was that gun. It shouldn't have acted like that. Because I ran through the whole situation with him. And I still do it. That's like, I don't know, 9 years ago. And I still sit and relive that. I've got chills thinking about it. Because, yeah, I'm a hunter, but I also love animals. Like, I don't hunt because I want to cause an animal distress. You know, I hunt because I want to eat it. Like, I'm a meat eater, and for me, that's a big part of, like, taking a responsible step towards knowing where your food comes from. If I could harvest everything I eat, I would. Like, I would do that. So, it was just really bad. Oh my gosh, Drago! I've just seen you in chat. Hi. Sorry, I was mid-ramble. Hi, Drago. Welcome to the first stream I've ever done. A flame snorer. Yeah. It's not my fault, okay? It's not my fault. When my man's around, I get comfortable, and then I fall asleep. It's not my fault. It's a good thing. If I'm sleeping, it's a good thing. We shouldn't complain. But yeah, so I've been quite unlucky with the real life hunting thing. I do think I would do it again. Like, but I'd want to go with someone. I'd probably want to pay for it. Like, pay to go with a certified, like, I can see all of their certification kind of deal stalker, like deer stalker. That's what I think I would be more comfortable with. Not just word of mouth. Oh, this guy lives 10 doors down and he hunts deer sometimes kind of deal. I do need my relaxing time with Bandy. I need Bandy to come here. And then we can have Bandy on stream with me. Maybe Bandy will fall asleep during my stream. And then we can laugh at him snoring. You know? Bless. It was funny though, falling asleep like that. I didn't mean to. Go to Ireland and go on a guided red deer hunt. That would be good. That would be good. Red deer would be a fun hunt. I don't really mind. Like, I'm not too fussy about what I get to hunt. I would just like to be able to have the experience again. I have had a deer in the scope since, but there wasn't an opportunity to shoot. And that was with someone that I've met a few times, and he took me to go and have a hunt around for some fallow deer, and they crossed the path in front of us, but it was a buck and doe group, and the does kept crossing in front of the buck. So he put me up on the sticks, so I had a good rest and I could just look through the scope at them. He was really chill. He was like, yeah, if you get a shot, then, you know, that's fine. If you don't, then we'll just keep walking. So, maybe once I'm, you know, a bit better again. Oh my god, Tin Man, thank you so much. You are amazing. Thank you so, so much. Goodness, the amount of generosity from all of you this stream has been amazing. Thank you so much. Sashay letting my man out of her basement. She can fight me. I love Sashay, but she can fight me. He's mine. My Scottish man. Oh. That's such a shame, Grace. Bobcat sneaking up to the blind sounds like quite an experience. Especially with the crazy noises they make. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to check one more spot before I restart. Let's go here. Tin Man the Legend. Got a lot of legends already in this stream. See if we've been missing out all this. Yeah. The love is... Oh, my heart is swelling. I can't, like, express how grateful I am. I just want to keep saying thank you. And low-key cry a little bit because you're all so lovely. Like, it's just amazing. You're all amazing. I'm so grateful. Especially for this mess of a first stream. Like, I'm not doing anything particularly amazing. Yeah, telling you to have the 30-30 ready. Well, I saw an Instagram post of an older gentleman that was turkey hunting, and he got really beaten up by a bobcat. So they can be quite mean, even towards people. If they really want to get at something, it seems. So, yeah, I saw that Bandy was gonna be playing with Yubi today, he said. And then tomorrow I get him all to myself. Because, the demanding girlfriend that I am, I want to spend some time with him. Oh, Spaceship, stop it. I'm not amazing. I am literally just a nerd who is just rambling at you. I do enjoy this, though, I think. I think this is fun. Like, as nervous as I am. Oh, thank you, Blue. And thank you, Gumhub. You're all so lovely. Stop it. You're all clearly insane, if you think I'm entertaining. Drago, he's my man, he's not yours. I'm not competing with you and his boyfriend, David. You can't all be dating my boyfriend. Like, you can't all be dating my man. Like, no, mine. My Scotsman, get your own. You did tell me, Graves, because you're all amazing. You waited for me. And hopefully now I can produce actual, decent streams as time goes by. And we'll see what we can get, Hopefully we'll get some really cool things live. Maybe some great ones, maybe some super rares. Rather a chill stream like this and everyone hounding me on how to grind. That is totally fair. I prefer quieter streams, if I'm honest. Like, when there's just the streamer and like a handful of people that they clearly regularly talk to or know, then I think it's pretty nice. It's just a nice, relaxed atmosphere, and you can banter and stuff. E-man, I support that. Having a stack of guides on the desk yes. Mel doesn't share. No, I don't share. Drago, he's not yours. He is mine. My Scotsman. Mine. All of him. Mine. Do you think they should add polar bears and wolverines? Yes. I would love both of those. We were actually talked about polar bears and stuff earlier. I think they should add polar bears and then do a like a hybrid as a rare, like a polar bear grizzly hybrid, because it's Growler and Pizzly, right? Depending on which is mum and which is dad. So yeah, that they could even have that as two separate rares, right? They could have a hybrid that's the Growler and a hybrid that's the Pizzly, and like have like more dominant traits for each one. That'd be really cool. Quiet stream, what's those? Fun campfire. Yeah, I like that. That's a good vibe. Hi, a real evil gopher. That's such an amazing name. Yeah, thank you. Everything's going pretty well, I think, so far. I'm really enjoying myself. I feel like I'm getting more into the groove of it now. Like, I feel like I'm less panicky than I was at the start, so that's good. Tin Man. Oh my gosh, you are so amazing. You are so amazing. And no, Drago, we don't share him. What do you call a happy duck? A glad wall. Blue. What did you see, Spaceship? Are you in my Discord, Spaceship? You can post it in there and feel free to tag me so I see it. Because I've got, like, my phone here so I can look. I feel like these deer are not doing the appearing. Just a doe this time. This is when, apparently, there's a great one and I missed it because I'm talking. That would be really funny. Actually, I'm not sure if I'd be really embarrassed or if I would find that really funny. I mean, I've already messed up a diamond straight away on this stream, so I mean, how bad can it get? Shouldn't say that either, because that's tempting fate. Hi, Pioneer. It's going good. It's going good. Yeah. I'm really enjoying the streaming thing. I really can't wait for new content. That's in my head now. Like, thinking about times where I haven't had much time to do recording because it's been like a really short time for us to get it. Like, okay, I'm trying to say, when it's been timed like quite short between creators getting access and then embargo, it can be hard for you to make videos. If you've got like a week or two to make content and stuff before, like, as early access before embargo drops, then you've got time to make videos and make content and stuff. But if it's only a few days, it can be quite hard because, okay, you've got to go out and actually find the new things or look at the new things, whatever it may be. Then you've got to record it and try and get the footage that you want. Then you've got to actually make the video and sit and record it and edit it and stuff. So if it's like a shorter embargo, then a shorter early access, then it'll be easier to be able to stream. So Tin Man, I'm gonna have to like work out how you give people like special roles and stuff, because you need something, because you're so generous and amazing. Oh my gosh. What's the best deal you can get for deer nuts under $1? K-Mac. Oh my gosh. I had a really good one the other day and I've forgotten it. I think I might have told Flinter, but now I've forgotten. Hi, Matt. Yeah, I've been live for a while now. I'm not exactly sure. I've just kind of been sat talking and time has passed at this point. Yeah, Graves, it's nerve-wracking. I don't even really know why. Like, I guess, well, I've got anxiety and autism, so I'm an anxious person, so really shouldn't be a surprise to me. But it feels like just playing the game and talking to friends. Like, it's really not that different, so I don't know why it feels so nerve-wracking. I don't know, but I'm sure I'll get more used to it. Mel, our channel member's gonna get a special role in Discord. Ooh, can I do that? Hi. You clearly haven't spawned in. Yeah, if I can do that, I will try. I've been, like, I looked at the memberships thing earlier, and there's a lot you can do, but it's quite complicated. Like, I want to do custom badges and everything, so, like, you guys can see you've got, like, the little blue star. I want to make something custom, but I need to think about it. Flinter does it, it's a thing. Okay, I'll ask him. So, I will have a look at that. Like, I thought that, seeing as this was going to be my first stream, people might ask about memberships, and now I plan on doing streams. You know, people like to have, like, the record of, you know, how long they've been around and stuff, so I thought I'd get it started, and then I'll make it fancier when I get a little bit of time. So you sent me a DM of the clip. Okay, hang on. Let me look. I won't be looking at chat just for a second. Let me look. Wait, where have you DM'd it? Oh, there. Found it. Oh, the dog. Yeah. Yeah. The dog is, they seem to be a little bit broken at the minute. I've seen Flinters swimming in midair, so that's been interesting a few times on stream. Oh. So yeah, I will speak to Flinter about doing special roles and stuff. Don't get overwhelmed. I will try not to, but this is me. Any tips on the fallow deer grind? Okay. have you started the grind? Or are you looking to start a grind? Like, where in the process are you? So that I can have an idea of what kind of tips to give you. Because I don't want to just overload you with information that you might already have, if that makes sense. And I'll keep an eye to see what your reply is. Yeah, take my time. Yeah, it's... I'm not the best with technology. I fully admit that. I get really confused. You guys should see me, like, when we get access, like, to a map, like a ski ridge, right? When we got early access. I'm there, like, can somebody tell me how I'm supposed to do these files and, like, get access? Because I don't know what I'm doing. Help, please. I never know what I'm doing, even if I've done it before. I was amazed that I managed to set this stream up, to be honest, which is why I did the little tester one before, if any of you saw it. I saw there was a few people in the chat, so... Oh, take care, Gun Hub. You have been amazing to have in stream. Oh, hello. There's quite a few deer here. What's that doe? Okay. This is going to be interesting. You can stay alive. Why did you start fleeing? That's just rude. Alright, I hit him. That's all I need. Oh, I felt myself shoot too early then. Oh, that was annoying. Be right back. Take care, Husky. See you in a minute. We've only been playing 2 years, Matt. Gosh, I don't know how many years I've been playing now. It just feels like time, especially with this game, just passes so quickly. If you get, like, really into it, it feels like it. Do bears still spin around? They still do that, like, thing where they get up really quickly and then drop and then get up really quickly, if that's what you mean. Or do you mean... Because they were doing that really weird thing when you'd shoot them as well. If that's what you're asking about, I am not sure. I don't think so, the last few times I've shot bears, but I'm not sure. You've already started your grind, and your exteriors are shot down, but respawns are slow in your zones. Okay, so what I do, and this is, right, I'm going to say this now, disclaimer, anything I mention, this is what I do personally. It might not be, like, what other people might say, oh, you've got to do this, or you've got to do that. I just always say what I do that works for me. So when I, like, with this mule deer grind, if I find that things are being slow, sometimes, like, say in a main zone, you've got, I don't know, some smaller ones, or something like that. Sometimes I will just go and shoot a couple of smaller ones, and just see if it stirs things up a little bit. Like, if you've not got any that are in... This dog is telling me that there is a deer, and then isn't a deer. This is not helpful. Okay. So, for example, with these mule deer, I felt like things were getting a little bit slow. So I went and had a look around, and I was like, okay, this one is a smaller one, but it's in a decent area, so I'm going to shoot it and just see if it gets things going again. Because if you're only taking out a couple of the small ones you've got, I find that it doesn't really take any time to get those back if you decide that you want those back in the end. So sometimes it's worth just experimenting if respawns are being slow. Especially, I found since, like, certain updates. I know there was a lot of people that started having issues with respawns after they did the update with tigers for Sundar Batan, with the respawn timer and stuff. Like whitetail grinds and stuff, people started saying they were having weird respawn issues. So I always find that it's quite beneficial to just shoot a couple and see if that helps. That would be my recommendation. And hi, Trevor. Yeah, I hit the live button. It's a thing. I am really, I don't know. I'm amazed at myself that I'm doing it, if that makes sense. Like, I kind of am a bit proud that I hit the button, because I've been so wanting to do it, but so scared as well for such a long time. So now I have the ability to, once this new PC got here today, I was like, okay, I'm not really going to think about it too much, I'm just going to do it. Before I started overthinking it. Because I feel like now I've done it, for the first time, the next time will be a bit easier, because I'll be able to go, okay, it wasn't too bad last time. And then just work from there. Whereas I almost feel like if I didn't do it today, that I might not have started it. Because I would let my anxiety get to me too much. And doubt myself too much, if that makes any sense. So, hopefully now I've done it, it's sort of broken the seal on it, and it'll keep going. And no problem, Freddie. I hope that works for you. Hopefully it does. I did it this stream, and it seems to have helped my mule deer again. So, sometimes experimentation is very helpful with these grinds. I feel like with a lot of grinding, and I wonder if some of you in chat will agree with this, that sometimes it feels like there are rules, quote unquote, that seem to get sort of pushed, and it's like, you mustn't do this, or you must do this, and it almost makes it sound like there's no flexibility in a grind. But at the end of the day, to me, if something's not working, and you're trying your best to follow whatever advice, whatever guide, whatever you've been told, or whatever you've learned, and then you just don't experiment, that it's like, I don't know, I feel like it can be too restrictive. And sometimes you just need to play around a bit with things and see what happens, because you might get something to happen by doing it. I don't know if that makes any sense. I feel like I'm just speaking garble. But it's like, there's been a lot of grinds that I've done where people are like, oh, you should never do this. And then I do it, and it has no effect, or even a positive effect. And it's like, at the end of the day, if it went wrong, you can sort of start over again. The more you play around and do things, especially I think for yourself, rather than just listening to other people on certain things, you get more confidence about it. At least that's how I feel personally. Like, nowadays, I don't really care too much with with being too strict about things, like zones and choosing zones or whatever. I remember reading through all that and just being like, I don't want to try and force things, you know? I will just let deer, okay, this zone has ended up full of big ones, okay, that's my zone that I use. It's not like I pick 5 zones and go, okay, these are my zones that I'm working on. It's, okay, big deer have ended up in that zone, small deer have ended up in that zone, Bob's your uncle, that's what we do. That's what I work with. Maybe that's part of why, I don't know, why sometimes I keep going with grinds even when they're acting up, quote unquote. It's game, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, exactly. I see a lot of people that get really concerned if they've shot a doe or something. And I know there's certain things that can be frustrating. Like, if you shoot a doe sometimes and it's a single, and then you shoot a buck and it ends up respawning where the doe was, and the doe ends up respawning where your buck was, that can be annoying and stuff, but at the end of the day, you could just try shooting that doe again and that buck again and see if they end up back in the original spots. Like, play around with things, try things. It's not hurting anything necessarily. And you never know, while you're playing around with something, a great one might spawn. And I feel like that's how I've gotten some of my great ones, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's just, like, too restrictive, I feel. Like, you must choose 5 zones. You must have 200 deer on your map. You must have 75 zones across your entire map. That one gets me. I don't like zone counting. I see that a lot. People are like, I've only got 60 zones and this guide says I should have 75. And it's like, well, it does vary from map to map. As long as you check all the, like, this, you know, just use water drinking species for this, just to make it easier. If you've checked all the water where that species can drink at their drink time, preferably later into their drink time, just in case they're late getting there, and that's what you found, and you're not finding any more, then that's what you've got. Like, you don't need to be worried about that. I've never counted zones. Always experiment the way you want to grind species, and don't try to copy others, is the way I do it. Exactly. Exactly. And that's also why I don't make guides for every species grinds. Because I just do the same thing. I'm like, okay, leave the small ones until I've got a lot of small ones. A lot of them. And then I'll just keep shooting the big ones that keep popping up in the same spots. Works for me. And that's how I grind. Like, it's that simple. Sometimes there's way too many steps of intricacies. Yeah. That's exactly it. And I feel like that can be really confusing or like off-putting. Like, if you're too strict about what you should and shouldn't do. I'm not sure if I may have just left a deer there that I didn't claim. Not sure. I can't remember. Oh well, it won't matter too much. What other hobbies does everyone have? I mean, personally, I collect skulls. I like skulls and biology. Not that that's much of a surprise if you guys have seen any of my pictures and stuff. Yes, ProXEK is great with his guides. His location guides and species guides and everything are really, really great. They are fantastic. Pro is amazing. I really like Pro. He's a great creator. Very, very nice person too. Oh, is it? Hello. Sometimes at this lake, they're in really weird spots. Like, I have had them, like, right here. And then sometimes they're all round one side or all round another side. And sometimes wolves come through and scare them off. Oh, there's a decent one. And there's a decent one. And there's a decent one. Oh, triple. Let's make sure there's nothing. Okay, just the small one. Yeah, Pro's maps are fantastic. 100%. Like, whenever someone asks me where a species is, I throw Pro's maps at them, and I'm like, support Pro. Pro's cool. We like Pro. And he makes really good guides. They're by far the most accurate. He is very good at what he does. We like Pro. He's always a pleasure to meet in multiplayer as well. If I could, like, do what I'm trying to do here, it'd be really nice. Okay. I'm gonna lie down to even make my aim steadier. Gosh. Right. Please, controller, work with me here. This is gonna be a... Okay, I'm not sure where we hit that bug, but he's dead. That's what matters. I think that was neck or brain, if I'm honest. He kind of dived into that. Oh, blades and knives mostly, but recently bought your first sword? And a D&D nerd. Yeah. I love D&D, but I'm too scared to play it myself, which is stupid. I know. But because I am so socially anxious, well, just anxious in general, like, I would love it. I'd love to get into it and make a character. And I've got loads of friends that play D&D. and they tell me all about what they're doing, and I'm always like, dang, I'd really like to do it, but I'd really have to be in a good place with, like, a lot of friends and stuff I know. I couldn't just do it with a group of random people. Yeah, definitely glad to see Pro's feeling better. I was very, like, worried when I heard that he was struggling a little bit. I sent him a message and was like, I hope you're okay and that things get better. And it sucks when it's like you see someone that's such a nice person and such a good creator, and then they're really struggling with something like that. It sucks. And I'm always like, I wish I could do more to help in that situation, but you just can't. And it sucks. So I'm really glad that he's starting to feel better. That's really good news. What was the IRL fox you showed me? Was that at the other house? Yeah, that was at the house I just moved from. We had a family of foxes that were regular visitors to the garden. But we have a fox here already. Dad caught it on the trail camera that he set in the garden. So there is foxes here, and I'm sure eventually they'll get used to us the same as the other ones did. So, and this is a very wildlife friendly village, which is nice compared to the other village, which was not. Like, they didn't like wildlife. It's not that they didn't like well, yes it is that they didn't like wildlife. They just, it was where we used to live. It was on an estate. Well, it wasn't on an estate. It was part of an estate, and they were very particular about certain things, and it was kind of, it's dirty for the wild animals to be around kind of thing. Whereas here, everybody just, they love the wildlife. One of the neighbours came over and said hello to us as we were moving in. And she asked me, you know, what I was interested in. Because me and my dad were talking to her, and he said that I won't be causing any loud parties or anything. I'm autistic and quiet, and I just like to keep myself to myself. And turned out that she's also a wildlife nerd, so that was great. And apparently everyone around here seems to be, so that's much nicer, which is great. D&D is a safe space when you do it with a familiar table, yeah, Autistic Paradise. Yeah, I can imagine doing it with, like, my friends that do it. It would be amazing. Like, when we moved here, Mum was like, oh, there's a D&D club that's held in this village. And I was like, that is tempting. Like, that is the most tempting thing, for there actually to be a D&D club in this village. They're generally just more my kind of people here, so I feel a bit more relaxed, which is nice. Yeah, seeing them as nuisance animals, K-Flow, is definitely the thing. They didn't even really like us feeding birds, so it was the whole wild animals are, like I said, kind of like dirty and that kind of attitude. Meanwhile, I'm like, I want to take pictures of them. But yeah, much better place here, so we ain't gotta worry about that. It'll be much better. And our neighbours have said that if they see anything cool, anything unusual, they'll let me know, so. And my dad the other morning was walking the dogs through the village in the early morning, and he saw a Rhodo and her young actually in someone's garden as he was walking by. So, yeah, the deer are around here, and they go into people's gardens. So, bargain. I am so hoping that one morning I'll just wake up and there'll be a deer. Because there's I'm up above a garage. Like, this space is above a garage, so I'm up. And, if I stand at the top of my stairs outside, I look over fields, and there's been a lot of deer sightings in those fields. So, hopefully, one morning I'll look out and there'll be some deer in there. That'll be really nice. It's a nice view, that's for sure. That's so cool, K-Flow. I would have loved that. I remember because, like, I didn't really get D&D that much or realise I liked it that much until Baldur's Gate. And I'm sure there's so many people that say that, like, oh, I didn't like D&D and then I found Baldur's Gate. But I didn't understand it. Even when I started playing Baldur's Gate for the first time, I found it frustrating, if I'm honest, like with the turn-based combat and stuff. But then I grew to find it really fun. And, like, trying to learn how it worked. I found that really enjoyable. And the characters and all the stories is brilliant. And then a friend of mine who actually, like I said, I've got a few friends who play D&D. One of my friends who plays D&D then got me into watching Vox Machina, which is based off Critical Role and their D&D campaigns. So, yeah, I'm now addicted to that. So if anyone watches Vox Machina, I'm with you. Big fan of Vox Machina. I was so jealous. My boyfriend recently went to Comic-Con, and they had a Vox Machina thing there, and I was like, dang, I would have loved that. Has there ever been a Call the Wild gathering, like an arcade? Ooh. That would have been insane. That would be insane. Let's go, yeah, let's go here. But yeah, big D&D fan now. But I wish they would hurry up and release the next season of Vox Machina because I'm growing impatient. It looks good. Especially they've got Percy, who's my favourite character, for like the trailer for the next season. Like the trailer focuses around him talking through things, and I'm just like, please, can we have it now? I'm ready. I don't watch a lot of TV and stuff, so it was a rare thing to get me to actually sit down and watch a TV series. And now I'm just stuck waiting for the next series of it. Hello, Drifty Fella. I like that name, Drifty Fella. Rolls off the tongue nicely. Where's my waypoint? Not in the right place. There we go. Ooh, it's warm. It's 8:46 and it's warm. Still. Can it just be winter now? Snow and ice, please. It's much nicer when it's cold. Right. On PC, but on PS4 the waypoint is... They changed it for PS4? I didn't know that. What did they change about the waypoint? I really would like it if a great one would show up. Just, you know. That'd be a heck of a way to... like, get a stream streak started. I had to say that carefully. Is it just one decent deer here? Should probably go and check that other lake again, because there was $2 at that lake. And that's making me think that maybe one or two of the respawns might have popped over there. Again, yeah, it's looking like it's just the one decent lad here again, so we'll go and check the other lake again in a second. Boom. I can hear those pintail every time. They are always here. They are the most regular ducks in the entire game, is those pintail. I don't know why. Is it floating? I hope it's not floating. That's rock that I can see. You want summer to stay? No. No summer. You take the summer. And I will have all the cold, please. I need to get, like, either a new fan or what I'm hoping to get is I saw there's a thing it was called Climify, I think. And it's like an AC unit that you just hook up to the wall. Like, you don't have to plug it into any extra electricals or anything. You just stick it to the wall and tell it what temperature you want. It looks really good, and apparently it can do, I think it was like twice the size of this room. But I was thinking I might get one for each end anyway, because, you know, I like it cooler, and just go with that. Any nice kills so far? We've had a 333 dime, and I opened the stream by accidentally shooting what would have been a level 4 diamond with the 300. So, technically we would be on 2 diamonds for the day, but just one. 2 that would have been, but just one that actually is. So ready for the cool weather. Oh, it rained for you. I love it when it rains here, because like I said, I'm up high, like in the roof space, I guess. And I've got 2 like sloped windows that are like going out of like the roof, if that makes sense. And when it rains, it's so loud. I love it. It is the comfiest thing to be in here in the dark when it's raining. Just, yes. On so many levels, yes. Makes me very happy. I mean, yeah, people on the road being stupid is a thing. I mean, again, it's better here for us than it was at the other place. It was ridiculous. Our old house, it was a tiny, tiny lane. Like, single lane at that. And it was a 60-mile-per-hour limit. This village is a, like, double road, so, you know, 2 vehicles wide. And it's a 30 limit. And people here actually, you know, drive sensibly. Whereas at the other place they did not. And you hear tractors breaking the speed limit right next to your window. Because my old window used to be, like, right by the road. And it was, like, there was almost no distance between the front of our house and the road. And these big tractors would drive along this tiny lane in the middle of the night. And they were going over 60. Like, 70, 80 miles an hour. Because my dad's very into vehicles and stuff. He knew how fast they were going. He had to keep reporting them. Because they were going so ridiculously fast. And it would shake the house. It was awful. So I don't miss that. Whereas, like, this house is set quite a way back. There's, like, a decent drive and everything, so we're not right next to the road. And it's so much more peaceful anyway. Even though there's way more farmers around here. Which I love. Because there's all the cows in the world. It's great. It's great. Yeah, pitter-patter of rain on the roof. Yeah, it's lush. So cozy. So cozy. I love it. I would be very happy, you know, when it's snowy, icy, whatever. I can just be cooped up in here. It's absolutely fine. Oh, of course, the tiny level 3 He's boots, not the big one. Dude. Do that, do that, do that, do that. No, come on, do it again, just once more. You suck. You didn't want to do it again, now you must die. Got a 4th grade one muley this morning, finally a different rack. What rack was it? And what's the other racks you've had? So like, yeah, like what was your previous 3 and what's the 4th one? Hi Oz! Yes, I am streaming. It is indeed a miracle. First of many, I think. As long as people don't tell me never to do it again. Oh, I just had a drink. I realised I hadn't had a drink the whole time I've been doing this. I needed that. Ooh, my mouth was so dry, I didn't even realise. I can't walk outside and hunt an animal either, Matt. Like, that's, before you got here we were talking about that. It's not a thing. not a thing here, unfortunately. I would like it if it was, but the big broccoli rack and the other was... Oh! You got the rack I want! I want the corkscrew rack so bad. That's my really, really wanted rack. Cobweb Enigma. I'd quite like the Cobweb Enigma, though. Do you know, when I first saw the Cobweb Enigma, I think I even said it in the video when we had the reveal, I was not sure how I felt about it. And then, the more I keep seeing pictures of it, the more I kind of dig it. It's different. I don't know. It's one of those that has actually grown on me. So, I wouldn't be upset about getting any of the furs, honestly. You know, you've been waiting on me to stream for so long. Yeah, I know, but you might not have enjoyed it as much as you thought you were gonna. You know? Maybe? I don't know. Self-doubt. That's my middle name. We love a little bit of self-doubt. No, we don't. It's the worst. It's the worst. Because everyone can be telling you, you're doing such a good job, and oh my gosh, you did so well, and then you're just sat there like, I never want to speak ever again. I failed. Just checking nothing has spawned over here. Just doing a couple of little checks, and then we'll go back again and start again. We're getting quite a few runs done today. Right. Someone who is like here now and can hear everything, because I'm assuming that volume and everything is still good. I'm going to try putting my fan on, and I want you to tell me if it comes through really loud or not, just as a test. So, tell me if it does, and I'll switch it back off. But if it doesn't, then... Way more relaxed than I was? Yeah, tell me about it. Hopefully it shouldn't be bad. But if it is, then I'll switch it back off. If it's not, then it'll be nice for me, because I'm warm. Oh, it is so warm. I wonder if the laptop's probably kicking out some more heat. I will have to maybe get it its own fan. It is on a fan base, but like an actual fan. We will see, we will see. So yeah, can you hear that? Because the fan is on now. So, let me know. I don't want to deafen people with the sound of wind. Make it sound like we're sat in a storm. That was really weird the other day. I had to speak to someone at a customer service thing, which was awful. I don't do phone calls, but I had to speak to someone. Which is just, like, the worst. I'm like, please, just speak to the person that I've given you permission to speak to. You don't have to speak to me. You can speak to my peoples that speak for me. And yes, it is on. So if you can't tell, grand. That's very good. That'll help keep me cool. But yeah, normally my dad, because I'm autistic, does, like, the speaking for me. Because I get flustered talking to people on the phone. Especially if I've got to try and remember something or give details about something, I just get really overwhelmed with dealing on the phone. So I had to speak to them because they wouldn't speak to him because some people are just ridiculous about it. And when they like started speaking, it genuinely sounded like they were in a wind tunnel. And I was like, how are you doing calls all the time if this is your audio quality? Like, I could barely hear them. It genuinely sounded like they were in a storm. It was really, like, they were obviously in the customer service place, but it sounded like they were outside. It was really weird. Ugh. Okay, good. Sounds fine. Sorted, then. Yeah, because this is, obviously, again, it's a brand new mic. It's not just a new PC. And I've was fiddling with it earlier, trying to work out what the buttons on it do. My old mic didn't have buttons. This one has buttons. Planet was worried about his... Yeah, AC. Yeah, I don't know. He probably has it on, I would imagine. We're going to try the tripod trick, because these ones are being stubborn. Hi, Dit. Yeah, I'm still here. Can you believe it? I think I'll go, what is it, 9 o'clock now. I'll go till 10, and then call it a day. And I think we've made good progress. So another hour. See if we can get a great one. Or something. And then I'll probably, like, do multiplayer tonight. Try and get the diamonds I'm missing or something. And, yeah, hopefully by the time it gets to tomorrow, I'll be ready to go again. And we can see how things are. And I'll probably ask you guys what you want me to do. You can hear again. I love the colour of your profile, Hunter Husky. It's so blue. Did I not say hi to you, Dip? I could have sworn I did. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm all over the place. Like, streaming hard, bro. The legend herself. I wouldn't call myself a legend. I was not ignoring him, K-Flow. That's not true. I wouldn't ignore Dip. Dip's cool. But thank you, last of you. Yes, I is here. I am trying the streaming thing. So far, so good, I think. We haven't had any major problems. Everything's gone pretty smooth so far. Touch wood. So, it's, I would say definitely a good first experience. See, now we've got deer here again. We've got a few nice ones. A few boys that can be taken out. You were ranting about being 13,000 kills. And that's on Classic, right, Dip? For anyone that doesn't know. 13,000 whitetail kills on Classic. That's insane, man. Yeah, my tents are fine, Matt. They've been like this since I started this grind. They're fine. The only problem I have with this, with just mule deer in general, is they just don't show up sometimes, but it seems to be every grind that has that. What if I get the great one right now? Gosh, I can't even speak. Like, just the thought of it. If I get the great one, we'll be streaming until I kill it. Like, which will mean probably a couple of hours of me taking pictures and stuff. You'll get to see the whole process. Like, I won't stop just because it spawns. Like, you are being annoying. Oh, I got ya. You didn't dodge that one, did you? Dodged the rest, but not that one. Yeah, if the great one was to show up right now, then we'll be filming it, photographing it, following it around. But I'd be obviously live narrating it for the first time ever, and then would have to make it into a video, which would be different. Because normally I record and then narrate over it, but there would be me talking from the stream. So, be a bit different, but we'd work with it. I really don't mind what I get, honestly, for the Great One Mule Deer if I get another one. Obviously, I would like not a duplicate, not a straight up duplicate. So, if you don't know, the Great One Mule Deer I do have is a velvet rack, and it's the Dusky Drift fur, which it's mixed up at the minute. The Dusky Drift is called Milky Way, the Milky Way is called Dusky Drift. But the one I have is the one that is supposed to be Dusky Drift. It's like that dark black and grey, really pretty fur. So if I could just get anything that isn't that exact combo, I'll be really happy. What am I planning on taking it with? Maybe a bow this time. I haven't done a bow in a while. Maybe one of the new guns? I don't know. I'd have to have a look. It would also depend on what it is, I think. If it's a corkscrew rack with the Milky Way fur, and I mean the proper Milky Way, like the one that looks like a galaxy, I would want to be more careful, so I'd probably use a gun, because that's my dream combo. Close second to that would be Petal Puff with the rose rack, like the heart rack that looks like rose and thorns. There's a couple of really nice combos. I also really like the drop time rack. I just think it looks really cool. The process of a male great one, how great would that be? Lol. Longbow. I don't know. I did longbow and recurves for the Great One Moose. Like, I did a few different combinations for the Great One Moose of recurves and longbows. Just because I felt like I had a bit more flexibility. I try to, when I'm looking at a Great One, and I want to try something a little bit different, I try to give myself a challenge, but also a little bit of flexibility. So, using a traditional bow on a moose, you've got a little bit more, you know, of a chance, because they do go aggressive, and you can get close to them. Stuff like that, and obviously they are a bigger animal. So, that works. And then I like to try, like, harder to use smaller weapons for things like the Great One Fox. So, you know, I try to sort of suit which weapon I use for which species. If that makes any sense. Least favourite muley combo. Okay. Good question. My least favourite fur is the tiger stripes. Not because... or cinnamon stripes, but everyone calls it tiger stripes. It's my least favourite, not because I don't like how it looks. It's just too plain for me. Like, I wish it had more to it. Like, I wouldn't mind if it was black stripes as opposed to cinnamon colour stripes. Like, if they were more standoutish. To me, the fur almost just looks like a slightly different blonde. So to me, that's just a bit too plain. Like, I've said it before, I'm fine with the fantastical elements. If they go with that on Great Ones, that's fine for me. Because I like that, just in general. But, yeah, that one's just a bit too plain for me. So I dislike it the most out of all of them. But it's not... I wouldn't be upset if I got it. And the least favourite rack? This might be controversial. I don't like... oh, what do people call it? Not the drop time rack, and not the big classic rack. Although, I have my issues with the big classic rack, too. It's the one... oh, what do people call it? I'm not sure what people call it. It's the one that Flinter got on his first Great One, I think. It's, like... it, to me, looks too... angular, or something about it. Just doesn't look quite right. It's cool, but it's not my favourite of them all. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the rack Flinter got for his first one. No, I like the heart rack. Heart rack's nice. Heart rack reminds me of an iron wrought gate, like you'd see on like the entrance of a fancy castle or really fancy estate, long drive kind of thing. That's what that rack reminds me of. No, not the sack rack. That's the drop time. I like that one. The grey one. Hang on, let me just... hang on, I'm going to Flinter's channel right now. Flinter. Great One. Mule. Yeah, the rack that Flinter's first Great One had. That one. I don't like that one very much. So that with tiger stripes would probably be my least favourite combo. But I mean, like I said, I don't dislike any of them, and I'd be really excited. Like, that makes me feel like it sounds like if that specific combo showed up that I wouldn't be excited, but I would. I'd be really ecstatic. And I'd be like, yep, into my lodge you go. After we admire you and take loads of pictures. But yeah, that's the least favourite, I guess. You like most, except Great One Fallow with the golden fur. I'm picky about Great One Fallow. If I'm honest, Great One Fallow aren't my favourite Great One, which, considering I think they're the Great One I've got the most of, is insane. Like, I like two of the Great One Fallow deer racks, and really, of the furs, I really like silver and hooded, and painted is up there. But the rest are kind of meh to me. Like, they're not as... I wish the golden was more golden. Like, more intense. Kind of the same thing with the Tiger Stripes Muley. I wish it was more dramatic. I'm interesting like that, I guess. There's probably a lot more people that are like, no, make it, like, less like that. Make it look more like a normal fallow. I'm like, no, this is a fabled creature. Make it look weird and fantastical, as long as it looks majestic. That's my only thing. Like, when they showed us the concept art for the Great One Black Bears, and there was some that had a toilet seat on their head, I was appalled. I was like, oh my god, if they had put a actual Great One in the game that had a toilet seat on its head, I would have been so upset. I genuinely would have been so upset. Like, to me, that's not... I get it. Bears get things stuck on their heads because they're curious animals. But that's not a fabled creature. That's not... Right, you think of a fable, and the first thing that comes into my head is something mystical, magical, the kind of thing that you would see in, like, a storybook. Like a great white stag with antlers like a tree in the middle of a sunlit forest in autumn. That's the kind of thing that comes into my head. Not a black bear with a toilet seat around its head. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's my thing. Hooded typical is the dream combo. I was super lucky that I got that as my first one. A hooded typical Great One Fallow. Oh my days, when that thing spawned. That was like 5,000 kills as well. Because that was a hard grind. Watching everyone else popping them super quick, and then mine was just so slow at the time. That was one of the longer grinds at the time. And I was so relieved that it ended up being a combo I really liked. But yeah, the only two I like are the Irish elk and the typical. I think they should have made, like... I don't know if any of you guys have seen it. Okay, there's going to be probably a few people that are like either side of what I'm about to say. So, we all know that very clearly the Great One Whitetail are based on, like, ranch whitetail, right? Like, there's not a lot of examples of stuff, especially like the 600 scoring rack, of stuff like that in the wild. So they probably took a lot of inspiration from ranch animals, which, again, I don't have a problem with it. It's a game, it's a video game. Make the deer look cool. I really don't care. Just make them look cool. That's, at the end of the day, it's a video game. That's how I feel about things. It's pixel. Make the pixel look cool. I will chase after the pixel. So, I wish that they'd done that with the fallow deer, because I have seen some fallow deer that have been, like, ranch bred for breeding for reserves, for farms, whatever, that have the most insane looking antlers. Like, they are wider than the fallow deer, like, is tall. They're just incredibly huge in the space they take up. Like, I've seen some that had almost like, you know, the quad paddle moose? like that, but with a fallow deer, and they were like sideways. I wanted to see some stuff like that walking out for the Great One Fallow. And then I saw the Sorak and the spoon. Now, I don't hate the spoon. My problem with the spoon is the fact it's got no spellers. Now, if you don't know what spellers are, that's actually what the points around a fallow deer's antlers are called. They're called spellers. And then you have the tine at the back that kicks out, and that's called the guard tine. So I like a fallow deer with a really big guard tine, like that really sticks out, and really, really big spellers, big palms. Like, I mean, you can even look at wild trophy fallow deer from Hungary. Like, that's my dream fallow deer hunt, is Hungary. They have some of the most incredible wild fallow deer. And they have these big turn-ins on the top of their antlers. So instead of just being, like, the palm curving up and outwards, they curl, like, inwards, because they're so big. They're just massive. And that's what I wanted to see. So I really would have liked to have seen something like that, because, honestly, that saw blade rack in real life, that's a cull fallow deer. Like, that doesn't display the characteristics at all of a trophy fallow deer. Like, if you saw that in your herds IRL, yeah, okay, it's unique, because it's got a lot of spellers, but it's got no real palmation to it. It's, I don't know, it needed more palms. If it was more palmed, and it had great big wide palms that had all those spellers on it, then it would look way better, but it's just too thin. A fallow deer has palmed antlers. They're called mini moose for a reason by a lot of people. Like, that's what I dislike. And yeah, same thing with the spoon. It needed spellers. To not have any spellers at all. It's got a nice guard tine. Like, that's the one redeeming feature on the spoon, is the guard tine that really quite flares out between the antlers. It's nice. But yeah, no spellers at all, really weird. And again, would be something that would be look at this. This is odd. Painted spoon, super cool because you found it on the peninsula in a rest zone and stores it. That's really cool. That's really cool. That's kind of like my hooded typical, in a way. Mine was on, I don't know if it's the peninsula that mine was on. Mine was on the bit with the lighthouse. But yeah, it was really, really cool. The fallow deer are cool, but I just wish they had done some different rack variations, for sure. Because there are more cool rack variations. But again, it's a British deer species. Like, any British deer species, I'm gonna go on about, because I've looked at a lot of them. Like, whether it's up close, like, I have handled fallow deer. You know, they're lovely animals. They're very sweet. Or, you know, red deer. I mean, heck, I have helped with deworming a red deer herd. They're feisty. I got kicked by a red hind, and she kicked me, and it hit me in the top of the thigh. And when I came home, and obviously had to take everything off because I was covered in mud and God knows what from working with the deer that day, I had a perfect imprint on my thigh of this deer's hoof. Like, just a perfect imprint. I thought at the time it would have made for a really cool tattoo, just because of how perfect it was. But, like, they stand up on their hind legs at you. They are massive. Absolutely huge. People underestimate how big a red deer actually is. They are massive. Would you say UK Map's my most wanted map? Actually, no. The only thing that would make me want a UK map would be as if they did put all 6 species of deer that we have in the UK on it, and got a roe deer rework, a red deer rework, and then obviously add Chinese water deer, Oh, a Seeker rework as well. Like, they'd have to do some cool things with it, I think. Make some special elements to it. Things like, I would want wood pigeons to be added, along with, like, a whole system where you can decoy them in. And, yeah, I know they could probably base that to some level, like, off of geese. But I'd want it to be loads of pigeons, not 10 pigeons come in and then there's nothing for a while. Like, I'm talking, I want to see a flock of 20, 30 pigeons come in. Or crows, even, like, because a lot of people, you know, decoy and hunt for crows like that in the UK as pest control. So, stuff like that, and then maybe squirrels. Obviously, we already have foxes. Badgers could be a cool one on a UK map. Mink. We do have a small population of beavers, so they could maybe port them from ASCII. I don't know. I just feel like there'd be a lot of repeat species. So unless they did a lot of redos, kind of like they did for ASCII, I'm not sure that people would really like it very much. Did I shoot two? No, just one. Okay, I thought I shot two there for a second. Should have done a tat and the story to go with it. It would have been really cool, yeah. Most wanted map was Canada. Super happy. Oh, that's really cool. That's super cool, Claydrew. I bet that made you really happy. That's pretty dope. I mean, the only thing that they could do as well with the UK is do a map based off of somewhere like Woburn Abbey. If you don't know what Woburn Abbey is an estate here in the UK that has a safari park, but it has a deer park. And I've been to the deer park, and they've got Pear David's deer, Seeker, red, fallow. They've got Chinese water deer, muntjac. They've got all kinds of deer species. There's so many, and it's amazing. So unless they did something like that, maybe, and like made it clear that it was a UK estate map, and I guess that's kind of high fence, but then I would assume Verhonga's a high fence map, so, you know, it's interesting. Oh, Teak. Thank you. Thank you. You're too kind. Yeah, doves and pigeons would be really cool, and they could have some really cool variations as well. Like, imagine if they did pigeons, and they put, like, this may be me being crazy, but they could do just, like, common wood pigeons, but then have rares, and they're, like, the fancy domesticated pigeons. So you can have the ones with, like, feathery feet and stuff show up as a rare variation, and it's, like, someone's stock birds that have escaped or something. Like, I think that would be cool. Is that close to Downton Abbey? You know, I don't actually know how far away it is from the place, Highclere Castle, where Downton was filmed. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is it's a lovely park. But it's how Chinese water deer and stuff came into the UK is through Woburn. Because the guy who originally owned Woburn was very passionate about deer. He was basically an old-timey me, by the sounds of things. And so he brought a load of deer species over to try and, like, protect them. But what happened was during the war, like, because during the war, unfortunately, everywhere had to be opened and everyone had to, you know, do their bit. There was soldiers and stuff being stationed at Woburn, and gates got left open, deer got out, and that's how they think, you know, some of the first escapees happened for some of the exotic species, like Chinese water deer. A new South American map? Yes. That would be cool. I would love anything different. I really don't mind what they add, just different stuff. I'm one of those people who really isn't fussy, as long as it's got new things. New animals, new rares, new trophies, hopefully a new great one, you know. If it's got new content, I'm down. the thing that I don't like is maps like New England. Like, straight up, I did not like New England. New England is visually absolutely gorgeous. And it kills me that it's got nothing on it that makes me want to go and hunt it. Nothing. Like, occasionally, I'll go there for green-winged teal. Half the time, the multiplayer connection is so bad that they just don't come in. Like, even the bobcats, like, they're the same bobcats from Rancho. Same res, same everything, and it's just like, I don't really want to hunt them here. Like, I don't know. It would have been great if they had done New England with more new species. They could have found something, I feel like, more than just green-winged. Don't get me wrong, I like waterfowl, so I was pleased to see green-winged teal. But then they got added to Mississippi as well, so it's kind of not made any reason for me to go and hunt them out. So, yeah, it's a tricky one. Give me a South American waterfowl map. Ooh. That could be cool. That could be really cool. Do you know, I'd like some bigger birds as well. Give me swans and cranes. Because people do hunt certain species of swan and certain species of crane. And I'm just like, yeah, add them. Add them. Give me them. Because how cool would it be to see a flock of, like, birds that size come and land? I just think that would look really, really cool. You see a whole flock of swans come in. Oh, I think that would be fun. Yeah, 5 Great One species on New England. I know. And it's such a pretty map. That's why I did try to grind moose on there for a bit. Like, when I was bouncing between map to map to map, I did try New England for about 2,000 kills of that 8,000 kill moose grind. But it didn't pay off, and it's so frustrating. Like, what they should have done is, in my opinion, that obviously everything is in my opinion, so, but I would have made it so, like, black bear were up in, like, say, the top left, whitetail were in the bottom right, you know, make the species a little bit more, like, divided up across the map, instead of just being kind of everywhere, and then it would be a much more popular map, I swear, because then it would be less pain to grind. Hi, William. How are you doing? I'd love to see more people grind on New England, honestly, as well. I would do it if it wasn't such pain. Like, if I was going to do another whitetail grind and they did that so that they were a bit more, like, separated up, I'd probably grind whitetail there if I was to do another grind for something. I'm never grinding moose again. I've got no knees. I've got 11 moose. That's enough. No more moose. No more moose. You're still working on a Nem pheasant grind. Dang. Oh, that would be so pretty. Like, when I pause like that, I'm picturing in my head a great one pheasant walking through the autumn leaves and, like, what that would look like for footage. Like, that would be nice. And then it makes me want to do it, and then I'm like, but they're everywhere, and the trees, it would be awful. If it was divided up into little newer maps. Yeah, that could have been something. If they maybe not... You know, they could have skipped New England Mountains as a map and made a trophy lodge. Or, like, revamped the trophy lodges. Because I will constantly say it for as long as I play this game, because I love it so much. Like, I want everybody to know how much I love this game. It's my passion. Out of all the games I've tried and played, very few games have stuck with me like Call of the Wild. In fact, there's been games I've loved. I mean, some games I've not even played, but I watch them and I talk about them. Mass Effect. I'm a die-hard Mass Effect fan. Absolutely love it. I've never played it myself. I've watched other people play it, and I've watched it on YouTube multiple times. Love Mass Effect. The Witcher. Never played it myself. Aside from maybe an hour or two, I think, on Xbox. But I love it. Great game. Baldur's Gate 3. Great game. Love it. But Call of the Wild is my constant. It is my everyday... I'm thinking about what they could add, what I could do, like, what... the creativeness, all those kind of things. Like, Call of the Wild is that game for me. That's why I've got, like, I don't know, 7,000 hours or whatever it is now in it. And so, when I'm saying, I really want them to do this, and I really want them to do that, I really want them to do this, it's not because I dislike something, it's because I want them to do something even more because the game is so amazing to me. Like, if that makes sense. It's purely from sheer passion. I love it so much. But I'd love it if they would give us a new lodge. Or just something like... I just want to have stuff that isn't African themed, but in a decent sized lodge. Because I love the size of Saseka, and I love the look of Spring Creek. I kind of want a combination of that, and please give us customizable terrain for platforms, please. I don't like having my links on African grass. Like, I want to put them on snow, or stones, or ice, or something. That crocodile mount, where the crocodile's leaping out and grabbing the magpie goose out of the air, give us an acrylic water mount. Like, it doesn't have to be super, super, super crazy. But, like, okay, like, look at this ice that we're stood on. Just take, like, this texture, make it look like that muddy water colour that's on Australia. Bob's your uncle. That's an acrylic water terrain. That would look so much better, having that crop come out of that, than the grass. Because at the minute, I can't use that mount, because it just looks like half of a crocodile coming out of the earth. It doesn't look right, do you know what I mean? We don't play a Call of the Wild, Call of the Wild plays us. Damn right. It plays with our emotions, it plays with our hearts, plays with our minds. Your uncle is Bob? Yes, he is. But yeah, I hope that that's something that they work on, because this game is a trophy hunting game at the end of the day. Like, yeah, okay, it's a hunting game, but it's a trophy hunting game. Like, the game is focused on getting trophy animals to put in your trophy lodge. That's why we have diamonds and great ones and rares and stuff like that. So, I would love to see more of a focus on how those trophies are actually displayed. Do you know what I mean? Because with my great ones and stuff, I'd love to be able to make them look like the terrain, have the terrain of the map that those species come from and stuff. Yeah, oh my gosh, the amount of times you see something. I gotta be honest, one of these bucks just now made me think it was a great one, and it's not even that big. It's like, why? Foxes kept doing it to me. I think part of it with foxes is because I got that one so early on and it just appeared that every fox was suddenly a great one in my head. Like, is it another one? Another one's here? No, it's not another great one fox. What we can do if you guys want, you can say yes or no, is we'll shoot these guys, and then we'll do one more melee run, and then we can go and have a quick look in my lodges, because obviously I've never done a live stream before, so we can have a look, see what they look like at the minute, because you guys haven't seen my second lodge at all yet. So, and I think I've changed a few things in the first lodge since last year I have. So if you guys would like, we can go and have a look if you want. We can go and have a poke around. Welcome back, Graves. I was just asking Graves if we'll do one more mule deer run, and then I said if people would like go and have a quick look at my lodges. See what's in there, so you guys can see, and I can talk a little bit about plans and what I'd like to do with things. Cool. Hello, elephant puppet. Hello. And we will begin a final run for tonight. So yeah, I won't grind anymore then, off stream. Seeing as you guys are really desperate to hear a Great One reaction. If I do anything related to mule deer, like, I'll try and keep it on stream, seeing as this is the grind that we're working on. And then, hopefully, if one spawns, we'll catch the reaction on stream, if that sounds good to you guys. And then, like, off stream, I'll work on trying to get the 2 diamonds I'm missing, and stuff from multiplayer and stuff like that. Lodge tour. I'm doing really good, thank you, Elephant Puppet. First stream, I'm feeling a lot more relaxed now, at this point. We're a couple of hours in. Definitely feeling a lot more relaxed than I did at the beginning. It's a new experience, but everyone in chat has been their amazing selves, and has been very, very supportive, and that has made it a very pleasurable experience. So we'll be doing more of these in the future. We are just doing one last round of mule deer, and then we're going to go and have a look through my lodges. Have I got a tar of Tay? No, I haven't bothered. I've got one of each tar except for the scars. And honestly, when it gets to a point like that, unless it's a fur... Okay. Fallow deer taught me my lesson. Bet you those mule deer are fleeing because of wolves, because there's wolves that do that. Yeah, fallow deer taught me my lesson with the silver fur. Unless it's like, if I had got all of the tar except the fabled skull, then I would keep grinding. But because it's not, like, I really like the scars, but I can live without it. I feel like if I do a grind, I'm just gonna get more and more repeats, because I've got every other fur. And I'll probably get like 12 more fabled halves, because that's me. And then, yeah. I don't really want to keep getting loads of repeats. It's not why I do it. Like, when I talk about why I grind for Great Ones, it's not a numbers game. Like, heck. I'm never gonna be iBuy or, like, Crow and have hundreds. Well, maybe at some point, if they add, you know, more and more Great Ones to the game and stuff like that, obviously. But I'm not in it to have the most, or be the person with the most Great Ones. That's not the point for me. Yeah, spaceship. I know, I half did that on accident, and then I kind of left it because I don't know what I'm doing. Call of the Wild time. So, yeah, half accident, half on purpose. So we'll leave it like that because it's about as chaotic as this stream has been. But yeah, it's not about having a ton of Great Ones. I just like to try and get as many variations because I like to do the filming and the photography and stuff. That's why when I get duplicates, I don't spend as much time filming them and stuff, because it's not like a fresh... Like, I'm trying to think of how to say it. If I've already shown you guys a fabled skull, bighorns, Great One tar up close in all the different, like, zones and stuff, you guys maybe don't want to sit through the exact same thing again. So I tried to make it a little bit faster for this, if I get a duplicate kind of thing. And yeah, with tar, because I've got 5 of the 6, I feel like I'll get way too many dupes. You know, yes, maybe I could get a scars on the first try, but it's just so unlikely. I don't know. I'd rather grind fox or something where I've only got 2 of the variations that exist. Do you know what I mean? Or mule deer, where I've got one combination of, what is it, 30 something combinations, Flinter said? That's a very big mule deer right there. Right there. He's huge. Right in the middle of all of this tiny mule deer. That looks funny. I like the wood bison. They've got character. Haha, Fret Great One Tar. That's the goal. Ooh. That would be nice. You know the one thing I would have liked to have gotten other than the scars fur? See, there's more coming in. See what I mean about this zone? Look. All of these are here, and now there's more coming in. This zone is really weird for this, in particular. Yeah. I really would have liked the chipped horns for the Great One Tar, as well as, like, the Fabled Scars. That was actually the combination I really wanted. Fabled Scars with the chipped horns. Because it kind of looks like, you know, he's been in the wars fighting with other males. Kind of that old warrior vibe. Still, like, my favourite old warrior vibes, great one, is still my moose. The Fabled Ashen quad paddle. He's, oh, that moose, for me, was everything. And he was the most aggressive of all of the Great One moose I got. My dream combo for the moose would have been the Fabled Ashen with the big non-tip rack. But, I mean, the quad paddle is so cool. It's so cool. Like, insane. Do you know, fun fact, guys, actually. I had an artist make me a 3D printed skull, miniature skull and antlers of my big non-typical Great One moose. It's really, really cool. It's a little miniature thing. I even asked, I asked Jaxie for permission and everything. I was like, can I have one of these made by this artist? And he gave me permission. So I have this skull, this like miniature skull. It's only, the skull, it's like the actual skull bit is maybe an inch. And then the antlers are maybe 8 inches long. But it's like it's an actual replica of that Great One moose that took me all that time to get, which is really, really cool. So it's just a little cool, my own little cool of the wild piece of history, I guess, that I can hold in my hand. Because that moose took some work. That was my dream moose, so I wanted to get something. I'm thinking that for a few of, like, special Great Ones and stuff, now I have a room that I'm allowed to decorate. I might get, like a big photo frame and put some of my favourite pictures and stuff in there. That kind of thing. Because, like, for me, I get it, it's pixels, I get it, I've been told, go touch grass, blah, 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 blah. I am disabled. And with, you know, I've talked about, like, trying to get real life hunting experience. It's not been easy. And for me, these are hard-earned trophies. Like, they're as hard-earned as anything else. Like, I've worked as hard. Okay, it's maybe not the traditional thing, but, you know, they're still my trophies. So, oh, hi. Level 5. Yeah. So, I think I might try and make it like a little display of my favourite ones. That rack is almost always a troll, but I see that there's another decent buck there as well, so I kind of want to get in this tripod, because there might be others. Yeah. You know what have very interesting skulls? Gila monsters and clouded leopards. Yes. Fun fact, clouded leopards have the longest canines of any extant cat. So they are, physically, when you look at them, like the closest thing in terms of canine size to a saber-tooth. Which I think is such a cool thing, because they're not a massive cat, but they have the longest canine teeth in relation to their skull. If you didn't know that, there's a little fact for you. And Gila monsters are also really cool, because they, like, their skull looks like a shell almost. It's really cool. And hi Ian, I am doing pretty good. I'm really enjoying this actually now. I'm still nervous and still feeling a bit jittery, but I'm really enjoying this. I think it's a lot of fun doing the streams, so. That I'm not sure, Graves. You might be right though. That is ringing a bell somewhere, so you might be right. Clouded leopards are just cool. Cool animals. Give me them in Call of the Wild. I'll hunt some clouded leopards. I do love that sound with these ARs. The shook shook. Such a cool noise. Hello, deers. And yes, I know they're deer, not deers, but I will say what I like. Oh well, we got two of them. Golly. You can call your streams Facts with Mel. You want to learn something? Come here and ask me questions about animals. Also, Paleoloxodon skulls. I thought the paleo... Oh yes! Those are like the mini elephants, right? The dwarf elephants. And that's where they think the Cyclops, like, legend came from, was people finding those skulls. Because, I mean, if you don't know what an elephant skull looks like, very easy to think that the trunk hole is an eye socket. It's not that like, big of a jump. Especially, like, back then. You've got very little to compare to. If you've like I said, if you've never seen an African elephant skull or an Asian elephant skull, that's not a recognisable feature. So, very, very cool. I love stuff like that. Because the thing is, with mythology in itself means something that has, like, an element of truth to it. Someone saw something that has been either exaggerated or bits and pieces of the story have been lost over time. And the original thing, there was something that made people say, hey, unicorns exist, or centaurs. In fact, I was reading something last night, I think, and they were talking about the centaur legend. They think that what might have happened, and it makes complete sense, is that people that didn't ride horses saw someone riding a horse for the first time and thought that the human and the horse were, like, somehow combined. And that's where the centaur myth may have come from. I mean, we know that jackalopes come from the rabbits, the jackrabbits with that horrible, horrible disease, which the name of it is currently escaping me, which is frustrating me. But we know that that's where that came from. Like, there was actually... I read this and it fascinated me. For a time, jackalopes even had their own species classification because people thought they were an actual, genuine species. How wild is that? Like, it's insane. And then you see these jackalopes that have these growths from that disease, which I cannot remember the name of. I'm sure someone will put it in chat, because I'm sure somebody's going to know what I'm talking about. And it's like, you see that for the first time, yeah, okay, suddenly the jackalope myth makes a whole lot of sense, because I've seen a picture of one of those rabbits that was affected by it, and it straight up had what looked like a pronghorn horn growing out of its lower jaw. Stick that on top of its head, boom, jackalope, there you go. Like, it's not a stretch, even, for that to be where that came from. And all cultures across the world have their version of dragons. And that fascinates me. It's like, what did someone see? And how did that... Because in a time where people couldn't, there wasn't social media. Like, so you couldn't just post a Photoshop picture and then suddenly someone across the world says they've seen one. Separate civilizations all had their own versions of dragons. Like, it's mind-blowing when you think about it, right? What did they see? What was it that they saw that inspired that, right? That's what gets to me. Because I totally think there's still things out there that are, you know, that they're just not seen. Things that aren't fully explained, fully understood. Definitely feel that way about the deep sea. I don't know about anyone else, but things like in the deep sea, there are some crazy things that have been documented. And I'm sat there like, okay, we've only explored a tiny percentage of it. What else is down there? That's what gets me. What else is down there to be found? Shope papillomavirus. Thank you very much, spaceship. Oh, that was killing me. That's the jackrabbit antelope. I can't think now. What are they called? Jackalope. The jackalope thing. Your mic? Oh, not my mic. I thought you were saying my mic might have been muted, and I was going to be like, oh, that'd be awkward. It'd have been awkward if one of you hadn't said anything until now as well. Like Sasquatch and the Loch Ness Monster. Yeah, there's definitely way more to that. Like, there is. I'm sorry. It's anything especially that starts off from, like I said, before social media. That's the stuff that really gets me. Yeah, there has spaceship. There has. And people keep saying it's AI with the jackrabbits in America at the minute. And they're like, oh, people using AI to make people think that the jackalopes are real. And it's like, no, this is actually what made people think jackalopes existed. Like, you have exactly understood it. It's interesting, but yeah, I think there's stuff down in the deep sea that would blow people's minds, because like finding out that there's not only volcanoes under the in the ocean, but there's oceans within the ocean. I don't know if any of you have ever seen the clip of the brine pool. And, like, an eel goes to swim into the brine pool. Like, this is in the ocean. And it goes to swim down into it, and then it comes up, and it's, like, dying because it can't deal with going down there. You bet there's something down in there that lives in there, right? There's gotta be. I've heard them talking recently about these giant sinkholes in the Amazon, and they've got their own, like, climates with their own species and stuff in there. What's in there? They were talking about some local legend of they call it a misty panther, and apparently they're starting to document these species that live down there that the local people have known about for a long time. But I can't wait. I can't wait to find, like, I just want to know. Like, I want to know what they find. I just want to be there and be like, show me the new species. Show me. Show me the frog that has completely invisible skin. Like, that exists. Glass frogs and stuff. Like, there's so many incredible things out there already, and it's just, nature fascinates me. And I'm going off on a tangent about that now. Yeah, it's a hagfish, that's it, not an eel. But hello, Stubby Wubby. Nature's amazing. I love nature. There's so many cool things. So many cool things. That's why when people are like, no, I'm not really interested. I'm like, how can you not be? You're part of this. You're part of this world. Not being able to see the bottom of the ocean gives me anxiety. Yep. I have thalassophobia. which is not being able to, like, a fear of not being able to see into the deep, but I'm still massively fascinated by it. Which probably says something about my brain. But, like, it terrifies me, but I just want to explore it at the same time. It's, I don't know, strange how that works, I guess. But I bet there's some cool things down there. Show me the cool animals. Maybe that's where the myth of dragons comes from. What if there's something that lives down there and it got twisted and turned into something that it isn't quite right? Because we all know how stories go, right? You know, someone says, oh, I saw this thing and it breathed fire or whatever. Maybe it was something that actually spits acid as a defense, like certain creatures do, you know? And then it gets turned into a big fire-breathing lizard. That's how it works. Very interesting to me. Right, we're getting to the end of this run now. Doo-doo-doo. Oh yeah, for real, no bad days. I don't think I could go in one of the subs. Like, if, say the opportunity was to be offered. Like, you know, in my dreams. Say someone said, hey, you want to go down in the ocean in one of the subs? Like, to go on one of the explorations? Huge part of me would want to say yes. Just for, like, the experience, man. Like, oh no, spaceship, we're going to do the lodge tour. I just meant we're coming to the end of this muley run. We've only got a couple more spots to go to. And then we'll go to the lodge. I'd want to go for the experience, but I don't know if I could get over it mentally. Like, but then I said that about going in a plane. And I've gone in a plane now. So, I don't know. Maybe I would be able to. I guess it's maybe one of those things that unless you have that question actually put before you, that maybe you don't know. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Hi Thundergunner. Yes, this is my first ever live stream. Oh my gosh, Graves. Yeah, definitely not going on one that's controlled by a game controller. Nah, I don't fancy that. Not for me, thanks. Not for me, thank you. Talking of, like, cool animals and cool experiences and stuff. Something that I have been able to do, and this is something that I'm really lucky, is I've been able to actually spend some time with Andean condors. Now, if you don't know, Andean condors are the world's, like, physically largest, biggest flying bird. Like, they are gigantic. Like, when I first saw pictures of them, I didn't think they were still around when you see the size of them, because they are just prehistoric creatures. Now, not where I used to live, like where I've just moved from, but when we were still in Wales, there was a raptor, but you know, birds of prey centre nearby. And because of me being very quiet and animals and just obsessed with animals and nature in every way, I became quite friendly with some of the staff that worked there. And because I knew a few people and they knew a few people who knew some people I knew, I managed to be able to do some like behind the scenes stuff. And they had an Andean condor chick, and she was amazing. Her name was Mockus. Just the most gorgeous, fluffy thing. Now, Andean condor chicks remain chicks for several years, and they are huge. And Mockus liked to follow people around and untie their shoelaces. Mockus was amazing. And I absolutely loved Mockus. Like, their down feathers are so unbelievably fluffy and soft. Like, just gorgeous. And even the bold top of their heads, so soft. Like, because she was completely hand-tamed. Like, absolutely tame, because hand-reared. Just gorgeous creature. Anyway, a few years passed, and I ended up meeting someone very cool named Carl Jones. You might have heard of Carl Jones. He's a really awesome guy. He's done a lot of conservation work on Mauritius. He is responsible for saving the Mauritius kestrel from extinction, stuff like that. Really, really, really cool guy. And I was fortunate enough to go and meet him back when I was doing a lot of skull collecting. Obviously, when I then got sick and stuff, I had to reduce my collection down, and that was really unfortunate. But back in my heyday of collecting, I found out he was also a skull collector. And one thing led to another, and we ended up in contact. And he said, "Well, you don't actually live that far from me. Why don't you come over and we'll talk skulls? Get your dad to bring you over. I've got some things I can show you." And obviously working on Mauritius, he had things like dodo eggs. Real ones that I could see. Because he's the guy that digs them up. And I was like, heck yeah. So me and Dad drove to go and see this guy. And at the time, we still had our German Shepherd. And he was my dad's German Shepherd. And we had to take him with us, because he never was separated from my dad. He was just my dad's dog. And me and lovely Carl are talking away. And Dad says, "Oh, do you mind if I just walk the dog outside a little bit?" And Carl's like, yeah, of course. I'm going to grab this, I can't even remember what it was, some amazing skull to show me. He had all kinds of extinct animals from Mauritius and like specimens of stuff that he'd saved, you know, from working and breeding projects to bring these animals back as well. It was incredible. Like, incredible. He had like a full-size bear and all kinds of stuff. I was in awe. And getting to see a dodo egg in person was just epic. Anyway, he goes to grab whatever it was he was going to grab. And my dad comes back before he does. My dad sits on the sofa next to me. And he looks at me and he goes, "He's got something out there in a cage. And I don't know what it is, but it's rattling the cage." I was like, "Whatever." He goes, "I think it's a vulture." I'm like, yeah. Like, thinking he's winding me up, because that's the kind of person my dad is he'll wind me up. I was like, yeah, whatever. We'd seen that he had some parrots outside in a massive aviary, like the biggest aviary I'd ever seen. And they were rescues. Probably, again, that he'd rescued in his many adventures. And then we're just talking very casually after this, because like he came back and my dad stopped saying about that he'd heard something rattling outside. And then he slaps his thighs and goes, "Do you want to see my condors?" And I look at him and go, "Condors?" He goes, "Yeah, I've got a breeding pair of Andean condors." And I was like, "Really? You've got Andean condors?" He was like, "Yeah, I because of, you know, he works in conservation, he actually had a pair that were breeding." And he goes, "Yeah, let's go feed them." And so he takes us out back and he puts some lamb legs, like whole lamb's legs, in a bucket. He goes, "Come on, we'll go feed them." And he leads us out the back, and it's this massive area. It had like trees all the way around it. And what it was, he told us, was an agricultural warehouse that he had taken the frame of and converted it into an aviary. This thing was, like, when I tell you it was giant, it was giant. And that's the reason that these condors were, you know, up against the bars, was because they were waiting to be fed. And so he goes, "Come on then, let's go in." And so he takes me in there, and there's this full-size breeding pair of Andean condors that come down to my feet to eat. these lamb's legs. And when I tell you they shredded those things, they shredded them. Within, I don't know, just no time at all. Their beaks, the sound of their beaks, like, it was audible, the power behind those beaks. And he was like, now, the male won't let you as close and just touch, like, the female will let you touch her. But the male's a little bit more standoffish. And he was just stood there with this Andean condor, and she was just letting him stroke her. And he said, yeah, they're the UK's only breeding pair right now. And he was saying, oh yeah, one of the chicks went to a place actually not all that far away. Named the name of this bird of prey centre. And it was only Mockus that was a chick of this pair. Like, and I was like, Mockus? And he said, yeah. I said, I know Mockus. Yeah, I go and hang out with that bird. Like, she follows us around the centre when we're doing things. It was amazing. They're just incredible birds. Like, the size of them. Until you're, like, stood in front of one of them, I don't think you can appreciate just how huge they are. They don't seem real. To see a bird that gosh darn big is insane. Like, I'm not a very tall person either. Like, I felt quite intimidated by the size of these birds. They're just absolutely insane creatures. That is one of the coolest things I've ever been able to do, is get close to Andean condors. It was just how it happened as well, just to be like, oh yeah, no, I know the chick that this pair had, and that's now gone off to this other conservation centre. It was completely insane, that was. Well, that's quite a big deer. All by himself. See, this zone's being weird again, but had all them deer here last time, now it's just him. Just him. Weird. But yeah, Andean condors are very cool. There's lots of very cool birds of prey. African pygmy kestrels are adorable. They're like so small. So small. And they're so chatty. I like a chatty animal. Animals that make noises are great. And so you walk into an aviary and you hear all these little chittering African pygmy kestrels. It's great. I've got lots of bird and animal stories. Because you find someone that, appreciates them, and then they, know someone who knows someone, and then they're like, oh, hey, you should go and see Dave. Dave has got this that he's looking after. And you're like, I would like to go and see Dave. Like, going to my mate's red deer farm during the rut and feeding the stags. And being literally just a metre away, like the width of the buggy that we were feeding in, from a red stag roaring. And feeling it reverberate up through the ground into your chest. I was blown away. So, right then, people. Shall we do a lodge tour? Oh my gosh. Hi, Jumbra and Thundergunner. Thank you so gosh darn much. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. My gosh, guys. The incredible generosity from this stream and all of you is wow. I don't even have the words. Thank you. Just thank you so much. It's massively appreciated. I don't expect it. None of you ever have to do it. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Gosh. Gonna make me emotional. I'm gonna start crying. But, yeah. Who wants to do a lodge tour? Shall we go to the lodge? Right. we'll go. Oh god, I feel like I don't know how to go past that when they happen. I'm just like, I feel like I should just keep saying thank you. I can't express it. I'm very grateful. Thank you. I'm so awkward. Right, let's go to my main lodge. Let's go to my first main lodge, because we've got main lodge 1 and main lodge 2. Gosh, yeah, for real, K-Flow. This community is amazing. Like, I'm so privileged to have such a nice group of people in my community. I'm really, really, really privileged. And that is so cool, no bad days. That's amazing. I like vultures a lot. They're one of those animals that people I don't think, really appreciate as much as they should be appreciated. Oh, insane. I'm like genuinely emotional. Right. So, this is my first main lodge. I should probably change the time. Do you know what? I'm going to run through and go and change the time, because it's all like... Thankfully I know my way through here. Don't mind me. You see nothing. Let's make it midday. The Mellish stand strong. Is that what you're calling yourself, huh? The Mellish. Right, and then we run all the way back. With my head down. How to navigate Saseka Safari. Right, let's do this again. Let's do this again. Right. Let's do this. Here we go. Right. So this is main lodge 1. So. Oh, thank you so much, Kayles. That's amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Jundra. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Oh, you are both so amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much, guys. That's so kind of you and so generous. Thank you so much. You're just amazing. Both of you. Thank you. Thank you. What a stream. Oh my gosh. Right. Okay. Lodge tour to finish the stream. Right, so we walk in and we have 4 Great One Bears. We have the Floofy Boy, which, I don't know, hard to pick a favourite of these, but I really do like the chestnut. Then we have this guy, who was my first ever Great One Bear. This was when they released. That's the Fabled Cream. And we have Fabled Skull Boy, Glacier, which I really wanted a Glacier, so I'm so glad I managed to get him. And then we have Fabled Star Boy with the Glacier. So you've kind of got like the 2 black and white, like, and grey ones, and then like the browns and creams and stuff. So I thought those kind of made two nice pairs. Then up here we have like some of my records for biggest diamonds of certain deer species. So my biggest red, which I shot actually not all that long ago in terms of videos. That was off tHE when I've been grinding for super rares. 270.4. Got a max score whitetail. That's actually 275.53. It's just a max score. That's my current biggest axis. I can improve on that. 226.7. Biggest Rocky Mountain. 515.8. Isn't too shabby. Biggest Roosevelt elk. Now, he's full 13.4, which is generally like top endish of what they get. I actually shot him during my first ever whitetail grind. So, he's quite special, actually, because he was a random find on my own map, and I was really happy to get such a big diamond elk. So, yeah. Take care, Stubby Wubby, have a good one. I do have a little bit of experience with fish skulls, not a lot, though. Hi, Hunter for Life. Having a good one. Actually, really enjoying the streaming thing, and now just doing a quick lodge tour before the end. Then we have my biggest diamond fallow. 270.1 from the grind. And my biggest seeker, this guy was up there with the biggest ones ever shot for quite a while at 219.2. So, yeah, I tried to give it quite the variety for that wall. Now you come in here, and we have another Great One Bear and a super rare. So that's Fabled Spirit, and then that was my first Diamond Cinnamon Bear, 23.9. So that was my first super rare bear. So I was pretty happy with that. Then we've got over here a couple of my favourite multi-mounts. Melanistic and Albino Lynx. And then Melanistic and Albino Coyote. And an Albino Jackrabbit. Whitetail Jackrabbit. So I quite like having those two mounts side by side. Like you've got the two black and whites. I really like doing that kind of thing. Again, would look much cooler if that was like on snow or something. Oh my gosh. Last of you. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. That is insane. Thank you so much. Wow. I'm glad you think this was I can't even speak. A success. Yeah. I think it's gone pretty good. As much as I've, been a bit awkward. I think I want to do this more. I've really enjoyed it. It's been really fun. Thank you so much. Gosh. I I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. That's insane. Heck. Bit speechless now. I'm gonna cry. Gosh. Thank you. We have some rooster deer here. If you know, some rooster deer. So we have my biggest diamond rooster, 158.3, and then we have the two piebalds. Like these are the two variations, just small ones, but it's the two variations. I'm out of breath almost. That's my favourite piebald for from the male Javan rooster. I literally can't speak properly now. So yeah, the biggest diamond banteng, 145.3. So yeah, pretty big one. You can see like the span on the horns is quite wide compared to a lot of banteng. It's definitely like different looking. I believe this one was a level 4 as well. I did have one that was a level 4 that was about this size, and then one that was a level 5 that was about this size, so yeah. Then we have biggest hog deer, which was actually a level 4, believe it or not. 112.2. So again, massive Australian diamonds as level 4s. And then we have, I think that's my biggest sandbar, 173.3. So some big Australian diamonds, and then diamond stubble quail, 240.6. My only diamond stubble quail, but we will like him. Now these two plaques are empty because I'm, still thinking I might put something else there. We have one piebald green winged teal here. It's one of the variations. I believe over here, yeah, we have the other female piebald green winged teal variation because I like to collect the variations. Thank you, last of you. You're far too kind. Gosh. It means the world, guys. You don't even know. Like, I'm gonna, after this, need to have a minute because it means so much. Like, it genuinely does. When I started doing this channel, it was beyond me that something like this would ever happen. Like, being able to sit and talk with such a lovely group of people and just share with this game. Like, when I first started posting videos, this was all beyond my wildest dreams, so you guys have no idea. It's amazing. I'm legit crying now, so try not to cry. Right, then we have another pair of Risa. We have the leucistic male. Leucistic male, which is kind of like a blue colour. Oh, and then we have, next to him, because I kind of like having the pairs, we have the piebald female, and I actually think the piebald female Rusa, voice keeps cracking, the piebald female Rusa are actually my favourite rare for the Rusa. I really like the clean piebald pattern for them, it's really nice. And then we have this wall, so we have albino, and then over there melanistic European bison bulls. And then we have piebald sambar, leucistic sambar, diamond lesser kudu, biggest diamond moose, and then diamond black buck. Then we have a piebald hog deer. Believe it or not, that's what the piebald males look like. It's really not as cool as the females. And then a leucistic male hog deer too. And then up on the top we have melanistic magpie goose, piebald magpie goose, leucistic magpie goose, and diamond magpie goose. I kind of would like that to be all rares, but I also kind of like having the diamond in there as well. See, I need more plaques, this is the problem, so I can have all of the rares and diamonds for species together. But yeah, the black buck's not massive, 134.5, and I don't think the kudu's particularly massive. Yeah, 155.2. I think that's my biggest one, but the moose is 301.6, so pretty decent. Yeah, the leucistic hog deer are real weird. The leucistic and the piebald males, I don't know, the piebald males don't look as cool as the females in my opinion. Right, and then just here, molting and common diamonds. Just not too much of anything. And then over here, 2 diamond antelope jackrabbit having a fight as well. Got a couple of leucistic pheasants. These were older ones, but I still like them enough, and they are rare enough that I'm keeping them here, so they're still there. Here we have melanistic female gadwall, and my biggest melanistic fallow, 239.5. So he was like I think the biggest non-super rare from the grind, so. And then we have a lot of max scores and stuff over here. So max score raccoon, 13, it's blonde, and then we have the grey piebald, which is still actually grey piebald, not grey piebald, so interesting. Max score wild boar, 159.5. Max score lynx. Now, a lot of people don't know that this is actually max score when they get a 28.98, I think it is exactly. But Cashnip, who is the cat expert for this game, they did so many lynx grinds. It's insane. They've got super rare lynx, I think 2 or 3 of them. So they know the max score. So I trust that. Diamond male Gemsbok. That isn't max, but it's pretty darn close. Max score musk deer at 276. Max female Gemsbok at 358. Max scoring red Mexican bobcat, again same thing, weird max score. I think it's 27.8 something again. It's again a really weird one. Cashnip informed me that is indeed actually max score. And wild hog 159.5 because it's the same as the wild boar for max score. And then we have albino and melanistic American gators. They took forever to find. And they belong together. And then so we have a little bit of work in progress going on here. Right. So we got a diamond raccoon dog here that's almost max, 9.9, 10 is max. And we have diamond willow ptarmigan. And then over here, just casually, we have dark brown raccoon dog, which is quite a rare thing. And then we have one of my many red willow ptarmigan, which is incredibly rare, and I just keep finding them on my quest for a diamond mountain hare, so I figured they make quite a nice pair with that coloration. And then if I spin round, we've got a melanistic gold musk deer up there, which, if I take the camera out, look at that. It's such a cool looking deer. I actually found that while looking for a melanistic wild boar, and then I found that via a track, and I couldn't believe it. And then if I go to this side, there's a melanistic wild boar. So we've kind of got both of them there. Yeah, melanistic wild boar, again, really rare. I've managed to find a couple of them, and I've got, I can't even remember how many black gold wild boar. Still can't find an albino, and it upsets me. But this bit is a bit of a work in progress. So, we have that hurts me just to look at. That is actually a troll. A troll legendary light brown. I can believe it. I was really, really upset about that. Like, he had an estimate, the minimum was 1,000 and I think it was 1,008, and he's like 1,008.8. I never even put it into a full video. It was just before I went to see my boyfriend for the first time, literally the night before. I just put it into a short because I was so heartbroken, and I was like, I'm not trying to record a video right now. I need to go to bed. It was the last thing on my croc grind on that day. So upsetting. Then we have an albino. And then we have another light brown. Oh wait, or is that actually a piebald? That's a piebald. Never mind. Sorry, I didn't mean to say light brown. That's the piebald. They look really similar. I've never really noticed that. Yeah, piebald, albino, light brown. Biggest grind albino from the fallow grind, 238.2. And now you can see there's two plaques here that are empty, because I need a melanistic croc and I need a leucistic. I had a leucistic in multiplayer and I lost it because it came up behind me out of the water and attacked me. I hit record, it turned around, ran back into the water. Then as I was waiting for it to come back out, someone drove a ATV along the beach, scared it away again. Then the host left and the entire session crashed, so I lost it. And then we have a max score diamond, 1,100. I've got a couple of them, but I like the grey, so the grey one's there. And here we have gold leucistic tufted duck, one of the variations, there's two. Really would like to get the other one. And hi Tig Buffy. Sorry, Tig Buffy. I'm liking the new laptop a lot. It's running this really well, so can't wait to play with it a little bit more soon. Then we have a diamond hazel grouse, 441. I think that's my biggest one. I do have a couple. I need to check. I think that's my biggest one. And then we have this beauty, a bicolour diamond rock ptarmigan. Unfortunately, sorry, I lost the clip for that because it was back in the days when I was still using like a type of shadow play to record, and it did an update and it wasn't set up to record like the last 5 minutes of gameplay, so that one never made it into a video, sadly. But then we have three fabled golden great one fallow, an Irish elk and 2 spoons, all together in a multi-mount. We have this guy. This was the sunrise buck, if any of you guys know that video, because he's got them cross tines. This was the guy from Revlon Thule. He was beautiful, stood for me in the sunlight, really gorgeous. Then we have big rack, really small big rack. In fact, I believe this is the smallest big rack on record at 604.5. Like, this rack normally scores 630 to 640s. 604.5 is a ridiculously small score for this particular rack. Like, you can see the tips of, like, the beams are, like, nearly touching. Like, it's so small. Yeah, the paid actor, that one. And then we have this guy, which this is the, one of the rarer racks for Great One Whitetail. This is, a lot of people call this, like, the thick rack or the short rack, and you can see why. This was a great one that I killed on Rancho. So, yeah, I really like that one. And then we have this guy, another dark brown Great One Whitetail with that sort of same rack as this guy. So, yeah, just a different look to it. Then we have a trio of fabled hoodeds, which is actually nice that they've all like got different racks. So you've got the saw blade, the typical, and the spoon there. And the typical was my first ever Great One Fallow. So they make a nice little trio there as well. Thunder Gunner might be tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. If I'm feeling like I was today, be tomorrow. Then we have this guy. Fabled two-tone Great One Moose with that rack. Oh, he had to be centre place of this lodge. Like, that rack is just nuts. My favourite view of it is sideways, because just them tines, man. It's such an impressive looking rack. That's why I needed that one for the lodge. Right, we'll go off down this way. Albino Rocky Mountain elk. Only a small one, but they're quite rare, so happy to have that. This guy is way more special than he looks. That is a max score, 162.5, brown Cape Buffalo, but this was before they got made to be like a uncommon. I shot this back when they were quite hard to find. I was stoked with this. It was on multiplayer. I'd always wanted a brown diamond Cape Buffalo because they were one of the most sought after trophies at the time. Everybody wanted one. And I found this guy on multiplayer. It was a max weight track, followed it, saw the horns, shot him, max weight, max score. And everybody at the time asked me, did you grind for that? Because ain't no way you got that lucky on a multiplayer. Like, that's how rare they used to be. They weren't rare, but they were so much less common than they are these days. So he stays in the lodge permanently. Then we have a Diamond European Bison. I still need to replace him with a True Horns one, but it's a pretty good size one. We have a max score of the old horns for Plains Bison at 245.5. And then we have my biggest ever Diamond Water Buffalo at 173.3. And we have a little albino up there, which I actually shot with the new models, but I'd like a bigger one, but it's got decent horns. Melanistic raccoon down here. One of the many that I shot. That one was close to being a super rare at 10.7. Like, yeah, that was close. That was on my journey looking for one of these. And then I found this on my own map. 4.7 female albino. Took me so long to get an albino raccoon. And then we go in here. So, just a couple. We've got a 39.9, so almost max score Iberian wolf, and an albino Iberian wolf. They look so bad now compared to the grey wolves. Got a leucistic plains bison. Got a melanistic mountain goat. Diamond grey wolf. Melanistic plains bison. Melanistic grey wolf. Albino mountain goat. This is cool. I actually haven't seen this. I haven't been and looked at this since they did this. So this was a level 3 female bighorn sheep. Because they used to be, very rarely, able to get big enough to have curls. And you can actually see where they've done the models now, the horns don't fit. That's wild. I haven't seen that. She's gotta stay though, because she's weird. That's why I had her in the lodge. She was massive for a female. Huh. Interesting. Melanistic side-striped jackal. Albino plains bison. Diamond side-striped jackal. And that's an old diamond bighorn. New model, old horns. Those horns look weird. Black grouse, but that's an orange, so that's a rare for the females. Orange and gold is rare for the females. We have a cream tufted duck, that's also a rare. And then over here we have more diamond pheasants, because again, they just fill space nicely. We have a huddle of fabled painted Great One Fallow deer, a big typical, and then 2 Irish elks. I literally have a huddle of every colour except silver in this lodge for Great One Fallow. So, yeah. But I like the painteds, they look nice. This mount, I quite like. It has a story behind it. So, this piebald was actually a troll. That was a level 5, believe it or not. And I saw the piebald first, spotted it, and saw the level 5 come up. Then I saw the rack, and I was like, yeah, that ain't making it, is it? But that was one of the super trolls that I had before I got a super, like an actual super rare, so. And then we've got nice big 450.1 scoring mountain reindeer in the middle, and then a gold Mela that I got from a grind on this side. And then up here we have a max score grizzly. 69 is the max score for grizzly bear, if you didn't know. We have a trio of rare peccary. We have the albino, the melanistic, and the leucistic. I was actually the first person, I believe, to document melanistic collared peccary. When Rancho came out, I hunted them super hard because I wanted an albino, and I came across a track that said Mela and posted it in the Discords like, hey, melanistic peccary a thing? And sure enough, yeah, it was. And I found it at night, so that was an interesting one. Almost max score Capercaillie. I think it's 4.98. So close to being a max score. But he's the biggest, so he gets to stay. And then down here we have a nice little multi-mount. We have a gold piebald coyote. We have a diamond piebald mallard. Obviously they're not a rare, the piebald mallard, but I always wanted a diamond one because like, a diamond piebald is worth putting in the lodge for me, whereas like a normal piebald isn't something I'd put in one of my main lodges. So I wanted a diamond piebald to go in the lodge like this, so it worked really nicely. Then we got a leucistic, and we have a blonde female, which is actually a rare. And I shot these when they got made even rarer, so she's actually, like, legitimately really quite rare, so that ends up being a nice mount. And then we just have diamond scrub hair. I think I've only got a couple, maybe one, but yeah, diamond scrub hair. Just, you know, to have a diamond one in the lodge. And then we'll go this way. Let's go down the opposite corridor. So we have bears. Albino brown bear, melanistic brown bear, albino grizzly, melanistic grizzly. For me, those are the rares that matter for grizzly bear. Like, brown I don't have any interest in going and hunting for. So, will I put out a schedule for streaming during the week? Nope, because it will just be a case of, I'm going to stream today, and we'll stream for as long as I can. Basically, and it will probably be quite often, so it will just be a case of, yeah, if I'm live, I'm live. So, yeah, I'm just going to keep going like that, and we'll see how it goes. And then we have diamond brown bear, one of my bigger ones, 28.8. We have one of my nemesis, a mountain hare, one of the variations for molting. Then we have all of the harlequins you could ever need. We have a diamond piebald. We have a diamond dark grey. We have a melanistic. That was unfair to me because it had the weight to be a diamond. It was 7.2 kg. It got low trophy rating at 7.1. So instead of being a diamond melanistic, it went to being a gold mela. Could have been a diamond. It was like, if it had a high trophy rating, or even just an even trophy rating to the weight, would have been a diamond. So that one's unfortunate. And then an albino. So we have all the harlequins. We have an albino female banteng, and we have a Mela female banteng. Now, I'd like to replace those with males. So they're kind of placeholders. I have been grinding banteng, but we'll get there eventually. Biggest American alligator, despite all of my hunting of them, is 513.3. And then this is the biggest piebald. I did have a display of every piebald variation, but I had to take some down just for lodge space. Like, if I could order plaques and stuff like the way I'd like to be able to, I'd still have the display of all variations of piebald for these guys, like I have. Like, I've still got them all taxed, so maybe one day I'll be able to do that. And then max score, black bear, max score, black bear. And then we'll go in this room, in this lodge. Right, start off with, this is a really cool achievement that I am really happy with. And also, hello, Lebot Gaming? Hello. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, I'm sorry if I'm not. So we have a gold female Eastern Cottontail. Then over here, we have a gold melanistic Eastern Cottontail. And if I go around here, we have a gold leucistic Eastern Cottontail. And then finally, we have a diamond Eastern Cottontail. I may have hunted these quite a lot. I told you guys I hunted Mississippi a lot when it came out. Like, a lot. Above the door, albino gold cape. I'd like one with bigger horns, but, you know, it's albino. Another max score black bear. You guys are going to think that this is sacrilege, but there's a reason for this. Super rare piebald fallow deer on the wall. It's just one that's on the wall, I promise. Leucistic female cape buff. I really would like a leucistic male, but again, I don't really like the models that much, kind of why it's in this room. Albino blacktail, pretty cool, but again, wish they had better models. This guy. Diamond leucistic chamois that also happens to be the biggest chamois I've ever shot and was a max weight. 61.5. Now, when chamois released with tHE, they weren't exactly rare. The leucistic and melanistic chamois were more like uncommons, but getting a diamond one was still quite hard, and getting a diamond max weight one, and I've still never been able to top that score, even with, like, I shot a lot of diamond chamois in my search for an albino one, because they are exceedingly rare. Still never got one bigger than that. 61.5 is giant for chamois, so again, deserves a place in here. And then we have a gold piebald blacktail, and again, it's a really nice trophy, but I don't like how they look so much, so it's in this room. And then we have melanistic gold mountain lion, diamond grey mountain lion, and an albino gold mountain lion. And then these two, albino feral goat and a well, it's not melanistic, it's the black fur type feral goat, but it may as well be melanistic. But this albino is special because I shot this before they got the update with Emerald Coast, so they were way harder to tell. Like, people didn't know how to tell the difference between common and albino. It was, even for me, super hard, but I had my suspicions that this female in particular was on a multiplayer server. Tracked her down, filmed her up close, was pretty sure about it, shot her, sure enough, a albino female. And she's also one of the biggest females I've ever shot. Those horns are really big for a female, so yeah, pretty happy about that. And then this guy stands in here on his own because he took so much work, and I felt like he deserved his own platform, and this was the only platform I had left. Fable Silver Spoon, great one fallow. So much work for him. So much work. Take care, Matt, have a good one. And then we go into this room. We have the wolves. Gold, red, brown. Female Mela, female albino. Albino and Mela axis on the wall. An albino and Mela muleys. We have me wildebeest. So, this one's special. Crowned wildebeest, female, 26 score flat. It also had a flat weight, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure, no one can confirm it because no one seems to know, but pretty sure this is actually the max for a female wildebeest. So therefore this is actually technically a max score crowned wildebeest, which, considering how rare they are, Like, yes, it's a female, but pretty chuffed with that, I won't lie. Then we have diamond gold, which I just think is a bit cooler than a diamond common, so diamond gold. And a albino on the end. Then we have two little stubbles. We have an albino stubble quail, which is the rare that everyone knows about. And then we have this, which is a dark brown, and it's a gold. And this is the rare that most people don't know exists. But they are noticeably different to the normal ones. They kind of have a smoky look to them. Like, certain angles, their feathers, especially like around the neck and chest, are like more smoky looking. And I actually noticed this guy on the ground and was like pretty sure that's a dark brown. Sure enough it was. Picked up the track. So yeah, was pretty happy about that. Now here, just the obligatory, you know, Grand Slam of all the Ibex diamonds. I hope one day they get a remodel, because this multi-mount is really cool. Like, I really like how they did this, but I just would really, really like to have the models and the eyes and stuff look better. Up here's my biggest diamond feral goat, 222.1. It's black-brown as well, which is my favourite fur type. On the wall, you can't really see, like, the orange part, but the head and everything still looks really nice, so... And then, down on the desk, blonde piebald, common raccoon, big gold, 10.3, one of the many rare raccoons. Then we have this wall. So we have another big, this is Grant's caribou, 448.8. Then we have an albino Grant caribou, piebald Grant caribou, and a leucistic Grant caribou. Would like to upgrade all of those eventually, but, you know, rares are rares, so you never know. Diamond Muley, 323.1. I think I need to put my biggest one up then. Piebald roe, love piebald roe. My biggest diamond roe at 85.7. That's like top end for them. It's not the biggest, but yeah. And then we have another rack variation, 321 Diamond Muley. And then I'll go across. Actually, I'll go around here. So, big old Great One Moose, fabled spruce with the big typical rack. Biggest piebald, 254 piebald moose. Albino mountain hare. Then we go in this room. Now this room is quite cool because we have a couple of collections in here. So, number one collection, as you can probably see, we have a blonde lion, we have diamond lion, we have a dark brown lion, and we have an albino lion. We have albino and Mela kudu for the males, which is the two rares that exist for males. We have a red female warthog, which is a rare, and an albino warthog, which again, that is the two rares that exist for them, so that's pretty cool. And then if I start over here, welcome to a tour of GoldenEye rares. So we have an Eclipse male. Then we go around here, we have a Leucistic 1 variation and a Leucistic 2. This is my preferred Leucistic variation for them, I think it's much nicer. And then over here we have a dark female GoldenEye, which yes, this is a rare. It's kind of hard to tell unless you know what you're looking for. Look for the orange tip on the beak. If it's got an orange tipped beak, it's a rare. And we have a leucistic female GoldenEye. So we have a whole load of rare GoldenEyes in here as well. So that makes this room up. We have a troll albino moose. Look at that score. 274.4. Again, this was a super troll I got before I ever got a super rare. That was heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. I got some real nice footage of him though. Still the most heartbreaking trophy I've ever had. And then we have Fabled Oak, again, with the big typical rack. Really, really nice looking moose. Here we have Melanistic Antelope Jackrabbit and an albino Antelope Jackrabbit. Gotta have the pair together. Those are the two rares that exist for that species. And then in here, all diamond duck out. So you've got your diamond widgeon, goldeneye, tufted duck, mallard, teal, gadwall, and ferruginous duck. All as diamonds. And then this mount over here, which is the landlubbers one, you got your diamond greylag, your diamond tundra, diamond pheasant, and your diamond black grouse. So those are all diamonds for those. Up here we have some various things. We have a piebald diamond cinnamon teal. Now again, piebald isn't technically a rare for them, but they look cool and it's a diamond, so it's in the lodge. Then we have another just like common diamond, because I thought I'd have like a common plumage diamond in here as well. Leucistic Eurasian teal, and a eclipse gold male Eurasian widgeon, next to a leucistic female Eurasian widgeon. And we go over here. White hybrid Canada goose, diamond grey brown. That's like I put a common one here just to replace what was there before. Light grey leucistic Canada goose and melanistic Canada goose. Then we have a melanistic eastern wild turkey and a leucistic eastern wild turkey and a mythical, really nice big piebald red deer from my grind. So I was just looking over at chat. Right. Then we've got my biggest diamond red deer with this rack, 262.8, which, no, I don't want to do that. Give me camera. No, give me camera. Camera. Thank you. For that rack is huge. 262 for that rack is massive. So, I don't like that rack particularly, but because he's so big, he's got a spot in the lodge. And then we have a 270.1 diamond, because, you know, 270 plus red deer are pretty rare, so. And then we have this. Now, I know what you're thinking. Hey, that's a Great One Red Deer rack. Why is it a gold? Back when Great One Red Deer released, they had a bug where they would spawn dead on the ground. And only a couple of people in that sort of initial period actually managed to get Great One Red Deer that were alive. It had something to do with render or something like that. I was grinding, I looked over across the lake, there was a dead Great One on the ground. I was heartbroken. But you were still able to tax it. Now, I decided what I was going to do is, because I earned that as a Great One. Like, technically, it spawned, it just wasn't spawning correctly. I did everything I needed to, I put in the work. So I've taxed it, and I've put it as an antler-only mount, because I've kind of got it in my head that it's almost like a dead head. Like, I found it dead, sort of thing, like you would in real life. And yeah, okay, maybe the hide wasn't good, but it's up there, you know? It gets a place in the lodge still, it's a part of history. And history of me playing the game, and Call of the Wild history. Then we have leucistic gold, mela gold, and albino gold Miriam's turkeys. We have all three rares for the European rabbit, albino, leucistic, and melanistic. Over here we have leucistic tundra bean goose, and then we've got some like diamonds for the turkeys, so diamond eastern wild turkey, diamond Rio Grande, diamond Miriam, and that's a light brown, but they're not rare, even though they look like they should be. And then another leucistic tundra bean goose, but it's a different variant. And then we have a melanistic red fox and a piebald, just because I've got so many of them. And my only ever rare Rio Grande turkey, despite how much I hunted for them, leucistic female. So, oh yeah, G-Man. Also, hi G, good to see ya. Right, here we have leucistic gold grey fox. Wish I could make it displayed better for being on these plaques. And we have a diamond grey fox. 6.7 score, 6.8 is max, so, you know. Then we have a piebald, one of the two variations for it, and a mela gold. So, there we go. Take care, last of you. You have been amazing. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it. Okay. Then we have this room. This is the showroom, as far as I'm concerned. Like, this is the room. So I guess we'll start here and go around, right? Diamond Piebald Whitetail, Diamond Mellow Whitetail, and my biggest gold whitetail. Would like to get a Diamond Albino just to complete the trio, honestly, but Diamond Mellow was the multiplayer one. Literally ran past me. That was one of the craziest days ever. Like I said, very, very sick when I spotted that guy. Should have been in hospital. Ended up in hospital later that day. But I'm glad I wasn't in hospital at the time so that I could get that beauty in my trophy lodge. And the piebald came from grinding for a great one. It was the first ever super rare whitetail I got from grinding out of all of the 20,000 plus kills I've done for whitetail. Now back here we got some really, really rare albinos. Albino musk deer, albino springbok, albino male seeker, albino wild hog, albino chamois. Remember I mentioned how rare they are? Yeah, one of my favourite ever trophies, even though it's a tiny female. Really rare. And an albino gold roe. And he was in a video where I got super close to him on Quattro in the cornfields, like where they'd been cut. And the thumbnail is like a really up close picture of him just feeding away. So he's a really cool trophy. Then we have a trio of cluster rat great ones. Literally my first one's in there, I think, yeah. 2021, that must have been the first one. And then 2022 and 2023. 3 different clusters. Now on this wall, right, let's start at the top. Again, we have a couple of broken great ones. We have a whitetail great one. Says it's a piebald. It's not. It should be a common. It happened with the Rancho fur glitch. It got turned into a piebald. When I shot it, it was a common. I don't want to display it as like a fake rare because it's not a piebald, so I just display the rack. Like, I wish there was a way to display the skull so it didn't look just like that, but I don't want the fur on display because I didn't shoot a piebald great one. I shot a normal great one. I would like it to be a normal great one. Then we have a big rack great one in the middle, and we have, again, a broken great one whitetail. Same bug from Rancho, turned albino. It stays as a rack. Then we have the incredibly rare things that are below them. Melanistic cinnamon teal, shot before the rework, when almost nobody even knew that they existed because they were so hard to tell between them and the piebalds, and they're just so rare as it is. And there were such slight differences, and when I spotted it, I was like, I am 99% sure that is actually a melanistic, not a piebald. Because like I said, back in the day, they were almost indistinguishable. There was just a very slight difference on the chest, and I shot it and it was a gold mela. Incredibly rare. A gold plumage type female black grouse. These things are so gosh dang rare that when I finally picked up the track for one, I was so elated. I mean, you can see why they're called gold. Look at that wing. They are stunning. And again, a lesser known rare. Then we have this. That is a pale female hazel grouse. Again, one of the really, 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 really rare birds. But not often seen. And then we have this. Even less seen. That is a hybrid hazel grouse male. Now, I actually ran past this in a multiplayer, thinking it might have just been the dark plumage type. Something told me in my gut that it wasn't. It didn't look right. So I turned back around and shot it. And it was a hybrid. I almost ran past one of the rarest things. That is literally one of the rarest birds in the game. Absolutely amazing. Then we have a hybrid goldeneye, again extremely rare, and a hybrid blue Eurasian teal. I luckily actually have a few of those, which I got more hybrids than I've got leucistics for the teal, which is insane. But yeah, they are absolutely gorgeous, both of them. Just the colours on them, absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Then we've got the fabled speckled Great One Moose. Now, he was my second Great One Moose. He is absolutely stunning. I absolutely love that combo with the big typical rack. Like, the white head just looks perfect with it. Then we have a trio of fabled mocha spoon racks for Great One fallow tier. Then we have the big boy, the fabled ashen quad paddle Great One Moose. I mean, look at that scar on his nose and the scars on his sides. Like, that is a warrior right there. I love that moose. Like, he was so full of character, so aggressive. The best aggressive moose footage I've got is of this guy. Like, amazing. Hi Ryder, welcome in. We're just doing a bit of a lodge tour. Now over here, we have a trio of pig rack Great One Whitetail. We have the brown, the dark brown, and the tan. So we actually have all three common whitetail furs on big rack Great One Whitetail in this huddle. You can see 2021, 2022, 2023. So you can see, like, these are years apart. This is years in the making for these mounts. And then over here, fabled birch with the spider rack. So, just a beautiful moose. I mean, the birch fur for the moose... Oh, we're lagging. The birch fur for the moose reminds me of the petal puff for the mule deer. Very, very pretty. It's going really well, Ryder. This is my first stream, and I definitely want to do this again. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Now, up here we have another fabled two-tone with the spider rack, and we have another fabled speckled with the spider rack, and then we have the rarest moose I own, which was the first Great One Moose I ever shot, fabled oak, half and half rack. That was the first Great One Moose I got. After 8,000 kills, I ended up with the rarest rack you can possibly get, because you can only get this as a half and half for Great One Moose. There's no other half and half combinations. It's only half big rack, half big non-tip. And this only spurred me on more for wanting to get a full big non-tip because of how cool this looked. And I shot this guy in the heart with a shotgun, because that's what I'd practiced for. Actually, that shotgun right there. Yeah, that's what I shot him with. And then we have this beautiful boy here, fabled spruce, with the, again, spider rack. I feel like he looks... I say it every time. Like, talking about D&D, that's a druid right there. That's like a druid character to me. That's what it reminds me of every time, with those blue eyes and everything. And I shot that guy with the 454 Sunberg revolver, which I think is around here somewhere because of that. And it was actually one of the coolest moose kills I've had. And it was actually one of the, weirdly, most popular shorts. I think it was because of, like, how close I was to him at the time, and then shooting him and he turned and went aggressive and then fell at my feet was a really cool experience. And if you wondered why I had a piebald diamond fallow deer on the wall in the other room, yeah, here's a trio of them. Unfortunately, all 4 super rare fallow I have are the same piebald fur. We've got a couple of different racks, but all the same fur. So I've got a huddle of them in here, and then the other one in the spare room. And that's it for this lodge. And then we have got a second one in the starting. Oh my god! That noise. Ah! I apologise. Oh my gosh, that was a horrible noise. That was a horrible, horrible noise. I do apologise. Back to your regularly scheduled program. Right. entrance of this lodge. My 2 super rare two super rare reds. 2 albino diamonds. 252.8 and 263.2. I need another albino female. Actually, but then I kind of like the difference of them stood there. So, I don't know. I really like both of them. I really wanted an albino diamond red deer. So, yeah, I ended up with 2. Then we have a wall of great ones. Because these are great ones that didn't get into the other lodge. So we've got 2 Rate 1 red deer at the top. Actual ones that I shot. One off tHE and one off Quattro. Fabled oak moose, spider rack. Fabled golden fallow with the big typical. Fabled half tar. Need I say more? Fabled hooded spoon fallow, another one. And another fabled half tar. And then in here, I mentioned I've got Mela fox and Mela pheasant. And then albino fox and albino pheasant. And then we've got 3 different diamond racks on the red fur type Barasinger, which I actually really like. Actually no, red, and light brown. That one's the odd one out. But yeah, 3 different diamond racks. I really like the diamond Barasinger a lot. So I figured I'd have like a wall of the different racks. Albino gold tiger. Pretty cool. 2 different diamond nilgai, 95.8 and 98, which is massive. Absolutely massive. We have a white woolly hair, which is actually a rare. And we have a diamond woolly hair right here, which was a level 2. And we have a diamond dusky grouse. And then we have a diamond bighorn, an absolutely massive diamond bighorn. He was max weight with the new horns, grey fur, 212 score. Piebald nilgai, number 1, male. Big gold melanistic blackbuck. Max score tiger, 60. Piebald blackbuck, and then the other piebald variation for nilgai, gold one. Up here. My biggest albino tar, 100.1, very close to being a super rare, and double albino pheasant golds. Leucistic diamond pheasant, 21 score. He was a nightmare, absolute nightmare. There's a lot of super rares in this lodge, by the way. The other variation for molting mountain hare. This is the nicer variation in my opinion. I like it's darker overall, I think. Got more contrast to it. It's nice. And then we have an albino woolly hare and an albino mountain hare, because I had a spare one, so I thought put them next to each other and you can see the difference. Now, I said a lot of super rares. So we have a gold red and a gold white tar. Then we have a diamond black fur type tar. That's a super rare. We have my biggest common diamond tar, 107.6, which is pretty massive for them. Another super rare, diamond dark brown, 104. A straw diamond at 107.4, which again, anything over 107 is massive for them. And a diamond light brown at 107.3. And then we have 2 super rares side by side, dark red at 104.8 and 104.7 dark red. So both of those are super rares too. So I've got 2 diamond dark reds, a diamond dark brown, and a diamond black for my super rare tar. So 4 super rare tar in this lodge, which is pretty nice. Down here we have the only leucistic variant I was missing for Goldeneye. And I really like this one. I always think that it looks like it's got snow on top of it. Leucistic female. My favourite tar. Fabled skull. Look at him. That's just so gorgeous. Ugh. Albino kangaroo behind. Then we have the fabled snow Himalayan tar. Again, just stunning. Actually shot him, like, with the snow and everything on tHE. Not on tHE, on Sundar. So, yeah, that was a special hunt. With the crossbow, that was nice. And then another albino lynx. And then we have a dark Eurasian female widgeon. This is a rare. It was in a fairly recent video, like, in terms of uploads. This is a rare. It's one that very few people even know exists, but it is a rare. So, yeah, we have that. Then we have a big gold piebald barasinger being taken down by a super rare tiger. Pseudomela 57.4. Now, I know that there's a lot of people that have got super rare tigers, but this guy is special to me because it wasn't obtained using the 3-lake method. I was shooting tigers on the side when I was grinding tar, hoping to get all of the male and female variants for tigers, because all of the rares have a different variation between male and female, and you're going to see that with some of the tigers throughout this lodge. But yeah, this guy you can see shot on the 28th of the 7th. My birthday is the 29th. And you can see the time was 21:51 in the evening, so it was literally just before my birthday. And yeah, he's just really special because it was a complete surprise. Legit super rare, just popped up. Absolutely insane, so he's really cool. And then we have an albino barasinger that was actually a level 5 that I found in multiplayer, was a troll. Legit, but a troll, unfortunately, being stalked by another gold albino tiger. So, we have those. Diamond wood bison, just my first one. It was a level 4, ran past me, I shot it, and that was that. My diamond Manitoban elk, he is amazing. Huge boy. You can see this lodge is very much still work in progress. 2 super rare black bears, 22.8 and 23.4, again from black bear grinding. And then we have 2, these are max scores, right? I know it says 15.3, but when I shot them, they're 15.4. So these are 2 technical max score foxes, they just display weird in the lodge. It's the same thing with geese. They display as 9.1, even if when you shot them it says 9.2 for some reason. So 2 max score red foxes, just there for now, because I've got a few of them. But even when you're grinding fox, having a few max scores still pretty cool. Hi Luke. Yeah, I've been live for quite a while now. Just wrapping up really, just coming to the end of doing some lodge tours. So here we have my biggest wild yak at 285, pretty big male, and an albino gold that I got off my map. Did you know there's actually 2 variations for albino for yak? There's like a hairless version, and then one that actually has longer hair. This is actually the hairless looking version. So you notice he's got like really short, like wispy hair. It, like the other variant has much longer hair. It's almost more like fluffy. Like this is quite a short haired, like normal one. But yeah, the other albino's fluffier for yak. So I would quite like to get that. Here is my early access erythristic pintail that we were talking about earlier. Of course, he has to be in the lodge. All the muntjac that you could ever want. Diamond, melanistic, leucistic, albino. So, yeah. Can you show him on a full body, please? What one, Graves? The albino? I can. In here, we have 2 of my favourite multi-mounts. Gold Mela Snow Leopard, which again, I have a whole video where we hunt him. And a gold Mela Blue Sheep. That is a multi-mount right there. But it's not the only one that's in here. Because here, we have a gold leucistic snow leopard with a gold leucistic blue sheep. Can you tell I like hunting up in the mountains of Sundar, trying to find these trophies that are exceedingly rare? And both of the snowies came off of my own map as well, from grinding them, so... Yeah, I'll do that really quickly for you, Graves, hang on. Does it matter which, or... There's nothing in here that you guys don't need to see, so... Oh, that's the other, that's the female. I'm trying to think, embarrassing. Black, jet black, female gold. I feel like it was... I might have gone past it. This is why we need filters. Yeah, I've gone past it. I'm not going to be able to find it now, am I? I should have looked at the date. Yeah, because that's the female I shot. I think she's also... She might be the fluffier version, I'm not sure. I think she's the fluff... No, she looks pretty bold. But yeah, I've seen pictures of the two variants next to each other. Wild yak. Wild yak. All the pheasant and fox grind trophies. And I've deleted most of them. Wild yak, that's the jet black one. Wild yak albino, there he is. So, like, look at the head. That's the biggest difference. Like, you can see he almost looks like he's balding on the top, right? Like, the very top bit looks really bold. See it? Yeah, don't be sorry, Graves. I'm totally chill with it. Because, like I said, this lodge is a work in progress. But, yeah, he's, like, all scraggly. And the other one is much fluffier, like the other variation. So I really would like the other variation, because it's mainly that bit on the neck that just looks weird to me. Hey Luke, thank you so much for becoming a minion. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I don't think there's anything in here. Yeah, new. Okay. So then we have pseudo mellow white tiger and the other pseudo mellow white tiger. So you have like the darker one and the lighter one. Diamond snow leopard, the snow fur type, and diamond caramel snow leopard. And then we have the white Bengal tiger and the white stripeless Bengal tiger. And we have another leucistic bean goose. In here you're going to see some difference, right? This room is nuts. So right, check this out. If you didn't know this about tigers, right? So that's the female gold fur type, right? Look at her compared to him. Notice how he has much, like, more pronounced stripes on him. Hang on, go around. Like, on the chest, he's got way, like, darker stripes compared to her. It's trying to get the camera right. See it? Like, the female doesn't have it on the chest. And then up here, there's a melanistic male tiger. Now, any of you who saw my videos from early access are going to recognise these two. So that's the melanistic male tiger. Look at the eyes. Big green eyes, right? If I spin around to here, get the camera back up. The female has blue, purpley eyes, right? So this is why I wanted to get the different, like, variants for both male and female tigers for the rares that then led to me getting that super rare. Also, the female has, like, orange that's, like, visible under the mela, more so than the male. So, yeah, there's differences between the male and female rares for tigers, in case you didn't know. Really cool. And then we have all gold albino tar. Like, I ended up with several. And seeing as they are so rare, put them all in the lodge. leucistic gadwall female, and a albino gadwall female. Very cool ducks, but they don't go in the mount I'm going to show you in a minute. Leucistic female tufted duck, leucistic female tufted duck. 2 variations for them as females. I think they look really cool. They're kind of like an orangey colour. I really, really, really like them. I think they're very cool. I actually prefer them to the males, if I'm honest. So, yeah. Alright, K-Flow, take care. Catch you in the next one. And over here, we have both variations for leucistic Eurasian teal. So, we have this one which is like the blue and grey, and then we have this one which is like a goldeny colour. So yeah, there's actually quite a difference between the 2 leucistics. So I like having them together. In here, we have a couple of cool mounts. This is both variants for the melanistic black grouse. They're both golds, and yeah, they're both so rare. And getting both variants, I had to put them in this mount of 2 black grouse fighting. Like, I just had to do it. To have 2 trophies that are that rare of the same species, and there's this mount, it's like perfect. Yeah, Niels, I did one last year, but it was just the first main lodge, and now we're starting to like go into a second lodge. So, and then we have my blue-grey blue sheep diamond. I just like it because it's actually blue-grey. I believe that's my biggest diamond blue sheep, a 164.9. They get up to like 165, just about, but that's massive. And then we have a 164.8 and a yellow diamond there as well, so you've got all of the sort of common diamond furs. Then we have this mount, which is just the most insane mount. Like, the work that went into this. Right, let me run you through it. We have a hybrid Eurasian teal. No, hang on. Not teal. And I'm trying to do the thing. No! Let me... Hang on, I was trying to do that one. There we go. So, hybrid Eurasian widgeon on the end. Which, this thing took so long to get. Yeah, you can rotate the camera. Yeah, that's really, 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 really rare. Took me forever to get. Hybrid goldeneye on the end. Albino tufted duck in there. Melanistic mallard. Hybrid blue Eurasian teal. Melanistic gadwall. And albino ferruginous duck. That right there is a mount of just extreme rarity. Like, to have all of them together like that. The 3 hybrids alone are stupidly rare. Albino tufted duck is stupidly rare. The rares for ferruginous and gadwall are stupidly rare. So, yeah, all rare duck out. So I've got the diamond one in the other lodge, and then this is all the rares together. Then we have the angel albino gold Tibetan fox. Just, it glows. Still one of my favourite trophies. And a melanistic Tibetan fox. And then we have a diamond orange Tibetan fox. And then over here we have another rare Tibetan fox, this time a sand, a gold male. And we have another pseudo-mela tiger. It's just a nice gold, but it's kind of a placeholder there at the minute. But yeah, 2 insanely rare mounts in here for birds. So it's going to be quite nice when this lodge is all put together. And then in here, double fabled peppermint great one fox mount. So that was my first and my third great one fox. First one and then third one. So one 2024, one 2025. Both just stunning, and seeing as I've got 2, had to put them together. And then this was my second great one fox, and actually probably my favourite, the fabled candy cane. Just really, really love how this looks. Like, the orange in the eyes and stuff, I think gets missed. Like, that is just a stunning looking creature, in my opinion. Niels, thank you so, so much. You are so amazing and so, so kind. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so grateful. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know where to go from here. Yeah, more great one tar. We got the fabled grey and the fabled gold. The gold was my first. Fabled skull tar up there, and a fabled half. Fabled latte, and then another fabled half. And then we've got my pheasants, the fabled obsidian, fabled morganite, fabled sapphire, and fabled garnet. Again, kind of like doing some mirroring. I'm probably going to put a mule deer up there at some point to kind of like make it sort of a complete wall. But I really like how all the pheasants look together, so. And then finally, the latest great one. The boy. The blue-eyed boy. Look at those eyes. The boy. Yeah. So. I need some more great one mule deer. That's just, I love how that looks. Such a beautiful creature. I mean, just stunning. Just stunning. But I think we're going to call it here, everyone. I think that's going to be it for the first stream. Yeah. We've been going quite a while, haven't we? That was the first stream, alright? We did it. We did it! Folks, it happened. I've been saying for years I'd try. We finally made it happen today. The 6th of September. Yeah, 6th of September. The first live stream on the channel has happened. And yeah, I very well might be back tomorrow, depending on, you know, what happens. I cannot thank you all enough for the amazing support. Surprising coming in with 5 more gifted memberships. Thank you so, so much. Just as I was saying about all the amazing support, like, you're all amazing. You have been so supportive, and just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much for a absolute, I don't know, just an incredible first live stream. It's been incredible, thanks to all of you. You have all made it such an amazing experience that I want to come back and do it again. So, thank you. Thank you all for being here and for all the support. You're all lovely and you're all just the best. You are the best, all of you. Thank you. But, yeah, I will now leave you all in peace. I'll stop rambling at you and showing you all the Call of the Wild things. I will probably go and play some more Call of the Wild though, to see if I can get anything for videos. But we'll probably be back tomorrow, I would imagine, probably about the same time. And we'll see what happens. Maybe mule deer grinding, maybe not. We'll see how I feel. See if anybody suggests anything, or, you know, we'll just roll with it. Roll with it and see what happens. But thank you so, so much, everyone. I really, really do appreciate everything. As I said, once again, you are all the absolute best, and I can't wait for the next stream. But that is going to be it for now, so take care, guys. Thank you so much, and good night.